Chapter 151, Sweet. In this world, there are always a number of hopeless matters. I can't help you, because even if my old man really calls me back as you say, I will not return back. Why don't you quickly return back to prepare if you want to form an alliance with Violent Dragon Empire? Long Yi indifferently said. Nilan Ryuayu looked at Long Yi in a daze, then faintly sighing, she softly said, "We can also be counted as an acquaintance, so can't you help me?" Long Yi made a wry smile and shrugged his shoulders. When did he become such a popular person? First Empress Liangxin wanted his help, and now this princess of Nilan Empire was also asking for his help. If you have any demand, then feel free to raise it. Anything can be talked over, isn't that so? Nilan Ryuayu softly said. Long Yi smiled. He had always mistakenly believed that this princess of Nilan Empire plus the Saintess had something to stand out from the masses, but as it turned out she was also just so-so. Involving benefits in relationship was always a little too uncomfortable. He loved purity of friendship and love, and mixing other things in it, it would be hard to avoid the variable taste. If you do become my woman, then I can consider a little. Long Yi smirked. He couldn't help but thought to tease her, and see whether Nilan Ryuayu could sacrifice her body for her empire or not. After hearing the words of Long Yi, Nilan Ryuayu's complexion became green and red simultaneously, then gnashing her teeth, she said, "You are simply paranoid. I will never sell myself. Don't you feel very despicable for taking advantage of others' difficulties?" Nilan Ryuayu hatefully said. "Despicable? In any case, you are also a person from Imperial clan, so do you really think my condition is truly despicable?" You father, in order to reach his goal, I wonder how many women he had seized from the common folk and were used as a gift, at that time. How come you didn't curse him as despicable? There is a saying, fortunes rise and fall. This year it reached your family. If now the person I was discussing with was your father, then I bet he would have directly sent you to me without raising any objection to become my wife. Long Yi said with a cold smile. The complexion of Nilan Ryuayu turned pale, and she clenched her little hands into little fists. Every word Long Yi had said, as if thousand gin boulders smashed in her heart, making her so depressed that she nearly vomit blood. And after she took a deep breath, she suddenly felt that she was truly too hypocritical. Yeah, at that time, seeing those women who were sent off to someone as a present, she merely felt pity, nothing else. And now when it was her turn, she felt that this was unacceptable, and as if she was being humiliated. Imperial clan don't have family love. Nilan Ryuayu clearly knows that. If her imperial father can obtain the alliance with Violent Dragon Empire, then he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice her. Even though she could get shelter under the Light Church, but that means thoroughly severing her relationship with Nilan Empire. Although she was Saintess of Light Church, but before that she was the Princess of Nilan Empire, and looking at the precedent cases, Light Church would never interfere with the private affairs of imperial family. I don't have any more time to talk with you here. My dear darling is still waiting for me. Long Yi said and prepared to fly away. Nilan Ryuayu hastily grabbed the sleeve of Long Yi's garment, and anxiously said, "Wait a minute." Long Yi turned around in surprise, and said, "Can it be that you are willing?" "If I said I'm willing, then can you absolutely forge the alliance between Nilan Empire and Violent Dragon Empire?" Nilan Ryuayu angrily said, and she bit her lower lips so hard that a trace of blood could be seen. "I only said I will consider." Long Yi innocently said, "Who doesn't like to get beauty?" But he didn't like this kind of method. Are you kidding me?" Nilan Ryuayu said with ghastly pale face. "Nope, it's naturally like I have said before. If you insist on thinking like that, then I can't do anything about it. Goodbye." Long Yi shook off the hand of Nilan Ryuayu and brilliantly smiled, then flying in the sky, he disappeared. "This bastard, don't want me to marry you? Then I will insist to marry you." Nilan Ryuayu gritted her teeth and said. As a matter of fact, she understood in her heart that if this time, the people of her imperial father and Violent Dragon Empire negotiate, then she would definitely be treated as one of the chips. All of her several sisters had already become the sacrifice of politics, and now she was the final not yet betrothed princess, so at that time, it was hard to avoid being forced to marry, so it would be better to. Long Yi slowly drifted in the night sky, and with cold wind blowing against his face, that bad smile on his face had also already disappeared. Suddenly, he greatly missed his women. All of them truly didn't harbor slightest of impure feelings. See by Leng Yuyu, Yu Feng, Lu Zia and Wash Wang, who among them didn't share life and death trials and tribulations with him. While thinking, Long Yi arrived to the sky of the inn, and when he opened the door and entered into his room, he however discovered that Long Linger unexpectedly had already woken up, and was wiping her tears while sitting on the bed. And seeing Long Yi had come, she hurriedly lied down, and used quilt to cover her head. Linger, why are you crying? Long Yi sat on the bed and asked worriedly. He pulled the quilt with his hand, but Long Linger refused to let go. Seeing she was refusing to come out, Long Yi simply embraced her in his bosom, and lowered his voice, quickly come out, otherwise you will suffocate to death. I don't care even if I suffocate to death, I don't want to see you. The muffled voice of Long Linger came from inside the quilt. Long Yi endlessly made a wry smile. What's going on here? Why is woman so difficult to serve? Weren't we happily attached to each other deeply just a moment ago? I just went out for a round, and here, this girl has already fallen out and become hostile with me. Long Yi feeling somewhat tired in mind, in addition to missing girls not beside him just a moment ago, when he returned to inn, he didn't know why Long Linger was showing her temper again, so he felt somewhat downhearted. He sighed, and leaving behind Long Linger on the bed, he straightly walked out of bedroom, and sitting on the sofa in the drawing room, he picked up wine bottle and began to drink. Long Linger bored out from the quilt, and looked out with somewhat terrified and also somewhat feeling wronged expression. At that time, when she woke up only to discover Long Yi was not beside her, she felt empty and desolate in her heart. And even after waiting for some time, seeing that he didn't come, she felt a kind of abandoned feeling, so feeling sad in her heart, she burst out in tears. And seeing Long Yi had come back, she was very happy in her heart, but women's that little proud and shyness made her unable to speak that out just now. And now seeing that lonely back of Long Yi sitting on the sofa while drinking wine, the heart of Long Linger increasingly felt unwell. Then circling around the bedroom 2 times while feeling restless, she slowly walked out. Don't drink. Long Linger timidly grabbed the big hand of Long Yi, but Long Yi, who was in the process of zeal at this time, subconsciously flung his hand. How could Long Linger, this delicate magician, compare with the strength of Long Yi? Naturally she staggered and tumbled down on the sofa. I'm sorry. Long Yi immediately realized what he had done, and supporting Long Linger's thin shoulder, he apologized. Long Linger, who already had tears glistening in her eyes while feeling wronged, hearing Long Yi's soft apology, she couldn't help but sob aloud, and her teardrops rolled down. This appearance provoked tender affection. Long Yi sighed lightly, then held Long Linger in his bosom and softly consoled her. But who would have thought that, the more he consoled, the more sadly she cried. Long Yi rubbed his temple, and no longer speaking anything, he merely held her quietly in his bosom. Don't be so sad with me, okay? I am scared. Long Linger finally talked while sobbing. After meeting with Long Yi, she had never seen him so depressed. He was always laughing and joking, never was he serious, but now when he revealed this kind of expression, her heart however was in chaos due to panic. Why would I be sad with you? Merely I am somewhat not too well, I apologize. Long Yi was startled awake from his distracting thoughts, and sighing, he placed his forehead on the forehead of Long Linger and rubbed. Long Linger lied in the bosom of Long Yi, and immediately felt a moment of peace in his mind, and her eyes also somewhat blurred. What was the current relationship between her and Long Yi? Long Linger didn't dare to think about it deeply, subconsciously evading this problem. Oh, that's right, why did you cry just now? Long Yi curiously asked. Didn't you bully me just now? Longlinger pouted. I bullied you just now, then why were you crying at that time when I came in? Long Yi asked. Was I crying? You must have misjudged. Longlinger replied with red face. She had unexpectedly learnt Long Yi's this acting dumb technique. The nose of liar child grows longer. Long Yi said while pinching the jade nose of Longlinger. Longlinger touched her nose, and said charmingly, as if, I am not a child. Just finished speaking, her stomach growled. Hungry? Didn't you see the meal I bought on the table? Why didn't you eat it when you wake up? Long Yi asked. I was not hungry at that time, now I am hungry. The eyes of Longlinger glimmered. She would never say that because she didn't see him when she woke up, she was so sad that she had no appetite. Long Yi put down Longlinger, then getting up, he brought back the meal from bedroom. Then using his internal force, the already cold meal suddenly became steaming hot. You can also use fire magic, but why didn't I see fire? Longlinger exclaimed in surprise. This is not a fire magic, is a kind of skill taught by my master. Now come over and eat it. Long Yi smiled and said. Longlinger oily whispered suddenly, no, I want you to feed me. Long Yi was startled. Soon afterwards, he happily smiled. He could clearly feel the attitude of Longlinger towards him, and the expression of her eyes when looking at him were completely different from before. Does this mean that as if nightmare kind of sore point was solved? Fine, today I will feed my darling Linger. Long Yi hugged Longlinger and made her sit on his lap, then scooping food using spoon, he brought this spoon into the opened up pink lips of Longlinger. Longlinger lightly chewed the food in her mouth, but her eyes were fixed on Long Yi's that handsome face covered with gentleness. This instant, she felt as if electricity hit her heart. This kind of numb however warm feeling made her lost, so much so that she practically had forgotten about her oath to make Long Yi feel death was better than life in this sweetness. Chapter 152, Two Pretty Girls Playing GL, T.L. GL equals girls love. Sweet time always pass very quickly. This night Long Yi and Longlinger slept while hugging each other. Long Yi naturally said a lot of sweet words and honeyed phrases, coaxing Longlinger to sleep soundly with a sweet smile hanging on her beautiful face. Because Longlinger had to go with Puxi Usi to cultivate very early in the morning, when the sky was not still bright yet, Long Yi woke her up. At this time, it was still early, so Holy Magic Academy was very quiet. Once in a while, only one or two hard-working students could be seen doing physical exercise. Two people walked out of the inn and walked towards the high-class dormitory where Longlinger was staying. Before going away, Longlinger wanted to bid farewell to Ziman Wuan. After arriving at the entrance of dormitory, they saw guard Antu just happens to come out from inside. Longlinger warmly smiled and greeted her. Then turning around her body, she said to Long Yi, wait here, I will go up and bid farewell to Wuan. Looking at the disappearing back view of Longlinger in the stairs, Long Yi also prepared to sneak into this dormitory again. But he suddenly felt ice-cold gaze, giving rise to goosebumps. Long Yi turned around his head and happened to see Antu retracting her gaze from his body, and he suddenly felt a kind of déjà vu feeling. But even after looking carefully, he was at a loss. That ice-cold gaze he had felt just now was clearly aroused by sharp chi. Could it be that this Antu had stepped into Great Sword's master level just like Ziman Wuan had stated at that time? Looking at Antu who had already retracted her gaze, the expression of Long Yi changed, then leaving behind after image, as if a sharp arrow that had left from the bowstring, he dashed straight towards her. And his opened up 5 fingers as if the claw of the eagle, clutched towards her neck. But Antu still walked forward without sensing anything, as if she didn't feel any danger behind her at all. When the claw of Long Yi was just half an inch away from the neck of Antu, he suddenly retracted it, and he himself also returned to his original place in an instant. But he had the expression of bewildered and uncertainty. Is this Antu really just an ordinary person? Then that sharp gaze I felt just now, whose gaze was it? And after Antu sat inside the room separated by the magic glass, she stared at him as if she was guarding against thief. greatly fearing he would slip in when she was not paying attention. This action made Long Yi doubt her less. Perhaps that sharp gaze of just now was really not hers. How come these girls are still not coming down and greet me for a long time? Long Yi thought aloud, then turning around, he pretended to leave. And just when Antu relaxed, he used Great Cosmos Shift to enter inside the girls' dormitory. Antu raised her head and her turbid eyes suddenly became clear. Then she shook her head and softly scolded with a smile, "This stupid brat still is truly not sincere." Long Yi familiarly walked to the door of Long Linger's dorm room, and vaguely heard the laughing noise from inside. And when he lightly pushed the door, it unexpectedly opened. It seems they forgot to lock the door. Entering inside the room, Long Yi walked to the door of bedroom. Then he impressively saw Long Linger and Simon Wuan were noisily laughing in bed and had turned into a ball, while tickling each other. If it was usual, then at most Long Yi would have swallowed mouthful of saliva, nothing more. But now he was nearly about to have nosebleed. Spring sunshine emerges to bring the world alive. If it was only the body of Long Linger, then it wouldn't have affected him this much, as he was already very familiar with every inch of her body. But the problem here was, the one whose spring scenery was leaking was Zimin Wuan. She had only pink bra and pink panties on her body, and the most deadly of all was, both of these bra and panties were precisely that sexy underwear of that day. They had less cloth and was also transparent. Moreover, with both girls were rolling on the bed together, that only cover on her body was already in a terrible mess. T.L. Spring sunshine emerges to bring the world alive. Idiom, to give a glimpse of something intimate. Inadvertently, the bra of Zimin Wuan was unexpectedly pushed up by Long Linger as a practical joke, revealing Zimin Wuan's a pair of graceful and assertive bosom. Merely it was too bad that from the angle of Long Yi, he was only able to see the side. But only this already caused Long Yi almost unbearable. See no evil, see no evil. Long Yi continuously thought in his heart, but his eyes as if stuck didn't move at all. After she was sneak attacked by Long Linger, Zimin Wuan cried out in alarm and immediately wanted to pull down her bra, but how could Long Linger let her wish fulfilled? She caught the hands of Zimin Wuan and charmingly smiled. "Wuan, your Mimi grew quite a lot. T.L. Mimi, tits, that is slang for breasts. Where is quickly release me." Zimin Wuan rebuked, but no longer struggled. Both of them had played with each other from childhood till now, so both of them were familiar with each other's body. As a result, there was no feeling of embarrassment between them. "Obviously there is, I will measure." Long Linger giggled, and reaching out her right hand and covering Zimin Wuan's one, she grabbed it, causing the beautiful face of Zimin Wuan to turn bright red. "Wah, still not saying not gotten big, now my one hand is not enough to completely grab it." Long Linger giggled and said, and at that time, she didn't know why, suddenly the scene of Long Yi playing a dirty trick on her appeared in her mind, and she unexpectedly became absent-minded. "Linger, quickly let me go, isn't my second brother still waiting for you downstairs?" Zimin Wuan earnestly asked. Long Linger sobered up, then suddenly smiling, she said, "That perverted second brother of yours bullied me, so today I will bully his darling little sister." Seeing Long Linger's eyes that were holding wicked intentions, Zimin Wuan however was somewhat pleasantly surprised in her heart. It was not that she liked to be teased, rather Long Linger had never revealed such spirited expression after that incident. But today, seeing her this kind of full of spirit expression, she naturally was happy. When the expression of Zimin Wuan was changing, Long Linger suddenly leaned over and mischievously stretched out the tip of her tongue and licked the pink of Zimin Wuan. The beautiful face of Zimin Wuan instantly became red, and she angrily said, "Linger, what are you doing?" "Hee, your second brother bullied me like this." Long Linger giggled and said. After she finished speaking, she further intensified her attack by sucking Zimin Wuan's pink cherry, mimicking Long Yi's manner of teasing. "Linger, don't." The charming body of Zimin Wuan quivered. Although Long Linger was her bosom friend, she however was also somewhat unable to accept this kind of tease. So she forcibly turned over her body and pushing down Long Linger, She softly pounded Long Linger several times with a very red face. Linger, you are really led astray by my second brother. Zimin Wuan angrily said. Long Linger lightly smiled and said, yeah, so if you want to blame someone, blame your second brother. Long Yi, who was looking at this scene from the doorway with dry mouth and tongue, thought, oh God, these two smelly girls, actually playing with each other like this. And he truly had a kind of impulse to rush into the bed of these two girls. But, very quickly, Long Yi realized that one of them was Zimin Wuan, his younger sister, and here he was unexpectedly peeping and having such evil thoughts. After that he immediately have cold sweats all over his body. Then he disappeared from the door of bedroom in a flash. And in the nick of the time, Zimin Wuan turned around her head, and saw a blur in front of her eyes for an instant. Zimin Wuan was startled in her heart, and she suddenly recalled her second brother's that ghostly speed. Could it be that he had seen this activity between Long Linger and herself in the bed? Wouldn't that be? Zimin Wuan immediately put on her long gown and rushed to the window of drawing room. Then looking down, she saw Long Yi boringly leaning against the tree, while shamelessly calling out to passing-by schoolgirls. It seems that truly was herself having blurred vision, and she involuntarily sighed in relief. Chapter 153, See You Again Puxi. Seeing the strange reaction of Zimin Wuan, Long Linger was surprised. Then jumping out of the bed, she walked beside her and also down from the window. Discovering Zimin Wuan was looking at precisely Long Yi, who was waiting for them, she couldn't help but ask, Wuan, what happened? Nothing. I just wanted to look whether my second brother is still there or not. This person must be impatient now. Zimin Wuan smiled and said. Long Linger saw Long Yi was shamelessly calling out to the passing-by girls, and seeing some of the bold girls were simply stopping and chatting with him, Long Linger felt uncomfortable in her heart. Wuan, quickly go and freshen up, the appointed time with teacher Puxi is almost there. Long Linger urged Zimin Wuan, and pulling her, both of them entered the bathroom. But in her heart, Long Linger was raining curses on Long Yi, this smelly fellow. When Long Linger and Zimin Wuan came down, they saw that the girls beside Long Yi had already increased from 2 or 3 to more than 10, who were unceasingly trilling like an oriole with amorous glances flying in a mess. And seeing Long Yi's that intoxicated expression, Long Linger got mad in her heart. Then coldly snorting, she pulled Zimin Wuan and quickly walked past Long Yi. As for Long Yi, seeing this jealous appearance of Long Linger, he was full of smiles. Then waving his hand towards many girls surrounding him, he ran to chase after Long Linger. Darling Linger, why did you just run past me without even calling me? Throwing away husband and abandoning child, however, will get you struck by lightning. Long Yi mischievously smiled and pulled Long Linger's hand. Long Linger shook off the hand of Long Yi and snorted, who is seducing and then abandoning, heartless fickle big pervert. How could that be? Even if I have to betray everyone else under the heaven, I will absolutely not betray my darling Linger. Long Yi said such sickening words with a smile, and his big hand shamelessly once again reached out to grab the little hand of Long Linger. Who knows what you said is real or fake? Long Linger lowered her head and softly said, and her little hand slightly struggled before she let Long Yi grab it. Smelly second brother, you should speak less such sickening words. Hearing you, I am having goosebumps all over. On the other side, Zimin Wuan shivered and said with an aversion look. Long Yi hollowly laughed. He can't do anything about it. Who said all girls loves to hear this every now and then? Despite them knowing that this naturally was false, he still felt comfortable. Little sister, I am already here for so long, but I don't know which class you are in? Long Yi asked. I am a nominal student in Light Department Magic class, but I rarely go to the class. Generally I go to the library to read books. Zimin Wuan said. She would soon break through Advanced Magician Realm and enter Master Magician Realm, so attending the class was pure waste of time. As a result, she always went to library to read. Are there many books in library? Long Yi asked. You idiot, The library of Holy Magic Academy, however, is the biggest library of entire Blue Waves continent. Even the Royal Library collection of 3 great empire combined together will not be able to compare the library of here. Longlinger gave Long Yi a supercilious look. This smelly fellow actually doesn't even has this small amount of general knowledge. Biggest library? The eyes of Long Yi shone, although there were many books in the bookshelves inside his space ring. But compared to Holy Magic Academy's library, the difference between them was undoubtedly just like the difference between a brook and ocean. Now he made a decision. After this matter was done, he would go to the library. He had many questions, and he had only half-baked knowledge about them. Not long after, 3 people arrived at the dwelling courtyard of Puxiusi. And just before they knocked the door, they saw Puxiusi and Lin Na coming out from inside. This grandfather and granddaughter pair, both had fiery red hair and were wearing fiery red magic robe. Even when they were walking over from distant, they could already feel a burst of blazing aura. Wuan, Linger, you came. Lin Na happily ran over, and familiarly held the hand of both girls. However, from the beginning, she completely ignored Long Yi beside them. It seems she was still brooding over the last time's extorting incident. 2 women and Lin Na exchanged pleasantries, and only after Puxiusi walked over, they stopped and respectfully greeted him with a slight bow. But as for Long Yi, he was merely sizing up this imposing old man. There was no changes from the last time he had seen him in Huangming small town. Puxiusi had already seen this completely careless and sloppy youth, and seeing that face, he felt that face was somewhat familiar. And seeing this youth was sizing him up without any restraint at this moment, his eyes became sharp if sharp sword. 4 eyes met face to face, and both of them were shocked. This moment, Puxiusi had amazed looks. Soon after that he suddenly recalled who this youth was. This youth was that same kid that casually dispelled his spirit pressure in Huangming Plain. He had never thought that only after a little more than a year, he unexpectedly had already progressed to such degree. Truly the younger generations will surpass us in time. Ah, tough child, we meet again. Puxiusi suddenly laughed and said, making 3 women rather puzzled looking at him. Old man, unexpectedly still remember me? It seems you are still not dotard. Long Yi said with a smile. The words old man however made Longlinger and Simon Wuan turn pale with fright. Puxiusi however was Master Archmage who was looked up to by all the magicians. Ah, and here he was addressing him like this. Could it be that he didn't fear for his life? Even though you are so young in age, but your spirit power is so unfathomable, so, even if I want to forget you boy, it is still very difficult. Ah, are you the student of Holy Magic Academy? With your cultivation level, how come I have never heard of you before? Ah. Puxiusi didn't mind the way Long Yi addressed him, rather asked with a smile. My name is Long Yi, just entered the academy 2 days ago, so it's not surprising that you haven't heard about me. Long Yi said with a smile. He was completely unrestrained even in front of Puxiusi, as if he was treating him as a common old man. Seeing her grandpa seem to have very good impression on Long Yi, Lin Na couldn't help but said in her charming voice, Grandpa, he is that scoundrel who swindled away your 1,000 amethyst coins last time. Puxiusi was dumbfounded, although the cause of that matter was Lin Na. But thinking about that 1,000 amethyst coin, he would still have endless heartache till this date. Tough child, you swindling my 1,000 amethyst coins in collusion with tyrannical bear mercenary group, how should we settle this account? Puxiusi retracted his smile, then staring at Long Yi, he said. Seeing Puxiusi seemed angry, Longlinger hastily said, Teacher Puxiusi, I will return that 1,000 amethyst coins to you. Still farting. Ah, I say old man, you are saying I swindled you, but do you have any proof? If there is no proof then I can sue you for slandering. Long Yi suddenly interrupted Longlinger's words, and half squinting his eyes, he looked face to face against Puxiusi. Puxiusi, who was a wily old fox, snorted and said, Tough child, Do not think that this matter is completely flawless. Several hundred people of Tyrannical Bear mercenary group have participated in this matter. I don't believe that everyone's mouth is sturdy like iron plate. Long Yi pricked his brows. This old man was very crafty, indeed. This was a very big flaw, and with the reputation and ability of Puxiusi, prying open the mouth of several mercenaries shouldn't be difficult too. Then wait until you find the proof before speaking. Long Yi laughed and said he didn't believe that Puxiusi would spend so much time and energy to look into this matter. Moreover, even if several mercenaries spoke the truth, that was not very useful, unless he could make more than half of the mercenaries of Tyrannical Bear mercenary group to unanimously speak. This matter was acting from the beginning to end. Puxiusi looked towards the sky. Honestly speaking, with his current strength, there were very few opponents in this entire Blue Waves continent, but today, seeing Long Yi, this youth who he was unable to see through, he had a kind of impulse to fight with him. And in the eyes of Long Yi, he also saw the same kind of thirst. Grandpa, it's time for us to go now. Don't waste time speaking with this kind of scoundrel. Lin Na said while fiercely glaring at Long Yi. Well, it's time to go, boy. Don't leave for this 3 months from here. I will slowly settle the account with you after I get back. Puxiusi said to Long Yi. I say, old man, can't you postpone 1 or 2 days to leave? That way we can begin settling the account now. Long Yi eagerly stared at Puxiusi, having the same thoughts as Puxiusi in his mind. How could Puxiusi not see what Long Yi was thinking? But the place where he was taking both Lin Na and Long Linger was a place which opened once every 5 years, and if they became late then they had to wait another 5 years to enter. But, testing this boy was more important. Suddenly, a red light burst out from the body of Puxiusi, and a huge energy pushed back Zemin Wuan and other 2 girls. Then he used magic domain to shroud Long Yi. And noticing now there was no magic elements in the air, Long Yi knew that Puxiusi had already spread his magic domain. Heaven burning flame, burn. Puxiusi floated in the air and muttered, then the entire domain was burned with a red flame, instantly submerging both himself and Long Yi. Seeing this, 3 girls outside were alarmed, and all of them cried out in surprise. Long Linger and Zemin Wuan were even more nervous, although they knew the ability of Long Yi, and also had seen that at that time he was able to escape unscathed from forbidden magic spell god burning magic, but now he was confronting against Master Archmage possessing magic domain, so they couldn't help but got anxious. You 2 can rest assured, Grandpa have propriety. He will just teach that bastard a small lesson, and will not hurt his life. Seeing Long Linger and Zemin Wuan were getting worried, Lin Na couldn't help but console them. This heaven-burning flame continued to burn for no less than a quarter of an hour before dispersing. And after that, seeing the scene within the magic domain of Puxiusi, all 3 girls were dumbstruck. They saw that more than the half of Long Yi's clothing had already burned into ash, exposing that silver armor inside. Now his handsome face was also burned black, and majority of his pitch-black long hair was also burned, making him look very miserable. And Puxiusi was also in sorry state. There were holes in his fiery magic robe, and a big chunk of his lower jaw's beard was also missing. Carefully looking, the 3 girls saw that the right hand of Long Yi was grabbing a chunk of fiery red beard, and was smiling, showing his pure white teeth. This smile showing his white teeth accompanied with his current burnt black handsome face unexpectedly was dazzling to the eye of others. Puxiusi withdrew his magic domain, and angrily looked at Long Yi. This dumb idiot unexpectedly sliced off more than half of his proud bread, truly making him angry. But at the same time, he was also extremely surprised in his heart. How old was this boy? But he was actually able to injure him in his own domain. Although he had not gone all out and used only rank 10 strengthened version crowd attack magic, but under the amplification of this domain, it was only a little inferior to forbidden magic spells. Old man, you a master archmage is also not up to much. Long Yi shook the bread in his hand and said with a smile, tough child, you are too complacent, just you wait. After I return back, I will teach you a very good lesson." The anger of Puxiusi gradually disappeared, and his gaze looking towards Long Yi also had some admiration. After that Puxiusi entered into the house, quickly changed his clothing, groomed his lower jaws bred, and coming out, he said, "Lin Na, Linger, we are going." The body of Long Linger shook, and turning around to look at Long Yi, she suddenly felt very reluctant to part, and tears filled her beautiful eyes. "Linger, wait a moment." Long Yi suddenly called out, then walked to the front of Long Linger, and under the gaze of everyone, he hugged Long Linger and kissed her little mouth. Long Linger blanked out. She wanted to push Long Yi away, but thinking they were going to separate, she felt sad, and hugging the neck of Long Yi, she passionately responded. Seeing this, the beautiful face of Zimin Wuan and Ling Na reddened. Even Puxiusi, this old man who had lived for a long time, was surprised. He had never seen the scene of man and woman kissing in public before, and to think that when he and his already deceased wife were going steady, they dared to engage in such activity only in secret, this made him sigh with emotion in his heart. Being youth is very good. After their lips parted, the eyes of Long Linger blurred while watching Long Yi, then she whispered in his ear, "You are not allowed to forget me, and also not allowed to dally with women." And not waiting for Long Yi to answer, Long Linger jumped, then along with Puxiusi and Lin Na, she fly away, disappearing in a blink of an eye, only leaving behind her lingering fragrance around him for a long time. "Hey, smelly second brother, Linger is gone, so why are you still staring?" Seeing Long Yi was still lost in thought, Zimin Wuan pulled his sleeve. Long Yi snapped out of his trance, then looking at Zimin Wuan, he smiled. Now she was calling him second brother, merely she added a word smelly in the front, but in any case, it was a good improvement. "I see Linger really likes you, don't hurt her again." Zimin Wuan said, "Little sister, why are you always afraid that I will hurt Linger? She loves me, and the love I return her isn't any inferior to hers." Long Yi said with a smile. Zimin Wuan wanted to say something but then hesitated, and sighing, she said nothing. Although she could tell that Long Linger was really trapped in, but she feared that the trapper of Long Linger was not sincere. "Little sister, let's go to eat breakfast together," Long Yi said to Zimin Wuan. Zimin Wuan nodded her head, then together with Long Yi, she went to that dining hall which was in the mountain behind Academy. Looking at the graceful table manner of Zimin Wuan, Long Yi couldn't help but laugh. Having such a convenient little sister was also not bad, even looking at her all day long was also eye-pleasing. "Smelly second brother, why are you looking at me without eating food?" Zimin Wuan glared at Long Yi and protested coquettishly. Long Yi smirked and said, "Who asked my little sister to be so beautiful? Even while eating you look so beautiful, so how could your second brother not appreciate this?" The beautiful face of Zimin Wuan became slightly red, and a smile appeared on her face. She still quite enjoyed the praise of Long Yi, and when she was thinking of carrying on speaking with Long Yi, she suddenly saw a woman wearing blue water magic robe in the doorway of this dining hall, and she was angrily walking towards them, and the target of her gaze was precisely Long Yi, who was sitting opposite to her. Chapter 154, Compressed Magic. "Smelly second brother, you seem to be in trouble." Zimin Wuan kicked the leg of Long Yi under the table and said. Having heard what was said, Long Yi raised his head, and following the gaze of Zimin Wuan, he saw Shui Ruoyan with anger across her entire face was walking towards him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wondered, could it be that this woman still holds a grudge for that day's matter of spanking her buttocks? Truly narrow-minded. Shui Ruoyan stood in front of Long Yi, and someone immediately recognized Long Yi and Shui Ruoyan were precisely the male and female protagonist of the rumor that was floating around the academy, and immediately made a big fuss, causing everyone to look at this good play. Of course, there were lots of people who were looking at Long Yi with jealousy. If a gaze alone was able to kill people, then Long Yi would have already died over 10,000 times. Zimin Wuan looked at Long Yi and again looked at Shui Ruoyan, seeing one was casual and other was burning with anger, she hesitated and said, I still have class, so I'll leave first, you two can slowly chat. Ah. This girl doesn't has any spirit of loyalty. Looking at the back view of leaving Zimenwuan, Long Yi cursed in his heart. Then eating a piece of dessert, he carelessly said, Teacher Shui Ruoyan, how about we have a talk after changing our location? Of course, if you do not mind having so many students looking at us just like monkeys performing tricks, then I also don't mind. Shui Ruoyan coldly looked around, and with her natural might brought about by her Archmage realm cultivation, all of the students avoided her gaze one after another, as they didn't dare to look at her face to face. You come with me. Finished speaking, Shui Ruoyan turned around and walked out of dining hall, leading Long Yi to a secluded place in the mountain behind the academy. Teacher Shui Ruoyan, this place is desolate and uninhabited. Why on earth did you lead me here? Can it be that you want to carry out that cruel and inhumane first rape then kill crime? Long Yi said with turning pale with fright appearance, but his eyes were brimming with smile. Hearing Long Yi talking nonsense, the anger of Shui Ruoyan surged. Now she truly wanted to pounce and tear him into 2 pieces of meat. Yesterday, why didn't you come to attend the class? Shui Ruoyan forced down her anger, then angrily asked, why should I attend the class? Long Yi smiled and asked in reverse, You are a student, so you should attend the class. Shui Ruoyan clenched her hands into fists, and she felt that she was on the verge of dying from an excess of anger. Well, do you think it is necessary for me to attend the class? Long Yi smirked and asked. Seeing anger across the beautiful face of Shui Ruoyan, Long Yi unexpectedly had a kind of unknown pleasure in his heart. Wasn't this somewhat abnormal? Shui Ruoyan was startled. Yes. This smelly bastard can even unscrupulously bully her, a teacher, so is it still necessary for him to attend the class? Recalling the matter of that night, her face burned with shame, but soon after that was filled with anger, with her complexion becoming green and red simultaneously, and she was speechless for a short while. Teacher Shui Ruoyan, are you all right? Seeing the complexion of Shui Ruoyan was not so good, Long Yi asked in concern. Shui Ruoyan snapped out from her trance, then biting her lower lip, she suddenly sighed, and said with loneliness, Yes, it is not necessary for you to attend the class, I also have no qualification to teach you. Seeing the current appearance of Shui Ruoyan, Long Yi instead was dumbfounded for quite a while, and said slowly, That day I was merely lucky. You are not any inferior to me in strength. Shui Ruoyan raised her head, and suddenly smiling, she said, Is this you consoling me? I truly don't know how you were able to court Long Ling or like this, so stupid. Looking at Shui Ruoyan's charming face, Long Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why are women always so apt to change? Long Yi, can you tell me, who taught you that strange magic, and how can you move so quickly? Shui Ruoyan asked. She truly was very curious, and also was very longing to know. Long Yi mischievously laughed and said, Didn't I already said you that light god came to my dream and taught them to me? There is nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Shui Ruoyan again got angry and snorting, she said, Not telling me, it's okay, I will go to look for Dean Puxiusi. I believe he will also be very interested to know. That old man Puxiusi, I just had a fight with him and pulled out more than half of his bread. Long Yi pricked up his brows and said with a smile, Bragging doesn't work out a sketch, with your strength, you can only bully weak women like me. Shui Ruoyan didn't believe in Long Yi. Long Yi rolled his eyes. She is a weak woman. If an archmage woman capable of casting rank 10 saint grade magic is considered a weak woman, then the majority of people of this world is infants without the strength to truss a chicken. What's with your expression? Looking at your burnt hair, I am afraid you were taught a good lesion by Dean Puxiusi. Shui Ruoyan laughed looking at the hair of Long Yi. I say old lady, if you don't know then don't make a wild guess. Long Yi said, What did you call me, old lady? Do I look very old? The complexion of Shui Ruoyan immediately changed. This dumb idiot unexpectedly called her old lady. This is outrageous. Not old, not old, you look only 30 or so. precisely in your prime age. Long Yi smiled and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I am only 27 this year, whereas 3. Shui Ruoyan finished speaking and immediately realized that she was cheated, then fuming with anger, she glared at Long Yi. "Oh, just 27 years old, not old, just right age to be my woman." Long Yi smiled and watching Shui Ruoyan, he told her the truth. Her that mature charm was very attractive to him. Shui Ruoyan angrily glared at Long Yi and said angrily, "Just drop dead already. If I die then wouldn't you become a widow?" The other night, I wonder who said that as long as someone gave a bowl of noodles, she would pledge to marry him. Eating the noodles then falling out and becoming hostile? Long Yi mischievously teased. Eating until full then playing with woman was a most joyful matter. Shui Ruoyan suddenly got hot and dry, then pushing away Long Yi, she flew away. Long Yi shook his head and smiled, then he also flew towards the library. Since this place had the largest library in the entire Blue Waves continent, there must be many books he had never seen before. He decided to spend his whole day there. With his identity card, Long Yi easily entered the library, just entered and discovered that the first floor of the library was filled with people. There were hundreds of tables, but none of them were open and people were sitting even on the ground. Long Yi slightly looked around, and discovered that in the bookshelves of the first floor, there were only elementary magic, elementary Gi and so on books. So Long Yi went to second floor. In the second floor, there were less people comparatively, but all the seats were full, only not exaggerate like first floor. In the rows of bookshelves of this second floor, there were a number of intermediate rank books. After arriving here, Long Yi understood this place's arrangement, and assumed that there would be advance-ranked books in third floor. Long Yi went to the third floor, then immediately walked towards the fourth floor, but in the staircase, there unexpectedly was a barrier. However, all the barriers were practically useless against him. Long Yi easily entered the fourth floor. The fourth floor was empty. It might be assumed that only those who had reached Master Magician could enter this floor. The eyes of Long Yi glimmered. According to his calculation, fifth floor must be the place where only those who had reached Mage Realm could enter. For sixth floor Archmage. Then for seventh floor, wouldn't it be only Master Archmage and above could enter? The heart of Long Yi thumped wildly, and his entire thought was in the seventh floor. What kind of books would be in that seventh floor? Long Yi looked around like a thief, and seeing no one was paying attention, he ran directly to the sixth floor. He felt that the higher he went the more powerful the barrier was. When he had entered to sixth floor from fifth floor, he had spent quite a bit of time. After arriving to the sixth floor, Long Yi instead was not impatient to go to the seventh floor. This sixth floor had only 5 bookshelves, and was empty with no one else here. Long Yi was very curious to see what kind of books were here in this sixth floor, so he began to look rows after rows of books, and discovered that there were books of all elements rank 10 magic spells, as well as magic notes left behind by previous generations. All of them were truly worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold. The eyes of Long Yi shone. So many good books, wouldn't it be better to take all of them away and slowly read them? But when he had just entered into the library, he had taken a glance at the rules of library. Among them there was a rule stating that the books that are in the fourth floor and above can only be read in the library, all of them cannot be borrowed. Still Long Yi thought to throw some of these books in his space ring and take them away, then after finished reading them, return them back and again take some other books and do the same, like that wouldn't it be better? Long Yi mischievously smiled, and decided to take away the notes of the magic predecessors first. These things however were the painstaking efforts of several predecessors, and Long Yi naturally knew that these things were of great value. But when he wanted to throw these notes into his space ring, he discovered that they would not enter the space ring. As it turned out, all these books in this place had passive tricks, but even after Long Yi looked all over it, he found nothing. So he couldn't help but got somewhat disappointed. Then he honestly sat on the ground and began reading the book. While reading, the mind of Long Yi was completely immersed in the sea of books. One should know that his reading speed was quite amazing, as he only spent a daytime to completely read dozens of books. Moreover, the contents of the books were all recorded in his mind word for word. Long read as if intoxicated and stupefied, although he was nowhere near reaching Archmage. Still, this didn't affect Long Yi from the feeling of suddenly seeing the light. At this time, Long Yi took out a dusty notes from the lowest part of the bookshelf, then opening it, he looked, and immediately his eyes lit up. In the first page of this note, using vigorous magic characters, few large characters were boldly written, Theory of the Using Magic Compression. Can magic be compressed? Long Yi thought in his heart, then very impatiently, he read this note. Admirable, really admirable, this fellow is a true genius. As it turned out, magic can still be used as this. Long Yi, as if eaten stimulant, shouted loudly. If the theory of the note was established, then after the compression, the might of magic would be several times more powerful compared to using it without compressing magic. What a brilliant concept! According to this concept, if a forbidden magic spell is compressed to a certain degree and fired, then the might of this single forbidden magic would be equivalent to several forbidden magic spell, and its explosion power would be equivalent to the explosion of atom bomb. Add a few more of them, and wouldn't it be enough to blow down that Hangzhuan mountain? Chapter 155, Ling Feng, Different Domain Undead Summoning Magic. Long Yi cheerfully turned over the final page of this note, and lastly saw the warning of the author in the last page. The warning said that, while practicing this theory, there was a considerable chance of the explosion of magic elements, immediately making Long Yi depressed to the extreme. But very quickly, Long Yi dismissed this depression in his mind. Now his understanding of magic also had a certain depth, and the author had stated that this theory of magic compression should be practical, so he decided to look for a chance to give it a try after going out from here. Now, Long Yi's path of magic really began to enrich. He had already experienced the might compound magic, and if he was able to compress this compound magic and cast it, then how much bigger the might would be. Long Yi began to get excited in his heart. At this time, the heart of Long Yi suddenly jumped. He saw that the barrier of stairs was beginning to fluctuate as if the ripples. Unexpectedly someone was coming. Subconsciously, Long Yi retracted all his aura and swiftly leapt up to the dark part of the ceiling. Now if one didn't look carefully, one would absolutely not be able to see him. Just after Long Yi concealed himself, a figure came in, and unexpectedly went straight to the 7th floor. Ling Feng? Long Yi was incomparably shocked in his heart. The person that had just came was unexpectedly his dormitory roommate Ling Feng. He had at most reached advanced magician realm, but how was he able to come here? But Long Yi again thought, wasn't he himself was also similarly not qualified to enter here, and relied on his internal force to forcibly come here? So it might be assumed that Ling Feng also had a method to bypass the barriers. This boy really hid himself. See how I will force you to reveal your true features today. Long Yi mischievously laughed in his heart. With regarding to Ling Feng concealing himself, Long Yi was not angry. Wasn't he himself was also concealing many things from other people? But now that he had seen this, he naturally would take a look at what sort of expert was Ling Feng. After Ling Feng arrived in front of the barrier blocking the path to 7th floor, she fished out a strange 7-colored jade stone from her pocket. Then firmly holding that jade stone with her both hands, she began to recite incantation. Suddenly, 7-colored radiance sprang out of her hands, instantly covering the entire body of Ling Feng, and taking advantage of this, she rushed towards the barrier. The barrier began to fluctuate when it came into contact with that 7-colored radiance, and Ling Feng squeezed in little by little. Looked very difficult. It took nearly half an hour for Ling Feng to finally pass through the barrier. Long Yi jumped down, and didn't immediately rush to the 7th floor, rather carried on reading the books of 6th floor for a good while. Only after that he walked towards the stairs leading to 7th floor. Long Yi used his internal force to cover his entire body, and slowly walked towards the barrier. This barrier was obviously much stronger compared to the barrier of the 6th floor. And it took great effort of Long Yi to pass through it. Using his internal force to pass through the barrier was extremely advantageous, because the internal force would absorb and assimilate the energy of barrier, thus not causing any fluctuation in barrier. A very dense dark aura. The pupils of Long Yi shrunk, and he quickly used his spirit power to isolate himself from this aura. Long Yi probed from the head of the flight of stairs. As it turned out, the 7th floor only had a single bookshelf, placed in the corner formed by 2 walls. Moreover, in the ceiling and the floor, there were glistening various kind of magic runes, forming a strange magic formation. But what surprised Long Yi the most was Ling Feng. Ling Feng was sitting cross-legged in the middle of this magic formation, and her body was emitting dark magical power. Moreover, just above her head, a fist-sized black stone was floating, and right now faint dark light, as if iron encountering a magnet, was slowly entering into the head of Ling Feng. As it turned out, Ling Feng was dark and earth class, dual-class magician. Wasn't this just like Ling Yuiu? Only different was Ling Yuiu was spirit and dark-class magician. Long Yi was thinking as if lightning in his mind. Did Ling Feng come to Holy Magic Academy for the sake of cultivating here? What exactly is that black stone floating above her head? The cultivation of Ling Feng didn't last too long. Not long after, the black stone above her head began to retract its black light, changing into a piece of lusterless ordinary stone, and the dark mist around her body also retracted into her body and concealed itself. After that, Ling Feng suddenly opened her eyes, and with a sudden flash of black light, her eyeballs immediately changed back to brown color. Merely Long Yi felt as if he saw a deep sea blue colored eyes for an instant. After that, that black stone floating above the head of Ling Feng fell to the ground, and happens to embed inside the hole, which had exactly the same shape as that stone, on the floor. It might be assumed that this stone was originally inlaid on the ground. Just then, a magic wand suddenly appeared on the hand of Ling Feng. Then she began to recite incantation. After that, black light shot out from her magic wand to the air, and suddenly a fissure appeared in the space. Dark God's blessing. I must succeed. Ah! Ling Feng expectantly looked at the space fissure and muttered. Black mist fluctuated within the space fissure, as if something was in the process of struggling violently. Not long after, the space fissure began to slowly close, but the thing inside still didn't come out, and the eyes of Ling Feng showed disappointment. But when the space fissure was just about to close, suddenly a green light flashed, and a humanoid monster, covered with long green furs all over, fell off the space fissure. Yes, I succeed. I finally summoned Green-Furred Corpse King. Ling Feng jumped and cheered. Now her expression looked just like that of little girl. Long Yi had his mouth wide open. My God, what am I seeing? It was actually the lost magic to summon the undead of different realm. Byte.Zuyuja's Undead Magic book had the record of this different domain undead summoning magic. However, there was no record of its incantation. Legend stated that this undead summoning magic appeared 10,000 years ago, and its biggest difference with ordinary undead summoning magic was, it can summon undead creatures of different space. One should know that the undead creatures of different space were many times more powerful compared with ordinary undead. Moreover, once the summoning succeed, they would be the most faithful servant of the necromancer forever. And during the time when necromancer didn't need it, necromancer could release it back to the different space. It could be said that this different domain undead summoning magic was the dream magic of all necromancer. He had never thought that he would unexpectedly see this magic on Ling Feng today. Good boy. Long Yi took a deep breath, and under the extreme shock state, his spirit guard shield unexpectedly fluctuated slightly. Just then, that motionless green-furred corpse king unexpectedly issued an ear-piercing shrill, and changing into a green light, rushed towards the stairs where Long Yi was hiding. Bang! Long Yi palm-chopped this green-furred corpse king and sent it flying back. If it was ordinary undead, then it would have already chopped to pieces. But this green-furred corpse king immediately stood up after heavily falling on the ground, without any injury. This made Long Yi admire its strong defense power. When green-furred corpse king wanted to rush again, Ling Feng however used magic to stop it, then spoke. Who is there? Quickly come out. There seems to be a hint of nervousness in her voice. Long Yi leapt swiftly and landed in front of Ling Feng, then laughing, he said, Ling Feng, It's such a coincidence to meet you here. Ling Feng turned pale, and she asked in a low voice, did you see everything? Yes. Long Yi nodded his head. I didn't mean to hide it, merely, I know you are definitely feeling disgusted with me now. Long Feng bit her lower lips in a feminine way, and her expression looked somewhat restless and gloomy. I know, everyone has their own secrets, and I am no exception. Long Yi lightly smiled. Then he walked to the front of Ling Feng and heavily patting on the shoulder of Ling Feng, he said, look at yourself, now you look just like a woman. Is there any reason for me to hate you? Even truly loving you is still not enough. The face of Ling Feng reddened, and pushing away the big hand of Long Yi, she said, do you really not hate me? I am dark magician. Long Yi mysteriously smiled, and signaled her to come near with a finger, and said, bring your ears over here, I'll tell you a secret. Ling Feng obediently moved her head closer, and feeling Long Yi's hot breath blowing in her neck, she couldn't help but feel bashful and her ear heated up. Ling Feng, how come you have pierced here? You are not a woman, are you? Sharp-eyed Long Yi saw that the fine ear of Ling Feng unexpectedly had 2 small holes, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Feng instantly pushed Long Yi away, and loudly yelled in embarrassment, you are a woman. There is nothing unusual to have pierced ears, so what's there to be so surprised? Long Yi laughed, thinking about it. In his previous incarnation, there once was a trend where those youth would pierce several holes in their ears, so there truly was nothing to make a fuss. Long Yi apologized, don't be angry, I was merely blowing a hot air. Our Ling Feng is so manly, how can he be a woman? This still is not good for me. Hereafter again say I am a woman, then I will fall out with you. Ling Feng said while fuming with anger. Will not say, I will definitely not say. Long Yi pledged. Weren't you going to tell me a secret? What is it? Ling Feng said. Long Yi smirked and said, if I say me and you are same kind of people, then do you believe me? Ling Feng was startled and said in amazement, you mean you are also dark magician? Smart, here is a hug as a reward. Long Yi giggled and was about to hug Ling Feng, but was pushed away. Stop being so disgusting, are you really a dark magician? Ling Feng impatiently asked, and her eyes looking towards Long Yi had faint trace of happiness. Don't believe me, then watch. The blood-colored skull mark on the palm of his left hand flashed with red light, and 18 super skeleton who were idle for a long time appeared, and the killing intent on their body made that green-furred corpse king summoned by Ling Feng to retreat back successively. And what made Long Yi surprise was that super skeleton holding blood-colored sickle who was named Long Tu unexpectedly came to his back on its own without his command. Long Tu, it's been a long time since you last exercised, your bones are trusty, right? Long Yi patted the bone shoulder of Long Tu in surprise, while thinking, could it be that this skeleton really produced consciousness? But thinking about it, these skeletons didn't have anything besides bones, so that was very unlikely. This action of Long Tu might only be a kind of odd reflex action. Ah, you are really a necromancer as me, your skeletons are really beautiful. At this time, Ling Feng suddenly exclaimed in pleasant surprise, and enviously looked at those 18 super skeletons of Long Yi. Necromancer is indeed deserved to called a necromancer, just saw skeletons, and she used the word beautiful to describe them. One should know that even though these skeletons were strong, they were just an ugly skeletons. Long Yi, why were you talking with your skeleton? Could it be that they are conscious? Lin Feng asked, feeling surprise. Long Yi looked back to imposing Long Tu, then shrugging his shoulder, he said, who knows? I am not sure whether they have conscious or not. Chapter 156, Demonic Stone. Ling Feng sized up Long Yi's 18 super skeletons in surprise, then suddenly giggled and said, just like you have said, how can skeleton produce consciousness? Long Yi smiled and no longer entangled in this problem. He looked at that black stone that had again embedded on the ground and asked, what is this stone? This is a demonic stone. It contains strong dark power, and furthermore generates strange sounds. The people who heard this sound will lose their reason, thereby becoming insane bloodthirsty person. Ling Feng said. There actually is such evil stone, then why am I not hearing its sound? Long Yi curiously asked, then crouching down, he carefully observed this demonic stone on the ground. Don't you see these light magic runes? They form a magic formation that suppress this demonic stone. If it was not like that, then how can I so arbitrarily absorb the dark power inside the demonic stone? Ling Feng laughed. Long Yi nodded his head, and curiously reached out his big hand towards this demonic stone. Lightly touching, the surface of this swarthy stone actually rippled, and a kind of cool and refreshing cold feeling made Long Yi feel very comfortable. But just then, the ripples flashed, and Long Yi suddenly saw an eye inside this stone. That pupil was also black in color, same as his pupils, but what was different was, this eye was flashing with coldness that made Long Yi feel as if even his soul was being frozen stiff. Ha! Long Yi hastily retreated 2 steps with his entire face covered with alarmed look. That coldness coming through his soul made his whole body shiver involuntarily. Long Yi, what happened? Seeing the alarmed face of Long Yi, Ling Feng couldn't help but ask worriedly. Long Yi took deep breaths to somewhat calm down his state of mind. Then pointing at that demonic stone on the ground, he said, just now an eye appeared inside it, did you see? I don't see it there wasn't even a slightest changes in this stone Ling Feng shook her head and said, then did you see ripples on its surface? Long Yi asked feeling surprise. Not at all. Ling Feng still shook her head. Long Yi frowned without speaking. He was sure that what had appeared just now was absolutely not his hallucination, even though that ice-cold feeling had now already dissipated completely. Ling Feng, do you know the origin of this demonic stone? Long Yi asked while pondering. This demonic stone was absolutely not that simple. It must have universally shocking origin. I am not very clear. The records about demonic stone is very rare. I only know that it first appeared more than 10,000 years ago, and was suppressed here 100 years ago. As for everything else, I don't know. Ling Feng said. Long Yi nodded his head and no longer asked about it again. From the expression of Ling Feng, he could see that he was still hiding something. Long Yi had the heart to study this mysterious demonic stone again, but recalling the circumstance of just now, he however didn't dare to act rashly again. Perhaps that old man Puxiusi knows something about it. When he came back, I will ask him. Sobering up, Long Yi looked at Ling Feng. Is this guy a person of dark church? Honestly speaking, he never had any good impression of dark church. Why are you looking at me like this? Is there flower blooming in my face? Ling Feng somewhat unnaturally said. There is no flower blooming, merely I have a question. Are you a person of dark church? Long Yi asked, staring at Ling Feng. The complexion of Ling Feng changed, then intricately looking at Long Yi for a good while, she softly said, I know you have prejudice against dark church, but I do not want to deceive you. I am indeed a person from dark church. Long Yi was dumbfounded and said curiously, how do you know that I have prejudice against dark church? That doesn't matter, in any case I know. Ling Feng turned her head and said in low spirits. Long Yi thought a bit, then shaking his head, he laughed. When did he become so stupid? Dark Church with Proud Moon Empire had jointly attacked him several times, and the status of Ling Feng within Dark Church shouldn't be low, so he naturally knows his ins and outs. Moreover, it seems Intoxicated Fragrant Building should in fact be the stronghold of Dark Church in Mi Principality. Just then, Long Yi suddenly thought of Mi Empress, that fox demon who frequently haunt Intoxicated Fragrant Building. Was she also working together with Dark Church? Thinking this, Long Yi frowned. Are you angry? Ling Feng asked cautiously. As a matter of fact, one thing she knew after meeting with Long Yi was, she and Long Yi was perfect kindred spirits, so she didn't want to lose this friend. Long Yi raised his hand and looking at Ling Feng, he said, now that you Dark Church knows I am here, why didn't you send someone to assassinate me? I also don't know, I only know that after the complete wipeout in Hengjuan Mountain last time, no further command was issued from above. Ling Feng shook her head. Long Yi pricked up his brows, Could it be that Dark Church was afraid to strike? But his intuition told him that it was never going to be that simple. Perhaps now Dark Church didn't have time and energy to deal with him. Oh, that's right, Ling Feng. Do you know Ling Yuiu? She is your Dark Church's Dark Saintess. Long Yi suddenly thought of Ling Yuiu. After she had gone to see her master, he didn't know how she was doing. Hearing the name Ling Yuiu, Ling Feng revealed a strange expression, then nodded her head with a strange smile hanging on her mouth. Then, do you know the son of your Dark Pope? What sort of guy is he? Since Long Yi was lost in thought, he didn't notice the strange smile on the face of Ling Feng. He is more handsome than you. He is elegant, smart, tender and also thoughtful. Moreover, he is completely infatuated with Dark Saintess. Ling Feng smiled and said. Long Yi paced back and forth with his hand supporting his chin. He felt indescribable restless with anxiety inside his heart. Then snorting he said, you should know that Ling Yuiu is my woman. If that guy dare to have any idea against Ling Yuiu, then your father, I will make him regret for being born as a human. Ling Feng was forced to retreat 2 steps by the killing intent unconsciously released by Long Yi, and with somewhat pale complexion, she said, you can rest assured, our young master is absolutely not that kind of person. He treats other people very nicely. Having heard what was said, Long Yi's state of mind slowly settled down, and seeing somewhat pale face of Ling Feng, he suddenly realized and immediately retracted his killing intent. Long Yi, how many people did you kill? How come you have such dense killing intent? Ling Feng said, having lingering fear. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, I also don't know, I didn't count. Great devil! Ling Feng muttered. Long Yi turned sideways, and looking at that green-furred corpse king behind Ling Feng, he said with a smile, Ling Feng, we are brothers, aren't we? The eyes of Ling Feng shone and immediately nodded her head. You're this different domain undead summoning magic. Is this a shouldn't pass down secret magic? Long Yi smirked and said. Having heard the words of Long Yi, Ling Feng rolled her eyes and said, I know you brat don't have any good idea. Since you want to learn it, take it. Finished speaking, Ling Feng took out a book from her space ring and tossed it towards Long Yi. Long Yi caught the book and couldn't help feeling surprise. Different domain undead summoning magic was an absolute priceless treasure for all necromancer, and it was impossible for Ling Feng to not know its value, so he had asked him only as a joke, but he had never expected that Ling Feng would actually give him this lost for 10,000 years magic technique without even thinking for a bit. Looking at this book in his hand, Long Yi was moved. He really didn't become a friend with a wrong person. Since he was willing to give such priceless thing to him, Long Yi also wouldn't be selfish. He took out Byte.Ziyuji's Undead Magic Encyclopedia and also his notes from inside his space ring, then handed them over to Ling Feng. Proper behavior is based on reciprocity. I shouldn't study this magic in vain. This is for you. Why are you polite with me? This is Byte.Ziyuji's Undead Notes. Ling Feng carelessly looked at the books given to her by Long Yi, but seeing the title of the book, she however couldn't help but screamed. Oh my god! Byte.Ziyuj however was godlike existence in the heart of all the dark magicians, and she had never expected to see the notes he had personally written and also a number of already lost magic spells. This simply shocked her greatly. This is something I have accidentally obtained. The contents inside are very comprehensive. I think it should be somewhat helpful to you. Long Yi smiled and said, Thank you, Long Yi. This however is a priceless treasure. Ling Feng excitedly said, Hee, isn't the thing you gave me also priceless? Although I have no good opinion of Dark Church, but you, Ling Feng is always my brother. Long Yi smiled and patted the shoulder of Ling Feng. Two people got what they wanted, and were very impatient to read. In any case, they don't need to worry about someone coming in, as the only Master Archmage Puxiusi of the Academy had already gone out, so no one will be able to enter here. Long Yi opened the book in his hand, and the more he read, the more surprised he became. The content inside the book opened a completely new world for him. He had no other choice but to admire mankind's creativity and wisdom. Now he knew that green-furred corpse king summoned by Ling Feng, however, was rather weak creature compared to all the undead of other world. Above it, there furthermore were many powerful undead creatures. But this undead summoning magic needed very powerful spirit power and dark magical power. In addition, also a bit of luck to summon successfully, and these summoned undead were also not like that often referred to kind undead that would be slave of necromancer forever, because that undead world also had the law of the jungle. When necromancer released back the summoned undead of different world, they were very likely to be killed by other, more powerful undead. The reading speed of Long Yi was very fast. Not long after, he had completely memorized this different world undead summoning magic. Since he felt that he was already familiar, he naturally wanted to give it a try. He looked at Ling Feng, who was engrossed in Ziyuji's undead magic notes, then walked to one side, and began to think the incantation. A thin layer of dark mist gushed out from the body of Long Yi, and along with his chanting, strong magic fluctuation spread out, which naturally woke up Ling Feng, who was engrossed in the book, with a start. And looking at Long Yi, who was actually using undead summoning magic, she couldn't help but got anxious, and cursed Long Yi for being too rash. Could it be that he didn't read the content of the book properly? If dark magical power or spirit power was insufficient, there was very likely to suffer from backlash. Chapter 157, Not Acknowledging Death. Long Yi tightly closed his eyes, and highly condensing his spirit power, his flourishing dark magical power emanate from his sea of consciousness, and along with the recitation of magic incantation, a space passage opened. Although the concentration and density of his dark magic element was far beyond the level of advanced magician, but his cultivation realm, however, was still at this stage, so he was also only able to cast this different domain undead summoning magic to summon Corpse King. Suddenly, Ling Feng only felt darkness, and the radiance of magic runes on the walls unexpectedly dimmed at this moment. Black mist rolled and a space fissure silently opened. Ling Feng clenched her fists, and with her forehead covered with beads of sweat, she muttered repeatedly, "Succeed, must succeed." At that time, the eyes of Long Yi suddenly opened, and those pupils that could make people palpitate however shrunk, and he shouted loudly, "Your mother, come out for me." The black mist of the fissure fluctuated, and suddenly a silvery light flashed. Ping ping ping, along with 3 sound of pounding on the floor. 3 dazzling with silvery light monsters appeared in front of Long Yi and Ling Feng. This is Silver Armored Corpse King. You actually summoned Silver Armored Corpse King, my god. Ling Feng exclaimed with disbelief written all over her face, and she alternately looked at Long Yi and this Silver Armored Corpse King. Silver Armored Corpse King? Long Yi looked at these 3 monsters who were a head taller than him, and found that they really were not wearing silver armor, rather the skin and muscles of their entire body were hard silver armor, even their head was also like that, and their luminous silver-colored ferocious head looked particularly terrifying. Moreover, from that fierce aura and bloody killing intent leaking out from their body, he knew that they simply were natural killing machine. And even if they were useless to kill, they were quite good to scare people. Long Yi thought in his heart. Long Yi, you brat, could it be that you are Dark Master Archmage? Ling Feng asked while curiously looking at Long Yi. Long Yi smirked, and shaking his head, he said, "No, I am only a small-time advanced dark magician, freak." Ling Feng snorted. Even if Master Archmage casted this different domain undead summoning magic for the first time, then even they wouldn't be definitely able to summon undead with certainty, because the success rate of this summoning magic was very low. If each time they could summon successfully, then wouldn't they be able to create a legion of only different domains fierce undead? And at that time, seizing the cities as well as becoming the emperor would also be possible. Are you jealous? I summoned 3 silver armored corpse kings in my first time, and compared to your green-furred corpse king, they are quite a few grade higher, haha. Long Yi complacently laughed loudly. Ling Feng's mouth twitched, She really was somewhat jealous of Long Yi. The luck of this fellow was quite good, truly making her disequilibrium in her heart. Moreover, she had thought that he was Grand Dark Master Archmage, but unexpectedly turned out to be a small advanced magician. Long Yi looked at his 18 super skeletons and again looked at these 3 silver-armored corpse kings, then couldn't help but think which side was more powerful. So with his thought, Long Tu holding blood-red sickle and those 3 silver-armored corpse kings stepped up. This truly was not him looking down upon silver-armored corpse king, rather the strength of Long Tu was already over great swords master, and as he sees it, Long Tu should be able to deal with them. Just after the thought of Long Yi, the pitch-black high hole of Long Tu flashed with red light, then leaving behind after image. This pitch-black skeleton charged into 3 silver-armored corpse kings, and its opponent's reaction was obviously half a beat slower. The red light flashed, and the blood-colored sickle of Long Tu as if lightning slashed several times. Then along with the metal colliding sounds, those 3 silver-armored corpse kings were sent flying, and heavily collided against the wall. If it was not for the strong barrier in his room, then this wall would already have few holes long ago. All 3 silver-armored corpse kings stood up just like Long Yi had expected. If they were not able to withstand even a single move of Long Tu, then this different domain undead summoning magic wouldn't have deserved its reputation, and even if this move could summon several thousand undead, they would still be nothing but cannon fodders. Now the chest of these 3 silver-armored corpse king were cut open, but the cuts weren't deep at all. All corpse kings of different world had certain intelligence. After they ate loss in the hand of Long Tu, the ferocious nature within their body was stimulated, then simultaneously eschewing several shrill screams, they charged into Long Tu. After that 4 undead immediately got entangled in a fight. Long Tu had advantage in the attack and movement, and those 3 silver-armored corpse kings however had advantage in defense. And as if a self-riding doll, after falling down, they would immediately rise up. At that time, Ling Feng went to the side of Long Yi and with some envy, she said, "Your skeleton is not only beautiful, its attacks are also so strong, and at least has the strength of great swords master. How did you get such good thing?" Character. If character is good, then naturally luck is also good. Long Yi smirked and said he didn't dare to show off his skeletons in public, but this time showing off in front of Ling Feng who similarly cultivate undead magic, there naturally was no problem. "Humphrey, how come I can't see your good character, fickle in love fellow?" Ling Feng said in disdain. T.L. Liking the new and hating the old equals fickle in love. Liking the new and hating the old. I will never do this kind of lacking morality matter. I like new and again not get tired of old. This kind of great heart is called universal love. But not like you, hurting the heart of so many girls. Ah. Long Yi said with a smile. Ling Feng was dumbfounded, and her complexion got somewhat gloomy. Then making a wry smile, she said, "Yes, my character is too poor, always liking the new and getting tired of the old." Seeing the change in the complexion of Ling Feng, Long Yi knew that his words had hit his sore spot, so he immediately apologized to him. And now the outcome of the battle between Long Tu and 3 silver-armored corpse kings was already clear. The 3 silver-armored corpse kings had wounds all over their body, and after falling on the ground, they struggled to stand up, but they were rather unsteady on their feet. And as for Long Tu, its circumstance was also not too good. Bones had broken in several places, and the dark aura on its body was also erratic, obviously was about to reach its limit. And when Long Tu holding blood-red sickle again wanted to rush towards 3 silver-armored corpse kings, Long Yi issued the command to stop, and first used skeleton restoration magic to reconnect the bones of Long Tu, then patting its shoulder, he made it rejoin its unit. As for the treatment of silver-armored corpse kings, it was even simpler. He just injected dark magical power in their body, and they immediately became doughty as dragon and lively as a tiger, truly tough creatures. At this moment, the sky outside was already dark, and Zemin Wuan was standing just outside the library with very anxious expression. Such beautiful woman naturally caused many boys to stop and watch her, but not a single one dared to strike up a conversation. Zimenwuan, however, was a goddess in the mind of many boys, so if they make a single bad move against her, then they would be beaten by a group of people. Just then, Shui Ruoyan walked out from inside the library, making the onlookers' boys to cry out in alarm. Then they opened their eyes with all their might, fearing they would miss the slightest of the movement of these beauties. Teacher Shui Ruoyan, did you find him? Zimenwuan stepped forward and asked anxiously. Shui Ruoyan shook her head and said, he shouldn't be in the library. I looked for him from 4th to 6th floor, but didn't see even the shadow of him there. How could that be? I clearly saw him going to 4th floor. Zimenwuan said. At that time, when she was reading in 3rd floor, she happened to saw Long Yi walking to the 4th floor, and before she could call him, he had already entered 4th floor. Afterwards she didn't see him coming out till now. But he truly is not there. Are you very familiar with Long Yi? Shui Ruoyan asked. She didn't know Long Yi was Zimenwu, and Lin Na also happens to not tell her grandpa Puxi Usi. Zimenwuan was dumbfounded, and she didn't know how to reply for a moment. After all, she couldn't say that Long Yi was her elder brother. Teacher Shui Ruoyan, what a coincidence. At that time, Long Yi and Ling Feng walked out of the library, and while giggling, Long Yi greeted Shui Ruoyan. Shui Ruoyan was utterly surprised looking at Long Yi, and asked in a faltering speech, just now you were in the library? Yes. Long Yi nodded his head, then his eyes drifting towards Zimenwuan, he said with a smile, girl, you are also here, did you have a meal? Let's go together to eat. Seeing Long Yi was unexpectedly ignoring her, Shui Ruoyan got angry and she couldn't help but stepped forward. Then standing right in front of him, she pulled Long Yi and loudly said, tell me clearly, which floor of the library were you in? Long Yi helplessly looked at the surrounding people whispering among themselves, and making a wry smile, he said, I say big sis, you should at least pay attention to your image. Taking my arm in a too familiar way under broad daylight, I wonder what kind of rumors will spread this time. Shui Ruoyan's temper was stubborn, although her beautiful face was already red, she however didn't let go of Long Yi and said, no matter what rumor they spreads, in any case if you don't make it clear, I will not let you go. Okay, I am so scared of you. I and Ling Feng was discussing about a magic problem in the 4th floor of the library, and didn't expect it while discussing, an entire day would be gone. Long Yi pointed to Ling Feng and said, and Ling Feng also cooperatively nodded her head. Nonsense, I carefully looked all around 4th floor, but didn't see you too. Shui Ruoyan coldly said, not believing then forget it, in any case you are not my wife. So why do I still need to make you clear? Can it be that? Long Yi ambiguously smiled towards Shui Ruoyan. Shui Ruoyan after all was a girl, and wasn't able to endure Long Yi's teasing. With her red face, she snorted and shook off his hand. I am starving to death, let's go to eat. Long Yi said while feeling his stomach. Okay, teacher Shui Ruoyan, how about you also come with us? Zimenwuan said to Shui Ruoyan. Shui Ruoyan was thinking to refuse, but heard Long Yi's strange voice. What are you doing calling her? Don't you know she is a busy teacher? How can she have a free time to eat with us? Shui Ruoyan glared at Long Yi and immediately changed her plan, then said to Zimenwuan with a smile, okay, I also happen to be hungry, and since you're inviting me to a dinner, why wouldn't I go? Then let's set out and go to eat freely in intoxicated fragrant building. Long Yi smiled mischievously looking towards Ling Feng. Not ripping off brother, then who should be ripped off? Ling Feng didn't get angry and only gave Long Yi a supercilious look. This kind of feminine action made Long Yi feel a burst of aversion, and said inwardly, the feminine tendency of this brat is too heavy. It seems I have to think of a way to change him. And naturally only women have the ability to change men. That girl Yinian is quite good, it seems I have to act as a go-between the two of them. Chapter 158, See Bye, is that you? 4 people noisily arrived at the intoxicated fragrant building. In fact, Long Yi and Shui Ruoyan were bickering all the way. These two people seemed to be addicted to quarreling. No matter what the other party said, they would be sure to criticize scathingly. With Ling Feng here with them, Long Yi and other naturally went directly to the VIP room of the third floor, and the luxurious arrangement inside made both Zimin Wuan and Shui Ruoyan click their tongue. This kind of extravagance was something Zimin clan could arrange without any problem, but all the clan expenses were capped by Zimin Nu, so it will never be luxurious to this degree, just like intoxicated fragrant building. Cooked dishes and aromatic wines were brought in one after another. Long Yi drank a cup of wine, and suddenly became somewhat lost in thought. Looking at the expression on his eyes, he was obviously missing certain beauty. Eating yet slow-witted, pig. Shui Ruoyan nevertheless completely shed the mask of teacher, and spoke following her heart's intention. This feeling made her feel very pleased. Long Yi sobered up, and ignoring the words of Shui Ruoyan, he said with a smile, although the wine of this intoxicated fragrant building is good, but compared to Elven Forest's 100 flower wine, it is still no up to much. At that time, why didn't I think to take more of them? What a blunder. Ah, he. Long Yi, are you thinking of Elven Forest's 100 flower wine or Elven Forest's beauties? Ah. Ling Feng asked with a smile. Both. Long Yi smirked and said, promiscuous scoundrel. Zimin Wuan and Shui Ruoyan simultaneously snorted. Long Yi simply didn't hear anything. Honestly speaking, after leaving Elven Forest, he had always missed Lucia, that lovely girl, both good at understanding others and tender, really the best sweetheart of man's heart. Ah, recalling her now, Long Yi revealed a lewd smiled, making Shui Ruoyan, who was continuously looking at him, blush and palpitate. While they were eating and drinking, the sky outside already got dark completely, and the magic lights on both sides of the streets simultaneously lit up. Now this entire exotic city was illuminate in a colorful light. After a few days, there is Adventure Convention of Holy Magic Academy, which is held once every 2 years. Students who are advanced magicians can form a group to participate, so are you all participating or not? Shui Ruoyan suddenly said. Adventure Convention? What is that? Long Yi curiously asked. You don't know? Do not say you are the student of me Holy Magic Academy outside, lest you will lose our academy's face. Shui Ruoyan coldly snorted. Don't say then, don't say, you think I care? Ah. Long Yi smiled and said, of course we are participating, how can we miss such an interesting event? Ling Feng hurriedly said, and Zimin Wuan also nodded her head. What's so interesting? What is this adventure convention? Ah, who is going to tell me? Long Yi asked. Adventure Convention is a special event for the students of Advanced Magic Department. Students can independently form a group to enter the Holy Land of Holy Magic Academy located on the mountain behind the academy. That place has an ancient transfer formation, which can transfer students to an illusory magic forest. All the magical beasts inside this forest are basically low level. The strongest magical beasts that are seen till now are only C class, so generally there will not be any danger. Moreover, since it is a magical place, there naturally are many treasures inside. Once, a student had obtained god-grade necklace in that place. Furthermore, legends says that there are divine artifact-grade items too, but obtaining them depends on individuals' luck. Shui Ruoyan explained. As it turned out, this adventure convention is just a treasure hunting convention. Ah. Long Yi said. It can also be said like that, and according to the rules of academy, every group should not have more than 10 people. Moreover, although the magical beasts inside are low level, but sometimes there might be accident, so all the participants must sign life and death contract, stating any accident will have nothing to do with the academy. Shui Ruoyan carried on. Long Yi nodded his head. This cannot be blamed to the academy, as most of the students that attends the Holy Magic Academy were sons or daughters of bigwigs of various countries, and once they got into any accident, it would be hard to justify themselves, so signing such life and death contract was not excessive at all. The difficulty is too low. Not challenging at all, but considering there are treasures to excavate, I will also participate. Long Yi smiled and said, "That's good, then let's form a team of us three." Ling Feng said, "3 people?" Long Yi strangely smiled and nodded his head, expressing he didn't have any objection. Having drunk and eaten to their heart's content, 4 people walked down intoxicated fragrant building and naturally didn't pay a single cent. Although money counts as nothing to Long Yi, and as long as he wished to, he could build countless intoxicated fragrant building, but this was also a kind of interaction style of friendship. In any case, this was also similarly nothing to Ling Feng. Walking down the streets, Long Yi suddenly sensed a slight magic fluctuation in the sky, and involuntarily raised his head. Then he saw 2 figures drifting in the night sky. With his sharp vision, he clearly saw that one among them was dressed in priest robe having golden edge and other was dressed in pure white priest robe. See by. Long Yi's whole body shook violently, while mumbling in a daze. Only after a long time, he as if awakened from a dream, sobered up. Then without saying anything, his figure changed into a blur and shot towards the sky, making Zeman Wuan and other 2 gaze at one another helplessly. The flying speed of Long Yi's soaring magic increased greatly after combing it with great cosmos shift, and after chasing for roughly 2 minutes, Long Yi immediately realized that he was chasing the wrong direction. With the speed of floating magic, even Master Archmage also couldn't lose him off, so he immediately turned around to the other side and began to chase. In just this fashion, after flying back and forth several times, Long Yi finally saw a figure wearing priest robe having golden edge in the sky of the outskirts of the city. This woman had cloak over her head and was flying straight forward. Moreover, her figure was really similar to Si Bai. This moment Long Yi didn't have time to qualm about why 2 people changed into one. Now his heart was completely filled with excitement. Si Bai. Long Yi passionately called out, and his voice was somewhat trembling. Now, this man who could remain calm and unafraid even while facing death however had red eyes. The maiden flying in front stopped after hearing Long Yi's cry and slowly turned around. Si Bai. Long Yi called out again, and in a flash, he appeared in front of this maiden, then hugged her. "Bastard, what are you doing?" The person inside his bosom struggled violently, and after Long Yi loosened his hand, she immediately flew out and floated far away in the sky. As a matter of fact, the moment Long Yi took this girl in his bosom, he instantly knew that he got a wrong person, because he had never forgotten the body fragrance of Si Bai, that a kind of faint jasmine fragrance. But this girl had somewhat gardenia flower-like fragrance, which was different to the body fragrance of Si Bai. Moreover, her voice was also different. "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Long Yi somewhat awkwardly apologized. Now he was very depressed, and his mood also fluctuated rapidly, making him feel very lonely. "Is one sentence 'I'm sorry' enough?" This young girl's voice was tinged with shame and anger. "Then what do you want?" Long Yi somewhat agitatedly said. "You took advantage of other people and still have such vile manner, truly repulsive." Seeing the impatient appearance of Long Yi, this girl got even angrier. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, then said helplessly, "I have already apologized, but if you don't accept it, then I can do nothing about it. I am in a hurry, and I don't have any time to accompany you here." Finished speaking, Long Yi turned around to fly away. "Want to leave? Do you think it's that easy?" This girl yelled in her lovely voice. Then several violent light magic shot towards Long Yi from different angles. Now this level of magic was nothing to Long Yi. He just released his spirit power and wrapped these several light balls, then reaching out his hand, he absorbed them and was immediately assimilated by his internal force without leaving even a bit of light residue. This truly stupefied this young girl. "Can I go now?" Long Yi indifferently said. "No. You can't. You must make amends to me." This young girl stubbornly said. "Didn't I already apologize?" Long Yi frowned. "Apology and amends are 2 different things." Young girl said. "Don't bother me and don't stop me again, I am annoyed." Long Yi endured the restlessness in his heart and said. And just after he turned around again, Long Yi sensed something had made a surprise attack from behind. Then immediately turning around, he palm-chopped. After that, that thrown thing was immediately broken, and Long Yi's true chi however still flew towards that young girl without any hindrance. Then along with tearing sound, the black cloak covering the face of this young girl split into two and fell off, revealing a delicate and peerless beautiful face. With her thin brows, limpid eyes as if star, jade nose and lotus mouth, she looked just like an exquisite porcelain doll. Long Yi was startled seeing the appearance of this girl. He was not fascinated because of her unrivaled beauty, rather felt that this young girl was very familiar, as if he had seen her before. But even after rummaging through his memory, he found no trace of this girl. If he had seen such a beautiful girl, then it was impossible to have no impression at all. Long Yi looked her from up to down, and noticed her right leg only had pink and blue-colored socks, and her shoe however was missing. This moment, Long Yi realized what the thing she had thrown towards him was, and couldn't help but smile. "You scoundrel, what are you smiling for?" This young girl glared at Long Yi, fuming with anger. Seeing this lovely appearance of this young girl, Long Yi wasn't able to get angry with her. He took out an amethyst coin from inside his space ring and threw it towards her and said, "This is to compensate you. By the way, hereafter don't casually wear priest robe having gold edge." Finished speaking, Long Yi disappeared. This young girl held the amethyst coin for a little while, then suddenly smiled brilliantly and peculiar tenderness unexpectedly flashed in her eyes. Not long after Long Yi left, a woman wearing pure white priest robe who similarly also wore black cloak on her head flew over from a distant place, and that peculiar tenderness in the eyes of that young girl immediately disappeared. Moreover, she carelessly threw that amethyst coin inside her space ring. That woman wearing cloak didn't notice the peculiar expression of this girl, merely looking at the direction where Long Yi had disappeared, she sighed with yearning and sadness. Chapter 159, Demonic Stones. Unusual changes. For what remains of my every shred of longing is a mere disheartened, ashen core, still every shred of my ashen core is still longing. This kind of want to see however can't see, want to stay however can't stay feeling was the cruelest torture for people. This is something that the people who haven't fallen in love could ever be able to understand. "Sister Sibai, after you asked me to draw him away, why did you follow us secretly?" Seeing the lonely figure of Sibai, this young girl asked in a relaxed tone. "So that I can see his face. Now I am already very satisfied." Sibai suppressed the longing inside her heart and said indifferently while looking at this young girl with a profound meaning. The eyes of this young girl glimmered, and avoiding the gaze of Sibai with a guilty conscience, said, "I don't understand why you fell in love with him. His reputation however is very poor in entire Blue Waves continent." Sibai turned around, and slowly descended. In the beginning, she really didn't know the identity of Long Yi, but afterwards, she knew, but that really didn't influence the standing of Long Yi in her heart. "Aren't you the same, Dongfang Kexin?" Without turning her head, Sibai said to this young girl. Dongfang Kexin was startled, and only then she understood that her little tricks of just now had already fallen into the eyes of Sibai. She became silent without being able to speak, and her thoughts became somewhat erratic. Zemanyu was her cousin, and she was only 2 years younger than him. During her childhood, she was a sickly child, was emaciated and haggard, and was often bullied by other children in the clan. She clearly remembered, once when her clan held a party, she was stopped by few bad children of the clan, and they smeared muds everywhere on her new clothing. Moreover, one of them pushed her down to the ground, causing her wrist to scrape, and at that time, she could only cry to vent her grievance. "How dare you all bully my cousin?" At that time, Zemanyu was only 7 years old and carrying a wooden sword. He fought with those children, and he was unexpectedly able to beat all those children until they were scared witless and ran away crying, although he himself was also badly battered. At that time, Zemanyu became the god in her mind, occupying her immature heart and spirit. And when Zemanyu took out a handkerchief to bandage her hand's wound, she said with glittering eyes, "Cousin Yu, after growing up, Kexin will marry you." "Fine, then after you became my bride, no one will dare to bully you again." Zimin Yu agreed without any hesitation. Not long after that, Dongfang Kexin was taken in as the adoptive daughter by the Pope of Light Church, Charles, and was taken away. Although this matter was completely forgotten by Zimin Yu long ago, but Dongfang Kexin still firmly remember this. Even when Zimin Yu became famous as a sex fiend, her belief never wavered. Cousin, do you still remember our promise of that time? Dongfang Kexin muttered and sighed. She naturally knew that now he was surrounded by many beautiful women, and feared that he had already forgotten that promise long ago. Seeing the expression of Dongfang Kexin, Bai somewhat understood in her heart that her beloved was a true lady killer. Everywhere he shows mercy, and also attracts the heart everywhere. It seems her decision of at that time to withdraw was right. It was better to let him soar aloft instead of tying him in this small cage. As long as he's happy, it's all worth it, isn't it? CreativeNovels.com approved only. Sister Bai, since you don't want to see him now, then should we return to Light Church? Dongfang Kexin asked after she came to her sense. Aren't you going to introduce yourself to your cousin? I think he will be overjoyed. Bai indifferently said, No, there are plenty of opportunities in the future. At that time, Dongfang Kexin shook her head, revealing a confident smile. When cousin is by himself, I will steal him away. Seeing the expression of Dongfang Kexin, Bai secretly shook her head. She was very clear about what kind of person was Long Yi. She knew that with his nature of heavy righteousness feeling, he would never abandon any woman beside him. A man like him can never belong to only one woman, and if you want his love, then you must compromise. If it was not for the case of her clan's rule, or if she was not afraid to bring trouble to Long Yi, then she would have already compromised long ago. In the mind of Bai, the handsome face of Long Yi appeared. It had just been more than a year, but he seemed to have matured a lot, and his skills had become even more unfathomable, no longer needing her protection. Furthermore, just as she had expected, many beauties were already around him, enjoying the happy fate of the man from Chi 1. Thus and so, there had no reason to meet him, other than to increase his trouble. Since she was unable to moisten with spittle, too, then wouldn't it be better to forget each other in rivers and lakes? Bai gazed towards distant brightly lit Mi City, then gritting her teeth, she said, Okay, then let's go. After Long Yi returned to the dormitory, he saw Ling Feng blankly leaning on the windowsill. He just walked over and leaning beside him, he raised his head and looked at the luminous stars in the sky without any words. Why on earth are you imitating me? After a good while, Ling Feng gently asked. Am I imitating you? You nonsense little brat is just acting deep, just look at my eyes. This is called a man as if unfathomable ocean awe. Long Yi slightly smiled and said. Ling Feng turned around, and staring at Long Yi for a good while, she said, I don't see any ocean, but you are indeed somewhat dejected. Tell me, what happened just now? Ling Feng said, poking Long Yi with her elbow. Just now I thought I saw an old friend, and after I chased her up, I found she was the wrong person. Really am very depressed. Long Yi indifferently said. Old friend? Definitely was an old lover. You didn't even tell us and ran. Do you have to be so impatient? Ling Feng laughed and teased as if seeing through Long Yi. You can say that, but it's just one-sided. Long Yi made a wry smile and said. Ling Feng took pity upon Long Yi's helpless expression, and extending out her hand, she patted on the shoulders of Long Yi to console him. Long Yi gratefully looked at Ling Feng, and suddenly said with a smile, Ling Feng, tonight your brother, my mood is not very good, so can we sleep together tonight? Go, who wants to sleep with you? Go outside and find a prostitute of the brothel. Ling Feng angrily glared at Long Yi and said, Both of us are great masters, so what is there to be shy? You are not a woman, but you are still fearing that I might do something. Long Yi smirked and held Ling Feng's shoulder. In any case, I'm not used to it. I am going back to my room to sleep. I don't feel like bickering with you. Ling Feng pushed away Long Yi, then fled to her room, and shut the door with a bang. CreativeNovels.com approved only. Long Yi touched his nose and muttered, This kid, I should definitely act as a go-between him and Yin, otherwise what a terrifying thing it would be. The next morning, Long Yi and Ling Feng again went to the 7th floor of the library, and when Ling Feng saw how easily Long Yi passed through the barriers, she couldn't help but be very surprised, and she immediately made an uproar saying she wanted to learn this unique skill of Long Yi. Long Yi thought about the threshold of learning out Hanju, and felt that there was no problem in teaching out Tianju to Ling Feng. Merely, after he explained for less than 2 minutes, Ling Feng was completely confused and shouted to stop. Those something mandarins, yin yang, 5 elements and so on. Hearing all these, she was dizzy. Moreover, hearing Long Yi saying it would take several years to learn it, she immediately gave up this idea, and decided to focus on her own magic. Ling Feng, just like yesterday, sat cross-legged in the middle of the magic formation and began absorbing the dark magic power of demonic stone. And as for Long Yi, he was reading the book from the bookshelves. All of these books were only existing copy of ancient books, were priceless. Long Yi even found a rank 12 divine magic of divine water magic spell, as well as a number of incomplete books of a magic formation. Although they were incomplete, but it made Long Yi feel as if he had found a priceless treasure. And just when Long Yi was intoxicated, he suddenly heard Ling Feng groaning in pain. He immediately looked towards Ling Feng in surprise and saw that in that demonic stone, which was emitting dark light and floating above the head of Ling Feng, there again appeared a kind of ripples as if fluctuating, and a pitch-black eye which was cold and ferocious manifested. This scene was very strange, and Ling Feng had pain all across of her face, and her forehead was filled with beads of sweat as if she was going all out to struggle. Long Yi was greatly surprised, and he knew that this demonic stone was acting up. Soon seeing the increasingly painful expression of Ling Feng, he no longer thought about anything else, and used his powerful spirit power, trying to cut off the connection between Ling Feng and this demonic stone. Merely, this demonic stone was extremely different. That black light was actually capable of piercing through spiritual power as if nothing. Since his spiritual power was of no use, Long Yi used internal force to cover his palm and slap towards this demonic stone floating above the head of Ling Feng. That demonic stone shook, and the ripples on its surface also fluctuated, but it still floated above the head of Ling Feng. Long Yi got impatient, then gathering all the internal force in his hands, he caught that demonic stone, then pulled it as hard as he could, and this demonic stone, as if had life, began to violently struggle in the hands of Long Yi, and its strength was incredibly great. Long Yi took a deep breath and kicked away Ling Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. After that, the demonic stone in the hands of Long Yi issued a shrill cry, a black light flashed violently, and with a muffled pang sound, Long Yi was sent flying to the floor. His entire left hand was dripping with blood, and no need to talk about the sleeve of his cloth, even god-grade silver armor's left sleeve was also cracked, and with blood flowing out from that crack, his entire hand was dyed red. Long Yi slowly sat up, then pressed several acupuncture points to stop bleeding. Although the wounds appeared terrifying, but they actually were minor injuries. What a broken stone, your mother! Long Yi cursed. Then opening up his bloody lift bomb, he was struck dumb with amazement to see this demonic stone was absorbing his blood as if sponge. This made Long Yi to involuntarily recall that blood-red skull mark in his palm. Could it be that this demonic stone was also a magic item? After absorbing blood till full, demonic stone began to emit seductive blood-red radiance, and its originally black surface became dark red in color. And just when Long Yi was endlessly surprised, he suddenly felt that dark magic jade inside his space ring was beginning to shake as if responding to something. Perhaps this demonic stone and dark magic jade had some connection, Long Yi thought in his heart. He continuously wanted to break through the secrets of dark magic jade, and this moment, seeing it was reacting, he immediately took it out from the space ring, taking the risk. Just after he took out dark magic jade, it automatically flew out from his hand, and that demonic stone suddenly emitted strong black light. 1. The happy fate of the man from Chi, idiom, who have wives and concubines. Chapter 160. Shui Ling Long. Long Yi subconsciously closed his eyes, as such strong radiance however could easily burn the eyes. And when he opened his eyes, he found dark magic jade was quietly lying on the ground, but the demonic stone in his hand was gone. Long Yi looked all around in surprise, but didn't find even a trace of demonic stone, and when he inadvertently looked at the blood-colored skull mark in his left hand, to his shock, he noticed that in the forehead of this blood-colored skull mark, now there was a dark red swelling, just like this skull sprout a big lump. What's going on here? Long Yi was stunned, and looking at his left palm, he muttered, this matter was too strange. How could this demonic stone and blood-colored skull become one? Long Yi looked inside his dark space dimension, but discover no difference. All 18 super skeletons were motionlessly standing. Little 3 and Violent Lightning Beast were also in a dormant state with their eyes closed, and those 5-7 baleful puppets also had no changes. After retracting his spirit, Long Yi felt pain as if his arm was being ripped off, and he couldn't help but cursed. Then casting 2 light heal magic on his wound, a scab formed on his wound and fell off, soon reverting back to the previous uninjured state. Now only those dark red blood stains were left to prove what had happened just now. Long Yi picked up the dark magic jade, and seeing there was nothing unusual about it, he threw it back inside his space ring. And just at that time, Ling Feng, who was lying on the ground, regained her consciousness, and she immediately sat up. Then he looked left and right, and seeing the miserable appearance of Long Yi, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, Ling Feng, what exactly happened just now? After Ling Feng calmed down, Long Yi asked. Ling Feng shrunk with a lingering fear and said with somewhat fear, I am also not very clear. At that time, when I was absorbing the dark magical power of demonic stone, I suddenly felt pain in my consciousness, and there was a powerful force that was rapidly devouring my consciousness. And just when I was about to be unable to withstand it, that power was cancelled all of a sudden. Afterwards, I lost my consciousness. Having heard what was said, the complexion of Long Yi changed. Could it be that a formidable soul was sealed inside this demonic stone, and it wanted to devour the consciousness of Ling Feng, taking advantage of the time when he was cultivating and seize his body? But other possibilities also cannot be eliminated. Still, Long Yi himself was resurrected after his soul possessed a body, so he was more inclined to this conjecture. Right now, looking at the blood-stained left hand of Long Yi, the expression on the eyes of Ling Feng had a hint of tenderness. She knew that this was definitely the injury Long Yi had suffered for the sake of saving her. So, involuntarily, Ling Feng stretched out her hands, then holding the left hand of Long Yi and gently caressing it, she softly said, Thank you, Long Yi. Long Yi, who was thinking about the matter of demonic stone, woke up with a start at this moment and saw as if girl's jade hand of Ling Feng was caressing his palm. And again seeing the tenderness all across the face of Ling Feng, his heart involuntarily got cold, and goosebumps couldn't help but appear all over. He hastily retracted his hand, and shivering all over, he said, Ling Feng, don't frighten me. I'm a man with normal sexual orientation. Ling Feng was startled. And just like lightning, she instantly retracted her hands, and with a red face, she shouted, Just go to die. What are you thinking? Can it be that you believe that I have a cut sleeve? Fetish? You filthy bastard. Long Yi smirked, and seeing Ling Feng had revert back to normal state, he sighed in relief and said, You cannot blame me for this. Your expression of just now was truly very similar. Moreover, you, a grown man, caressing my hand like that is naturally strange. That was. Ling Feng didn't know what to say for the time being. Just now she felt grateful and also felt sorry for him, and had lost control of herself. Well, I got it. I'm sorry to have misunderstood you. Long Yi interrupted her with a smile, and also snickered, letting his imagination run wild. Oh, that's right, what about that demonic stone? After looked all around for a while, Ling Feng asked. Long Yi made a wry smile and opened his left hand, then pointing at blood-colored skull's dark red lump, he said, Here. How did that happen? Isn't that very dangerous? Ling Feng cried out in alarm. Long Yi shook his head, and said, making a wry smile, I also don't know, but there is no danger, you can rest assured. But what don't be like a woman. Long Yi waved his hand and interrupted the words of Ling Feng with impatience across his face. But in fact, he only said this to not let Ling Feng had a psychological burden. Ling Feng sadly looked at Long Yi and no longer spoke, and as for Long Yi, he used water magic and began to wash away the blood stain on his body, and conveniently also changed his clothing. Just after he had finished, Long Yi suddenly sensed energy fluctuation coming from the barrier. Then under a great alarm, he had no time to say anything to Ling Feng. He immediately hugged him and silently used Gecko's skill to stick on the ceiling, then used spirit power to firmly cut off the oars of both of them. Ling Feng didn't struggle. She knew that there must be a reason for Long Yi behaving this way. A light blue figure instantly appeared inside the room, bringing a gentle stream of water magic element's aura. This was a middle-aged beautiful woman, looked about 40-something years old, and was dressed in light blue water magic robe. Looking at her, her outline was unexpectedly somewhat similar to Shui Rian. Since Long Yi and Ling Feng were stuck close together, a sweet smell as if the fragrance of musk deer entered his nose, which actually evoked his, ready to make trouble. Long Yi hurriedly restrained his mind, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, how come the body of this dumb idiot is so sweet-smelling like that of girl? He knew that this fragrance was absolutely not something a perfume, this kind of artificial condiment could emit. Ling Feng lightly turned her head, but because she was too close to Long Yi, her lips rubbed the face of Long Yi, and she couldn't help but blush, and her heartbeat also jumped disorderly all of a sudden. Do you know who she is? Long Yi softly asked. With soundproof spirit barrier, he was not afraid of his sound being heard. Ling Feng came to her sense, and softly answered, she is Shui Linglong, grandmother of Shui Ruoyan. Fuck, grandmother level personage is still this young, do they still want other people to live? Long Yi muttered. The beautiful eyes of Shui Ruoyan swept all around the room, and her eyes suddenly stopped on the hole in the floor where demonic stone was embedded. Then her eyes suddenly shrunk, and after walking over, she muttered, what about demonic stone? How can the demonic stone disappear? At this time, Long Yi noticed a pool of blood stain on the floor which he didn't have time to erase, and couldn't help but shouted for his bad luck in his heart. Sure enough, Shui Linglong squat down and dipped her finger in the blood stain of the ground, then smelled it. After that she discovered it was a blood, moreover still wasn't completely clotted. Shui Linglong carefully looked all around again. In this room of 7th floor, other than bookshelf on the corner formed by 2 walls, there was nothing, and there basically was no place for people to hide. She raised her head and looked for a while, but didn't see anything unusual. Because Long Yi and Ling Feng were hiding in the small shadow, unless Shui Linglong flew over and see, it would be very hard for her to see them. Shui Ruoyan lowered her head, and thought for a bit, then suddenly turned around and walked down the stairs. She's gone, let's get down. Ling Feng spoke and struggled to get down. Don't move, be careful of old people, who knows whether she is truly gone or not. Long Yi tightly hugged Ling Feng and said, these old men and old ladies were very experienced people, so they definitely have a trick or two up their sleeves. Sure enough, just after Long Yi had spoken, Shui Linglong suddenly came in, then looking around still empty room, she muttered, it seems there really is no one here. After muttering, she again went down the stairs. Ling Feng looked at Long Yi for a while in surprise. If she had really gone down just now, then Shui Linglong would have caught her red-handed, and at that time, she truly wouldn't have any good explanation. CreativeNovels.com approved only. This time she ought to have gone for real. Let's quickly get out of here. Ling Feng urged. Being hugged by Long Yi made her feel very warm, and she was somewhat afraid of this feeling. Wait a minute, you have to be patient, these old fellows are tough to deal with. Long Yi whispered. Looking at Ling Feng, who had a soft body like girl twisting in his bosom, he unexpectedly had a slight reaction, and couldn't help but got somewhat angry in shame. Hearing Long Yi, Ling Feng just bit her lower lip and no longer moved. Even she herself didn't know why she was so obedient. Swish, the figure of Shui Linglong appeared once again in the room, and she muttered, "In the end, who has the ability to enter here? Could it be that it is other old fellows?" CreativeNovels.com approved only. This time, Shui Linglong didn't walk out immediately, rather lowered her head and pondered. This made Long Yi and Ling Feng anxious. The more anxious they were, the worse the matter might become. Shui Linglong, however, didn't leave, instead sat cross-legged and began meditation. "Long Yi, now what?" Ling Feng asked. "What else is there?" "Just wait," Long Yi helplessly said. Time passed minute after minute. This gecko skill consumed a lot of internal force, and in addition, Long Yi was holding a person, so there was no need to mention his current hardship. "Ling Feng, help me wipe off my sweat," Long Yi softly said as beads of sweat flowed down, blocking his eyes. Hearing Long Yi, Ling Feng used her sleeve to softly wipe the continuously flowing down beads of sweat. And in her heart, she suddenly had a kind of obscure feeling, and her heart also ached dully. Was this feeling sorry? She herself was also unclear. Shui Linglong meditated for the entire afternoon. This, however, was a bitter experience for both Long Yi and Ling Feng. Fortunately, in this long time, Ling Feng only felt somewhat uncomfortable but stayed still in a place without any movement. As for Long Yi, he however was gritting his teeth to maintain their current position. With his only second layer out Yanju, it was not easy to persist until now. At this time, Shui Linglong opened her eyes, and stretching her body a bit, she went downstairs. Long Yi finally relaxed, and the hands that were supporting in the ceiling immediately slipped down, and both of them directly fell on. Fortunately, Ling Feng reacted quickly. She used float magic in the midair and holding Long Yi, slowly landed on the floor. Long Yi spread his arms and legs, and just like a dead pig, he rolled on the ground. Then closing his eyes, he began to slowly maintain his breathing. Just now, he had greatly consumed his internal force and felt even more tired compared last time's 300 round of war with Long Linger. Unconsciously, the breathing of Long Yi became even. Unexpectedly had fallen asleep. In any case, his Outianju was circulating itself to recover. Ling Feng blankly looked at the sleeping Long Yi, and watching his handsome face, her heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. Then she covered her as if on wildly jumping chest, and unconsciously she slowly leaned forward. Her little mouth slowly moved forward towards the big mouth of Long Yi. 1. Cut sleeve, euphemism for homosexuality, originated from Cut Sleeve short story, chapter 161. Without enmity, no grandparent and grandchild. Ling Feng half closed her eyes and increasingly got closer. Now she was so close that she could feel Long Yi's warm breathing blowing on her face. And just when the four lips were about to come into contact, Long Yi suddenly muttered, "See bye, where are you?" Ling Feng jumped up in terror, and her heart beat as if running away wild horse jumped violently. Moreover, because of nervousness, she instantly felt dizziness, and it took some time to calm herself down. Only then she noticed that, as it turned out, it was just Long Yi talking in his sleep. Ling Feng used her little hands to rub her almost burning face, and asked herself in her heart, "What's going on with me? Don't tell me that I started to like him." No, how can I like him? Must be a misconception. Just now my mind was dizzy, so I acted like that. Ling Feng immediately denied in her heart. In order to avoid that kind of circumstance of just now, Ling Feng didn't dare to look at that as if possessing magical power handsome face of Long Yi again. She just sat far away, and took out Undead Magic Encyclopedia as well as the notes of Byte.Zuj from inside her space ring, then began reading. However, she discovered that she was not able to concentrate. Her eyes would always involuntarily look towards the direction of Long Yi. Shui Linglong sat on a sofa of the room, while Shui Ruoyan sat just opposite to her, and the atmosphere was very cold. The two of them sat this way without anyone opening their mouth. "If there is nothing, then I am going back to my room to sleep." Shui Ruoyan finally couldn't bear this kind of atmosphere, so she stood up and said indifferently, "Stop, we Grandparent and grandchild haven't seen each other for so long, but you are showing me this kind of attitude?" Shui Linglong coldly said. Shui Ruoyan turned around, and without avoiding the sharp eyes of Shui Linglong, she indifferently said, "Then what kind of attitude do you want me to use to reply you? Isn't such precisely what you wanted now?" "What did you say? Say it again." Shui Linglong flew into rage, and angrily got up. Both grandparent and grandchild, one with big eyes and other with small eyes, glared at each other, refusing to budge. "Saying it several times is also same. Aren't everything caused by you?" Shui Ruoyan coldly said. "Pa." Shui Linglong slapped. Her slapping speed was obviously left enough time for Shui Ruoyan to dodge, but Shui Ruoyan stubbornly stayed still, letting this slap hit her face. "This is the 55th slap you give me. I will remember your favor, grandmother." Shui Ruoyan stared at Shui Linglong with ice-cold eyes, and her face was expressionless. Shui Linglong took a deep breath, and looking at stubborn Shui Ruoyan, which was exactly the same as the temperament of her father, her expression became very complex, and her voice somewhat softened. Why can't we be just like other grandparent and grandchild? Do you insist on treating your grandmother like this?" Shui Ruoyan sneered, and in the corner of her eyes, some sparkling and crystal clear thing flashed, as she said, Do other people treat their own granddaughter like that? Through childhood, you never once smiled to me, and never praised me. And although you didn't speak even a single sentence of praise to me, but you were gentle and kind to other people. Now I will ask you, why was it like that?" The whole body of Shui Linglong shook, then turning around her head, she said in a trembling voice, "I did that for your own good. I feared if I wasn't harsh enough then you will walk down your mother." Shui Linglong suddenly stopped after speaking this much. "My mother? What happened to my mother? Was my mother wicked beyond redemption? I heard you forced both my father and mother to die after I was just born. You're a murderer." Shui Ruoyan suddenly shouted hysterically. These rumors she heard were driving her crazy. "Shut up, I took great pains to bring you up. Was that to break my heart?" Shui Linglong intently watched Shui Ruoyan, and her lips were somewhat trembling. Shui Ruoyan bit her lower lips, turned around, opened the door, and dashed out, leaving behind Shui Linglong sitting desolately on the sofa. It was already late at night at this moment, and Long Yi woke up feeling refreshed. Now the trace of breakthrough of Outanju was even more obvious. After that he and Ling Feng came out of the library, and were preparing to appease the powerful protest of their stomach. Just at that time, a woman was dashing straight towards him with her head lowered, and her sobbing appearance looked especially sad and dreary in the silent night. Shui Ruoyan? Long Yi originally had moved sideways to dodge, but suddenly seeing this woman seemed to be Shui Ruoyan, he couldn't help but called out, and his big hand quickly stretched out to hold her. Then Shui Ruoyan raised her tearful hazy eyes, and seeing it was Long Yi, she suddenly threw herself into the bosom of Long Yi and wailed. Really was heaven-shocking weeping of ghosts and gods. "Ling Feng, you return back and have a rest first." Seeing that he was unable to console Shui Ruoyan in a short while, Long Yi said to Ling Feng. Looking at her appearance, it seems something have happened. Console her properly, I am returning first. Ling Feng nodded her head and walked away, and she suddenly felt somewhat bitter in her heart. The weeping of Shui Ruoyan seemed to be getting out of hand, increasingly becoming intense. That ripping of the long crying sound could arouse the feeling of tightly hugging her. Which bastard made her so sad? It's really unforgivable. Poor me. This new clothing I have just changed is ruined again. Long Yi sympathetically patted the back of Shui Ruoyan. Only after a long time, the cries of Shui Ruoyan slowly become lower. Finally only her frail shoulders were twitching and her whole body softly lied on the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi took Shui Ruoyan to the top of the mountain behind. There she began to somewhat settle down, and with two swollen as if walnut eyes, she blankly looked far away. Long Yi didn't make any inquiry. He knew that at this time, even if he asked her, She would say nothing as her heart was basically not here. After the passage of unknown time, Shui Ruoyan suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, "Don't you want to ask me what happened?" Long Yi turned towards her, and asked with a smile, "What happened?" "No sincerity at all, it seems I am forcing you to ask." Shui Ruoyan snorted. Hearing to her tone, her mood seems to be a lot better after crying. "Teacher Shui Ruoyan, please tell me what happened. Which bastard bullied you? I will teach him a good lesson for you." "Is this enough?" Long Yi smiled and softly said. Shui Ruoyan smiled, took a deep breath, and with somewhat blurred expression, she asked, "Does your grandmother dotes you very much?" "Grandmother? I don't have grandmother." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said. Now he roughly knew that this matter had something to do with Shui Linglong. "Then your parents must dotes you very much." Shui Ruoyan carried on asking. Long Yi was somewhat baffled, but still said, "Yes." "Could it be that your parents don't dotes on you?" "I don't have parents. Short time after I came to this world, they died, and even their remains are not left." Shui Ruoyan lightly sighed. "How did this happen? How did they die?" Long Yi asked in surprise. "The son and daughter-in-law of Shui Ruoyan actually died so miserably. Who was so bold to dare sticking their hand into the mouth of tiger?" "I don't know. No matter how I asked her, she wouldn't answer. Later I heard that my father and mother were hounded to death by my grandmother. Because she didn't agree with my father and mother being together, she thought of a way to separate them, causing their death. As a result, she also hates me very much, and each time I didn't meet her requirement, she would beat me, so I also hate her to death." Shui Ruoyan was somewhat agitated while speaking. Long Yi was dumbfounded. How was this possible? Even tiger wouldn't eat its child, much less a human. There must be some kind of misunderstanding between them, because Shui Linglong, however, was famous for her kindness and generosity in the Blue Waves continent. "I know you certainly don't believe me, she." At that time, Shui Ruoyan spoke everything that had been hidden in her heart. She told everything she had experienced from her childhood, and how harsh Shui Linglong was to her, and also spoke about the rumors she had heard. Like this, she rambled for several hours. "Long Yi, now you say, since she did that to me, shouldn't I hate her?" Finally, Shui Ruoyan asked. "Why shouldn't you hate? You should hate her to the bones. She, however, is the enemy who killed your father and mother. You should take advantage of the time when she is asleep to kill her, then hack her into pieces to commemorate for your father and mother." Long Yi said with all seriousness. Shui Ruoyan was startled. She thought that Long Yi would speak a number of things asking her to not hate Shui Linglong, but to her surprise, he unexpectedly was even extreme than her, so she couldn't help but say, "But all of those are merely a rumor, so they might not be the truth at all. Moreover, if she wasn't so strict with me, then I wouldn't have achieved this level." Finished speaking, Shui Ruoyan immediately realized. Then looking up, she saw Long Yi was looking at her with a smile. "You tricked me, ah." Shui Ruoyan lightly punched Long Yi and involuntarily felt very comfortable in her heart. See, don't you understand all these truth? Merely you were bashing your head against a brick wall. Rumors find no credence with a wise man. I believe that your grandmother cannot do this kind of things. There must be some secrets in this matter." Long Yi smiled and said. Shui Ruoyan also chuckled and said, "In the end, are you a teacher or I'm a teacher? Look at your old and decrepit appearance. So-called experience is the teacher." With regarding to the emotion aspect, I however am truly experienced, so whether it the problem of love, family affection or friendship, as long as you find me, all of them will be readily solved. So, obediently be my student." Long Yi patted his chest and smiling complacently, he said. At this time, the sun rose, and brilliant rays of light dyed the whole world red. Shui Ruoyan stood up and stretched out her both arms, and felt that the air was very fresh like never before. Moreover, her mood also become relaxed like never before. "In any case, thank you, Teacher Long Yi," Shui Ruoyan said with a smile. The smile on her face was as dazzling as the sun in the horizon. Then, as a gratitude for the teacher, today's breakfast is on you. After accompanying you for the whole night, My old bones are quickly falling apart. Long Yi smiled and said, "Bastard, what did you say?" Shui Ruoyan immediately blushed and said angrily. Long Yi was dumbfounded. He said nothing inappropriate, but recalling what he had just said, he suddenly saw the light. Those words were truly a bit ambiguous, merely to be able to so quickly thought that way. The thoughts of Shui Ruoyan was also not too pure, and Long Yi looked at Shui Ruoyan with a bad smile. Chapter 162, Might of Compressed Magic. "Miss Ziman, are you going to have the breakfast?" Antu called out to Ziman Wuan, who was gracefully walking downstairs. "Yeah." Ziman Wuan politely smiled towards Antu. "I have a pot of 8 treasure soup here, how about you come here and drink a bowl?" Not giving Ziman Wuan any chance to reply, Antu enthusiastically pulled her into her room. Ziman Wuan saw no reason to refuse, and no longer being modest, she sat down. She had a kind of very intimate feeling towards Antu, and Antu was also unreasonably nice to her, simply treating her as if she was her real granddaughter, making her somewhat embarrassed sometimes. Antu placed a bowl of soup in front of Ziman Wuan. This soup looked clear, thick and smooth. Although she said it was 8 treasured soup, but no other materials could be seen inside the soup. And seeing Ziman Wuan gracefully drinking the soup, she smiled with affection. "Antu, your 8 treasure soup is really delicious. I think even the chefs of Imperial Palace are of no match for you. Moreover, every time I drink this soup, I feel my vigor thoroughly restored." Ziman Wuan wiped her mouth and praised the flavor with a smile. "This is a secret recipe passed down in my family. It is most nourishing for girls." Antu happily smiled and said, while her eyes were flashing with faint imperceptible radiance, "It's getting late, I have to go now." "Thank you for the soup," Ziman Wuan politely said, then ran out of dormitory. Looking at the back view of Ziman Wuan, Antu kindly muttered, "In your current cultivation bottleneck, child, I can help you only so much." Long Yi and Shui Ruoyan ate breakfast. Although they had agreed that this was the treat of Shui Ruoyan, but in the end, it was still Long Yi who paid for the food, because Shui Ruoyan said she forget to bring money. Just after they came out of dining hall, Long Yi saw Ling Feng leaning against the tree and watching him with a smile. "Ling Feng, what are you doing here?" Long Yi walked over and asked with a smile. "I was here long ago. Merely someone was so lost in affection that how could they notice me, this loner?" Ling Feng said in a bad mood, and a hint of hidden bitterness flashed in her eyes. "Who was lost in affection with him? Do you believe I will freeze your mouth?" The beautiful face of Shui Ruoyan reddened, and pretended to be ferocious, merely however one looked at her, she looked fierce of mien but faint of heart. "I am afraid, Teacher Shui Ruoyan." "But shouldn't you go to attend the class at this time?" Ling Feng said with a mischievous smile. Shui Ruoyan dazed, and hearing the sound of magic bell ringing, she cried out in alarm, then without even speaking, she hastily flew away. Ling Feng looked at the disappearing back view of Shui Ruoyan and patting Long Yi, she said with a smile, "Good boy. Some skill you have there." Yesterday she looked so pitiful that it seemed she was going to commit suicide, but now she is happily smiling like a blooming flower. "However, this time you are screwed." "That is why am I screwed?" Long Yi asked curiously. In the dead of the night, a woman crying in the embrace of a man, and man using his thick and broad chest to soothe the pain of the woman. This, in a usual sense, this woman would usually fall in love with this man. Ling Feng said with a smile while making gestures. "What are you talking about? You are not a woman, so how can you understand anything about woman?" Long Yi smiled and patting the delicate face of Ling Feng, he said, This is my wise remark of an experienced person. I've been chasing a lot more women than you." Ling Feng slapped away the hand of Long Yi and said, "Is that so? Then aren't you a love expert? Predict when she will express her love to me?" Long Yi placed his hand around the shoulder of Ling Feng and said, "That is very hard to say, but I guess it will not be very long, and these days, she will be pestering you every day." "In my view, Teacher Shui Ruoyan is rather pretty good. She looks beautiful, and her figure is also good. You should really consider her a little." Ling Feng didn't dodge the hand of Long Yi, as if she was already accustomed to this kind of contact. Does this still need to be considered? Such beautiful woman, who don't want her? Moreover, I and she have already used a bowl of noodles to determine our feeling. It seems tonight, I have to go to the inn to fix a room. Long Yi smirked and said, naturally was joking. But who would have thought that, after hearing this, the complexion of Ling Feng changed, and she herself didn't know why. Her heart felt suffocated. Then she forcibly pushed Long Yi away and angrily said, then go to look for a room with Shui Ruoyan, I cannot accompany you. Finished speaking, she stormed away in anger using earth escape magic. Long Yi was stunned in the place, then touching his nose, he muttered, I have to wait until evening before renting the room. But why on earth is this boy so angry? Could it be that he had taken a fancy on Shui Ruoyan? Now this is difficult to handle. Long Yi came to the 7th floor of the library, and discovered that Ling Feng hadn't come here, and also didn't know where he had gone to hide. After that he browsed the books in the bookshelf for a little while, but felt rather bored as if without Ling Feng there seemed to be lacking something. And thinking about Shui Linglong was still in the academy, and didn't know when she might suddenly come here again, Long Yi decided to look for a place to experiment the magic compression as mentioned in that book. Although the book had also mentioned that there was a good chance of the explosion of magic elements, but without trying, he wasn't able to settle down his heart. Flying to the mountain on the outskirts of Mi Principality, which was desolated and uninhabited, he selected this place as the place to experiment this magic compression. Long Yi recalled the theory of magic compression. This theory was actually very simple. At the time when one is casting the magic, there is a certain sequence and route arrangement of the magic elements, and there are very large gaps in the space between the elements, and if one could compress this arrangement more tightly, then the might of the magic ought to be strengthened by several times. Merely, although it was easy to speak, but it was very hard to truly accomplish it. Magic elements inherently were not very stable existence, and for casting each magic, unique arrangement pattern was needed, so if you want to compress, then each magic element should be compressed in equal proportion, slightly different, then that might cause explosion. The first magic Long Yi wanted to experiment this on was rank 1 water magic, water ball magic, because his control over water magic was higher compared to other magic, as his realm was highest in water magic. Long Yi extended his hand, then a head-sized water ball appeared above his palm. Now his complexion as very solemn, and slowly closing his eyes, he greatly concentrated his spirit power, and the arrangement of water magic elements appeared in his brain. Fortunately, water ball magic was only a rank 1 magic, so there were least water magic elements, thus was also easiest. But this easy was merely in comparison. Since he was using magic compression for the first time, Long Yi wasn't relaxed at all. Long Yi used his spirit power to carefully examine all the magic elements of this water ball. He didn't miss even a single one of them, then slowly began to compress. The light blue water ball on his hand also began to shrink slowly, looking more condensed, and the light blue dim light on its surface also shone a bit brightly. Compression magic was absolutely a tiring technique, and the loss of spirit power was also very frightening. No wonder, no one was able ever successfully experiment this theory till now. If it was not for Long Yi having such abnormal amount of spirit power, then it truly would have been very difficult to accomplish. The gap between the magic elements increasingly decreased, and the water ball above the hand of Long Yi also decreased to merely the size of fist from the size of head. With this, the compression of water magic ball could be said to have been successful, but Long Yi was not satisfied, because he felt that he could compress it even more tightly. In this world there was only Long Yi, this madman who would still continue. His thought was, until he compressed the gap between the magic elements to such extent that it was no longer possible to compress any further, it was not a success. How big was magic element? Even after millions of magic elements were combined together, they wouldn't be even as big as the dust. Naturally, in the sea of consciousness, they were infinitely enlarged. It's going to be a success, just a little bit, just a little bit. Long Yi muttered in his heart. His forehead was filled with sweat, because the consumption of his spirit power was too large, as if a flood water. But the more the critical moment, the higher the chance to easily make a mistake. At the last moment of compression, the spirit power of Long Yi shook, leading to few water magic elements to not keep up with other magic elements, and the magic elements were quickly broken. Long Yi wholeheartedly knew that this situation was anything but assuring. Then he immediately threw out the small water ball which he had used full energy to compress to the size of eyeball. After that he quickly used his internal force of Altianju to protect his body, and quickly withdraw from there. The small water ball as if arrow flew out, and in the midair, suddenly blue light flashed accompanied by a sound of explosion. Then numerous fine water droplets covered the sky shooting all around. Shortly afterwards, a series of explosions again resounded, big trees fell one after another, and the ground was blown away to beyond recognition. As it turned out, those fine water droplets had fused with high-density water magic elements, and as long as they come into contact with anything, those things would immediately explode. Thus this kind of circumstance was produced. Strong, really strong. Long Yi had moved to a distant place using great cosmos shift, but few of these water droplets had landed on his body and exploded. Fortunately, with internal force protecting him, he was uninjured. And seeing the might of compressed water ball, he couldn't help but was somewhat dumbstruck. This might could be compared to the might of that torrential rain pear blossom needles, and its wide area lethality was not even a bit inferior to a rank 9 magic. But Long Yi soon realized the problems. Although the might of this compressed water ball magic was very powerful, but the consumption of spirit power and time however was disproportionate. Within this much time, he could cast quite a few rank 9 magic itself, thus he had no choice but to again consider the practicality of magic compression. If it was in actual combat, then will the opponent give him so much time to compress his magic? Moreover, this was merely a lowest rank 1 magic. Similarly, precisely because that this rank 1 magic could achieve such might, the more Long Yi couldn't bear to abandon this magic compression. If he was able to speed up the casting speed of compressed magic, then coupled with his compound magic, the might of his magic would be comparable to the might of forbidden magic, or perhaps more powerful. With his current realm, he wasn't able to cast forbidden magic, but if he was able to improve the magic compression, then wouldn't everything would be resolved? Long Yi pondered, thinking about the methods to reduce the consumption of spirit power, as well as the method to quicken magic compression. Unknowingly the sky had already gotten dim, but Long Yi still hadn't got a single clue. Forget it, I'll go back and think about it. Long Yi thought in his heart. Perhaps an inspiration would suddenly appear, and he would be able to think up a simple and quick method. Chapter 163, The Wild Ambition of Zhao Yi. Long Yi entered Mi City in the night, and just when he arrived to the entrance of Holy Magic Academy, he saw a white figure standing in the shadow of the eaves, as if a statue. It seems the entire person had merged with the night. The noisy crowd came and went, but no one stopped to see this white figure. Everyone just turned a blind eye to this figure as if this figure was an heir. But Long Yi noticed this figure in a single glance, as if this person had a strong magnetic field towards him. Zhao Yi, are you looking for me? Long Yi walked to the front of this white figure, and asked with a smile. Somehow, he instinctively knew that Zhao Yi was waiting for him. Zhao Yi slightly raised her head, then her transparent eyes hidden inside the cloak shone, while deeply staring at the man in front of her. Why on earth are you looking at me like this? This is making my heartbeat accelerate. What would you do if I fall in love with you? Long Yi mischievously laughed and said. The beautiful face of Zhao Yi slightly reddened, then looking away, she softly said, Young Master Ziman, do you have time now? Long Yi was startled. He seemed to have never told his identity to Zhao Yi. But how come she knew it all of a sudden? However, he quickly recalled that few days ago, when he was together with Ziman Wuan, because Zhao Yi was accidentally injured, he had admitted that Ziman Wuan and himself were siblings, so not knowing his identity instead was not normal. Now, I have nothing to do. What, do you want to go on a date with me? Long Yi smiled and teased. Honestly speaking, each time he was together with this girl, he felt very big pressure. He greatly feared those eyes of hers that could see through the heart of people. Young Master Zimin must be joking. How can this little girl dare to claim connection with people in higher social class? Ah. The voice of Zhao Yi was still soft, merely there was a small hint of irritation. T.L. Japan, to claim connection with people in higher social class. Jiao, high, pan, climb. Not climb high. Not climb high, as long as I squat down a little, it will be enough. Long Yi said with a smile. Young Master Zimin, if you have no time, then I will leave. Zhao Yi was somewhat angry still, although she said so, but she didn't move her footsteps. Long Yi obviously noticed this point, but he knew joking should be stopped before going too far, so he said with a smile, fine, I admit my mistake. I wonder why Zhao Yi is looking for me? How about going to my house to talk? There is something really important matter I want to tell you. Zhao Yi said. That's not a problem, it's just that I haven't eaten anything till now. How about we have a meal together, and after we are done eating, we will return to your house and leisurely talk. Like that, the mood will be comparatively better. Looking at Zhao Yi, Long Wei said with a bad smile. Zhao Yi took a deep breath. This fellow always have the mouth of flour, but unexpectedly also mysterious, even she couldn't see through him, truly infuriating her to death. Then let's go to my house to eat, I will personally cook a meal for you to eat. Zhao Yi was unable to bear her irritation and said, is that so? Then let's go. Long Yi smiled and walked to her front, then overbearingly hugged the waist of Zhao Yi with his big hand. What are you doing? Zhao Yi struggled and angrily said, we naturally are flying, when will we reach if we walk? Long Yi hugged Zhao Yi and flew towards her courtyard. Two people landed on the ground, and Zhao Yi hastily struggled to get free from Long Yi's arm, then retreating few steps, she faintly said, you are so rude, you know? I don't know. Do you want me to apologize? Long Yi retracted his smile, and suddenly said indifferently. Zhao Yi was startled. She was not able to adapt to the instant change of Long Yi's temperament. Say it. Why were you looking for me? Don't waste time. Long Yi was somewhat still alert against Zhao Yi in his heart. Perhaps he seemed very mysterious to Zhao Yi, but similarly, Zhao Yi was also mysterious to Long Yi. In addition, she had the profession of prophecy master, which even more increased her mysteriousness. Then please come with me, young Master Zimin. Zhao Yi came back to her sense, and she suddenly missed Long Yi's that grinning cheekily appearance, as, when he was in that appearance, she at least wouldn't have felt this pressure. Moreover, this indifferent appearance of Long Yi made her feel very uncomfortable in her heart. Seeing Zhao Yi was leading him towards her lady's chamber, Long Yi couldn't help but muttered in his mind, this girl isn't thinking of giving me her virginity, right? Could it be that she was captivated by my kingly aura? But it doesn't looks like it. Long Yi stood at the door, and said hesitatingly, are you sure you want me to come in? I already allow you to come in, so come in, why are you wasting time? Seeing Long Yi had the appearance of fearing she would assault him, Zhao Yi involuntarily shouted loudly. This was the first time she had ever shouted so loudly after she became prophecy master. Long Yi, however, had a different view. He felt Zhao Yi looked more pleasing to the eye when she was angry. At least she looked like a normal girl. Although her soft voice also was very comfortable, but it was lacking some fiery aura. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and walked in. Then immediately a faint fragrance assaulted his nostrils. Lady's bedchamber really was a lady's bedchamber. It had such a pleasant fragrance. If one gets to sleep in this room, then the night ought to be very comfortable. Long Yi had dirty thoughts in his heart. Then his eyes began to scan all around. This was a simple but elegant bedroom, without excessive decoration, however made people feel very comfortable. At this time, Zhao Yi had already opened the magic door which was disguised as a wall. Come in. Zhao Yi said, and directly entered. Long Yi was surprised. He had never expected that there was a completely different world inside this lady's chamber. For what matter did she brought me to such a secret place? Long Yi thought and entered, then carefully looked all around, Those carvings filled with mythology hues and constellation made him exclaim in astonishment, and especially seeing that he could directly see the starry sky. This even more confused him. He clearly remembered that in the direction where this secret room was located ought to be a flower garden filled with fresh flowers. Jia Yi took off her cloak and sat on the stone platform in the middle of this room, and looked towards the sky as if she had forgotten the existence of Long Yi. Long Yi just walked around inside this secret room, then walking to the stone platform, he sat down and looked at motionless Jia Yi for a long while. After that he simply lied down and blankly looked at the vast starry sky. After a good while, Jia Yi lowered her head and looked at Long Yi, who was lying beside her, and seeing Long Yi blankly looking towards the sky, she wasn't able to guess what he was thinking. Young Master Ziman. Jia Yi reached out her hand and gently pushed Long Yi. Long Yi came back to his sense. Then looking directly at those transparent eyes of Jia Yi, he said with a smile, "You can still call me Long Yi, Ziman Yu. I don't want to use this name again." "Well, Mr. Long Yi, just call me Long Yi. Why are you treating me as an outsider, calling me Mr. Ah?" Long Yi interrupted Jia Yi's words and said, "Long Yi, don't you want to your future?" Jia Yi indifferently asked. Long Yi pricked up his brows, and nodding his head, he said, "Yes, but didn't you say that your skill was still too shallow to see? Could it be that these past few days, your skill increased greatly? This has nothing to do with you, just answer, do you want to know your future or not?" Jia Yi said. Long Yi smiled, and answered without fooling around, "I don't." Jia Yi was startled all of a sudden. She however had never expected such answer from Long Yi, and didn't know how to react for the moment. "But, before didn't you?" "Before is before, now I don't want to know." Long Yi smiled and laughed, while looking straight at Jia Yi. "Why?" Jia Yi asked curiously. "Don't you think we can feel the greatest joy of the life only due to its unpredictability? If you know everything before, then wouldn't that be boring? Moreover, I am accustomed to having my own control over my fate, not the heaven." Long Yi sat up, then moving closer to Jia Yi's face, he said indifferently. Jia Yi looked at Long Yi with surprise across all her face. Whenever she considered that she could guess his thoughts, he however would always come out of her expectation. Even she who was prophecy master also was completely defeated. "If you are looking for me just for this, then I'm out." Long Yi stood up and wanted to walk outside, but when he turned around, he saw that the magic gate had already closed silently long ago. "Long Yi, wait a minute, do you really don't want to know what's going to happen to you in the future? Isn't it good to have everything in your grasp?" Jia Yi cried out to stop Long Yi. Long Yi just laughed lightly while looking at Jia Yi with a profound meaning, then said indifferently, "Didn't you want to know my future, thus controlling everything in your hand, including me?" "No. That's not it. You are misunderstanding." Jia Yi anxiously said. "Misunderstanding? I believe my intuition. You are hiding a very big wild ambition. What do you want? Can it be that you want this whole world?" Long Yi patted his chest and his eyes slowly became ice cold. He hated being used as a pawn to achieve others' goal the most. The expression of Jia Yi slowly reverted back, then softly said, "I am just a small and weak girl. How can I think of contending for this world?" "But it seems a seed of suspicion is already sown in your heart, so you are unlikely to believe me." "A small and weak girl with both wits and wild ambitions. In addition, there is the ability to predict the future. Such girl can be many times more terrible than men. In any case, I don't care what you want to do, or what purpose you have. Now please open the door. Or do you want me to accompany you for?" "Although your figure and face isn't particularly good, but it is still within tolerable range." Long Yi smirked and said, while his eyes were sizing up the breasts of Jia Yi, "You bastard." The complexion of Jia Yi became ghastly pale, and hatefully looked at Long Yi, as if she was itching to eat him. She took a deep breath, and said coldly, "Since you want to leave so much, then I also don't want you to stay here any longer." Jia Yi walked down from the stone platform while speaking, then walking to the side of magic door, she slightly turned around, looking towards the direction of Long Yi. Long Yi instinct warned him, and he dangerously narrowed his eyes, looking at the jade hand of Zhao Yi that was reaching towards a budging stone on the wall to press it. Chapter 164, Is this oft referred to procreation from others' sperms? Wait a minute. Just when the little hand of Zhao Yi was about to press that bulged small stone, Long Yi suddenly called out. Zhao Yi questioningly turned her head, and her hand stopped. Are you sure that this thing is the switch of the mechanism to open the door, and not something else? Long Yi said while staring at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi put down her hand, then turning round, she walked to the stone platform and sat down on the ground. After that she coldly said, since you don't believe me, forget about it, simply break open the wall and go out. Long Yi looked at Zhao Yi. Could it be that I am really being over-suspicious? Am I wrongly blaming her? But even if I want to, I can't believe her so easily. My suspicion of Zhao Yi is by no means unreasonable. Why did she, a prophecy master, suddenly take the initiative to predict my future, moreover bringing me to such secret place? I also don't understand why I absolutely have to give my consent just to predict my future. With all these, I am afraid no one will believe that she was doing this without any hidden objective. Long Yi instantly thought innumerable thoughts in his mind, and even after seeing the attitude of Zhao Yi, he didn't rashly press that switch, rather directly went to stone platform, and immediately used spirit power to bind her. What do you want to do? Zhao Yi suddenly discovered that she was tied up and couldn't help but shouted in horror. Nothing, merely being a bit careful. Long Yi smiled and said beside her. After that, embracing her neck with his one hand, he shoot out true chi towards that bulging stone from his other hand. That stone suddenly shrunk, and the magic door didn't move even a bit. Instead, all those constellations engraved on the walls shone, and rays of light shot down from the sky. And after hitting the transparent ceiling of this secret room, that radiance was immediately refracted towards one of the shining constellation engraving of this secret room's wall. Then those rays of light were ceaselessly reflected. Moreover, these reflected rays didn't disappear, rather weaved a large net in the entire secret room. If a person looked down at this room from the sky, then they could see that these rays of light unexpectedly formed a three-dimensional star pattern. Long Yi instantly felt dizzy. That stone really wasn't the switch to open the magic gate, although he already cautious, but he had never expected this. This kind of mysterious phenomenon was simply unexpected. Long Yi shook his head to come to his sense from this dizziness, however he discovered that his eyelids were increasingly getting heavier, and his consciousness was also slowly fading away. Sleep, child, you are already very sleepy. Now you are lying on soft big bed, sleep comfortably. An ethereal sound resounded, ceaselessly reverberating in the ears of Long Yi. Then eyelids of Long Yi slowly closed, and his consciousness also began to slowly sink into darkness. But just then, Long Yi's left hand's palm felt as if burned by fire, pulling back his consciousness from the darkness with a start. Hypnotism! Long Yi exclaimed secretly in his heart, and his whole body soaked with cold sweat. Then he immediately used his spirit power to seal his six senses. After that, the feeling of dizziness really decreased by a lot, and at that time, he also felt that his body had become fatigued and weak without any strength. It seems something was being continuously pouring into his body. Now his body was paralyzed, and his sea of consciousness had also become empty. Moreover, he wasn't able to feel any magic elements. So Long Yi roughly knew that he should be trapped in a strange magic formation. Long Yi didn't open his eyes, and under his control, the internal force within his Danshan began to circulate rapidly, and transmitting the true qi to all of his limbs and bones. He began to expel those strange things. Moreover, constructed a solid barrier on the surface of his body. After that, his body slowly began to regain the consciousness. Long Yi was relieved in his heart, sensing Zhao Yi had just struggled free from the binding of his spirit power and was motionlessly standing beside him. Long Yi, I don't want to hurt you, merely want to borrow your body, nothing more. Looking at Long Yi, who seemed to be completely in coma, Zhao Yi muttered, borrow my body? Don't tell me that she wants to borrow my sperm to give birth to a baby? Long Yi was stunned in his heart. Did this girl make such a big activity only for this? At this time, Jia Yi patted the stone platform 2 times, then the stone platform unexpectedly split open, and Long Yi immediately fell down, and landed on a soft big bed with a bang. Damn, is this for real? I was only thinking casually. Long Yi took a deep breath in his heart. Jia Yi also came down and sitting on the bed beside Long Yi. She looked a little hesitant, feeling no movement from Jia Yi for a long time. Long Yi slightly opened a small crack in his eyes, but just happened to see Jia Yi looking towards him, so he immediately closed his eyes. Pretending to be asleep was not a challenge for him at all, as this however was the most basic training of his past incarnation's dragon group. Long Yi merely heard Jia Yi softly sighing, then her little hands reached out to his chest and unexpectedly began to undress him. Not good, unexpectedly drugging and then raping me? Should I resist or continue to pretend sleeping? Wait a minute, now I still don't know what she wants. Long Yi thought in his heart, and he was actually a little bit excited. His charm was so great that it was troublesome. The undressing skill of Jia Yi was somewhat clumsy. She took long time to completely take off all the clothing from the upper body of Long Yi, and looking at Long Yi's that vigorous and graceful male body, she blushed. This big pervert, his body is pretty good. Jia Yi muttered, making Long Yi feel proud of himself in his heart. The eyes of Jia Yi moved swiftly, sizing up the body of Long Yi. Although she knew that Long Yi was unconsciousness, she still acted like a thief. After a long while, Jia Yi took a deep breath again, then her somewhat trembling little hands reached out towards the belt of Long Yi. Then untying it, she pulled down and took off Long Yi's pants, leaving behind only skin-tight underpants. And that lump between his legs that was bulging towards west, made the heart of Jia Yi to nearly jump on out. But since she had already reached to this state, Jia Yi gritted her teeth and pressing on to the finish without let-up, she pulled down the final cover of Long Yi, and that sturdy little brother immediately flaunt his talent and skill, making Jia Yi feel embarrassed, and she immediately covered her beautiful face then and there. Long felt cool in the lower part of his body, and was shouting desperately in his heart. And especially when Jia Yi had taken off his underpants, she accidentally touched his little brother, making him nearly rise up due to evil fire. Fortunately he had received a special training, and he was able to immediately suppress that evil fire. Jia Yi covered her face for a while feeling shy, and finally she put her hands down, then gathering her courage, she concentrated her gaze at the lower part of Long Yi's body and muttered, "Really embarrassing. Why is men's thing so ugly?" Long Yi slightly opened his eyes again, and saw Jia Yi with red face standing up, then her little hand reached out to her robe's belt and lightly pulling it, plain and white silk robe slipped to 2 sides, revealing thin silk bra inside. Chapter 165, Cosmic Celestial Magic Spell. Seeing such action of Jia Yi, the heart of Long Yi jumped irregularly in disorder. What does this little girl want to do? If she really wanted to have a sexual relationship with him, then that would be too unbelievable. Moreover, she had no reason to behave this way. While Long Yi was pondering, Jia Yi had already shyly taken off all of her clothing, revealing her. Although her appearance was not the best, but her body was pretty good. Her snow-white skin was glossy, had ivory-colored luster, and appeared smooth and elastic. Her pair of proudly stood upright on her bosom, and 2 bright red dots on them could cleanse people's will, and her pretty waist was very thin and soft. And in the thin fine hairs between her thighs, a maiden's mysterious private parts were indistinctly visible. Long Yi, who had slightly opened his eyes, had a panoramic view of everything, and was forced to spend a lot of perseverance to stop his little brother from getting ready to make trouble. Jia Yi squatted down, supported Long Yi to sit up, and then she sat behind Long Yi. After that, she lightly placed her jade hands on his head and cervical vertebra, and began reciting obscure difficult-to-understand incantation. Along with the chanting sound of Jia Yi, the 3-dimensional star-shaped pattern inside the secret room began to fluctuate, and rays of light flowed down, forming a mysterious rune seals above the naked body of 2 people. And the expression of Jia Yi became more and more pious. And her crisp voice suddenly became hoarse, and the hands that were pressing against the body of Long Yi also became almost transparent. Long Yi only felt as if there was a vast universe within his body, and he was surrounded by countless stars and constellations. Moreover, a number of scattered memory fragments flew over inside his brain, which were being led to his consciousness by a Warmora. Long Yi was abruptly startled and awakened from this beautiful feeling, although he didn't know what had happened, however knew that this was all an illusion, and was the doing of this strange girl behind him. Long Yi's consciousness sunk and arrived at his innermost consciousness. Then he used powerful spirit power to firmly guard himself. The chanting voice of Zhao Yi became more and more urgent, and her charming body also trembled involuntarily, and the runes above the body of these two people began to flicker. Moreover, with each flicker, it became dimmer. Puff! Zhao Yi suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood on the back of Long Yi, and her charming body softly fell down. After that, the two runes above the body of both people disappeared thoroughly, and the star-shaped pattern of the secret room also disappeared in the air. Furthermore, the constellation carved on the stone walls also revert back to the same old way, as if everything that had happened just now was an illusion. Long Yi opened his eyes, wiped the blood from his back, but he however didn't notice a dark red mark was already engraved on his skin, and after he put on his clothing, he turned around. He saw Zhao Yi was lying on the bed. Her transparent pupils were dim without any luster, and she was absent-mindedly watching at him. Long Yi pulled a piece of cloth and covered the body of Zhao Yi and said indifferently, "Say, what did you want to do?" Zhao Yi struggled to sit up, and without answering Long Yi's question, she softly asked, "Weren't you awake all along?" "Yes." Long Yi nodded his head. Zhao Yi softly sighed and muttered, "The will of heaven is hard to fathom." Even using cosmic celestial magic spell, it was also in vain. Cosmic celestial magic spell? What are you talking about? Long Yi frowned and asked. Zhao Yi raised her head, then watching Long Yi's those black pupils that arose terror. Her transparent pupils had a trace of Long Yi's black pupil, and as if her pupils also changed into black, she muttered, "You should have God's will in life. So how can I predict? Master and I, both of us are wrong. We vainly hope to defy the heaven to change fate. We should suffer the wrath of heaven." The eyes of Zhao Yi became increasingly dim, and she had faint sadness and loneliness expression. She was alone when she born, and now she again was alone when she was about to die. She shook her head in a self-deprecating manner and said lightly, "The mechanism to open the door is that square metal. Pull it to the right side and the magic door will open, then you can go out." Long Yi got up, and flew past the stone platform, then after walking 2 steps, he couldn't help but turn around his head, and saw Zhao Yi slowly closing her eyes, softly falling down. Long Yi's heart tightened, and in a flash, he came down and supported the charming body of Zhao Yi. He then discovered that her bodily function was getting weaker and weaker, and her vital signs were slowly disappearing. Long Yi immediately used True Qi to protect her heart's vein, and softly called out, "Zhao Yi, wake up." Zhao Yi somewhat arduously opened her eyes, and said powerlessly, "Why are you still here?" Long Yi secretly sighed. After coming to this world, his heart seemed to have softened. If it was his previous incarnation, then with regarding such a woman who had treated him like this, he would have ignored. But now he was somewhat unable to bear, or perhaps because Zhao Yi had never had any thoughts of killing him. "Tell me, how can I save you?" Long Yi asked. The dim eyes of Zhao Yi brightened a bit, then she said with great difficulty, "I just treated you like this, but you still want to save me? Then I will ask you, if your cosmic celestial magic spell had succeeded, then would I have died?" Long Yi asked. "No, just your fate would have transferred." Zhao Yi replied, "That's it. In fact, I never believed in fate. As long as I am not dead, I think I will obtain all the things I want, relying on my own effort as before." Long Yi lightly laughed and said. Zhao Yi blankly looked at Long Yi. A trace of blood suddenly flowered down from the corner of her mouth. Long Yi got impatient in his heart and asked, "Just speak, in the end, How can I save you? Zhao Yi weakly laughed and said, in fact, you are the only one in this world that can save me. As long as you drip a drop of your blood in the space between my brows, I will be saved. Long Yi was stunned. So simple? Could it be that my blood is an immortal medicine that can bring the dying person back to the life? But seeing Zhao Yi was about to die already, he didn't think much about it and cut open his finger, then dripped a drop of his blood in the space between Zhao Yi's eyebrows. This drop of blood quickly entered into her skin, and suddenly a glistening red light flashed. Long Yi only felt a burning sensation on his back, and unexpectedly a red light passed through his robe and came out. And in the pale complexion of Zhao Yi, gradually redness appeared, and her dim pupils also revert back to lustrous. Now in the space between the eyebrows of Zhao Yi, a speck of red blood mark appeared, which looked just like a small mole. This actually increased her charm. Zhao Yi got up from the bosom of Long Yi, and somewhat complexly looking at Long Yi, she suddenly fell down to her knees, and softly said, "Slave Zhao Yi greets master." Long Yi was stunned, and looking at Zhao Yi, for a moment, he didn't know how to react. And Zhao Yi also motionlessly knelt on his ground. Only after a long while, Long Yi came back to his sense, and pulling up Zhao Yi, he asked in surprise, "What are you doing? I never asked you to become my slave." Slave's essence blood had already entered into the body of master, and with a blood contract, you bestowed me a life. This is the will of heaven." Zhao Yi indifferently said. "Blood contract? Essence blood?" Long Yi totally confused. Could it be that just now dripping a drop of blood in the space between the eyebrows of Zhao Yi was the blood medium to complete blood contract? Don't know from where, but Zhao Yi took out a magic mirror, then walking towards Long Yi, she pulled down Long Yi's robe, exposing his entire right shoulder, then placed a magic mirror behind his body. Long Yi slightly turned his head, then in the magic lamp, he saw a star-shaped dark red blood mark on his right shoulder. He suddenly recalled Zhao Yi vomiting blood on his back. Could it be that that was her essence blood? Slave vainly hoped to defy the heaven to transfer the fate, and this is the wrath of heaven. My essence blood has already entered into the body of master. If not for the blood contract of master, the only path for this slave would have been death. Zhao Yi gently helped Long Yi to tidy his clothes, and said, "So it was like that. Then can I ask, who do you want to transfer my fate to? Was it your brother Tyrant Bear?" Long Yi asked. The complexion of Zhao Yi changed, then gritting her teeth, she said, "Please forgive this slave for not being unable to answer this. In any case, I can't reveal it. If master is angry, then you can take back the life of this slave." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Forget it. Why are you calling yourself a slave? You are still Zhao Yi. Although there is a blood contract between us, but I don't intend to use this to threaten you. The fact is fact, that is unable to change. Now Zhao Yi is no longer former Zhao Yi, she is only the slave of master." Zhao Yi indifferently said, and her tone revealed a little unwilling feeling. Although the matter had dramatically developed to this point, he however was unwilling to get entangled with Zhao Yi. Then walking straight to magic door, he said, "Let's end the matters here. Since you insist on recognizing me as your master, then be obedient and listen to my words. I will return back first, and if you have nothing to do, don't come looking for me." Long Yi opened the magic door and left, leaving behind Zhao Yi blanking standing in the same place. Long Yi returned to the dormitory, and discovered Ling Feng still hadn't rested. It seems he was waiting for his return. Seeing Long Yi had returned, Ling Feng immediately got up and walked towards her bedroom, and her expression seemed quite relaxed. "Why on earth are you leaving after you see me? Still angry?" Long Yi pulled the hand of Ling Feng and said with a smile, "Angry? Why would I be angry?" Ling Feng confusedly asked, pretending to be really confused. "Are you still asking me? Today morning, weren't you angry? Say, weren't you jealous?" Long Yi smirked and asked, Jealous? What sort of joke is this? Whose vinegar did I eat? Ling Feng stutteringly said, feeling somewhat agitated. "Of course you ate my vinegar, you boy. Aren't you secretly in love with Shui Ruoyan?" Otherwise, when I said that I will sleep with her tonight, why were you so angry? Long Yi smiled and said, but he was depressed in his heart. If Ling Feng, this boy, was really in love in Shui Ruoyan, then what should he do? I don't care who you sleep with, or who you love, and I definitely don't like that old woman. Ling Feng said. Long Yi was dumbfounded, and hearing his words, he felt something was wrong. But seeing the pondering appearance of Long Yi, the face of Ling Feng reddened, and getting rid of Long Yi's hand, she ran into her bedroom. What is this boy thinking? Why is he so grumpy like a woman? Long Yi shook his head and muttered, then returning back to his room, he meditated. Chapter 166, Adventure Convention. Time passed slowly, and Long Yi's days also passed without any great waves. He threw himself into the sea of books as well as the research of magic compression and magic combination. Once in a while, he would go to the class to play with female classmates, and would also accompany Zeman Wuan to have a meal. He seems to forget about Mi Empress and also Zhao Yi, this newly acquired slave. In these days, Long Yi had achieved initial success in magic compression. Now the casting speed of compressed magic had shortened by several times, and he discovered that the more he compressed the gap between the elements, the more the might of the magic, but the consumption of energy and magical power was much more. So he felt that it was not necessary to compress the magic until it was no longer possible to compress, as long as the compression was only 1/5 of his previous compression. The effect was already very good. Moreover, the speed would also be a lot faster, although it was still too slow compared to casting only magic without compression, but at least he had substantial progress. Moreover, a matter that was worth becoming happy was, Zeman Wuan finally break through the realm of advanced magician and officially stepped into master magician realm. At that time, Long Yi and Ling Feng was meditating, and they suddenly heard someone slamming the door of their room. And after opening the door, Zeman Wuan excitedly shouted and hugged his neck, and just like a little girl, she happily shouted and also danced around, which was the most intimate gesture she had ever shown to him so far. On that evening, in order to celebrate the breakthrough of Zeman Wuan, Ling Feng, Long Yi and Zeman Wuan went to intoxicated fragrant building and had a big celebration till dawn without restraint. And the relation between Long Yi and Zeman Wuan suddenly became closer, and as for Ling Feng, his attitude was rather strange. He treated Zeman Wuan so nicely, that this made Long Yi think that he was coveting Zeman Wuan, but this fellow nevertheless would die than to admit it. Very quickly, the Adventure Convention, which was held once every 2 years in Illusory Magic Forest of Mi Holy Magic Academy, was beginning. Practically all the students of Advanced Magic class signed up to participate. This, however, was not a dangerous treasure hunt, but even if it was dangerous, with the attraction of divine artifact level items, perhaps there would still be many people signing up to participate. Early in the morning, Long Yi and Ling Feng leisurely walked outside, and staying beside Long Yi for a long time, Ling Feng was unconsciously contaminated by many habit of Long Yi. For instance, walking, that unbridled steps were exactly the same as Long Yi. Also that habit of Long Yi hugging his chest and caressing his chin when he was thinking deeply, Ling Feng had already lent this point accurate to perfection. When two people with same pace reached the dormitory of Zeman Wuan, they saw Zeman Wuan and 2 other beautiful girls were talking and laughing. The complexion of Ling Feng immediately changed. He pulled the sleeve of Long Yi and asked, "Why is Yinian here? Are you messing with me?" Long Yi innocently shook off Ling Feng and said, "How do I know? Her legs are on her body, so if she wants to come, who can stop her?" After 2 of them walked over, all 3 girls looked at them with a smile on their face. "Teacher Shui Ruoyan, are you here to see us off?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "Yes, I am here to send you off all the way until you return." Shui Ruoyan smiled and said, while slyly looking at Long Yi, You're not going to join us in the Adventure Convention, are you?" Long Yi asked in surprise. He had just asked her to help add Yinian in his group, but did not seem to ask her to come too. "Why can't I?" Shui Ruoyan pricked up her eyebrows and said. Now her beautiful eyes were full of smiles. "But aren't you a teacher? Long Yi gloomily said. It seems what Ling Feng had said at that time was indeed correct. After Shui Ruoyan had cried in his bosom last time, she frequently pestered him. Sometimes she would initiate a harmless prank, or would frequently tease him, and when Long Yi wanted to go a step forward, she would flee just like a frightened bunny, making Long Yi think that this woman was intentionally toying with him. The academy does not stipulate that teachers are not allowed to participate. Moreover, I am responsible for leading this group. Shui Ruoyan proudly smiled and said. Long Yi was speechless. And this moment, Ling Feng however shrunk behind him, and the reason for this was that idiotic passionate gaze of Yinian as if moth meeting fire was stuck at his body. If it was any other male student in his place, then they would have a big smile on their face. But this kid Ling Feng was continuously avoiding it just like plague. This was something Long Yi was unable to understand till now. Even if a man doesn't accept a woman, he also wouldn't be so cold and heartless. In fact, Yinian looked very pretty. Dressed in a light blue magic robe, she looked very beautiful and graceful, and her figure was also very high level. If it was not for the splendor of Ximen Wuan, this peerless beauty, then she was absolutely a dazzling beauty. The time is almost up, we should go to the gathering point of mountain behind now. Shui Ruoyan said. 5 people walked towards the mountain behind, and the combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracted a lot of attention, and especially each one of these 5 people were man and woman of the moment of the academy, so the effect naturally was 200%. The ancient transmission formation in the mountain behind Holy Magic Academy was a very secluded place. Usually this place was deserted, because for the activation of this magic formation, it required large amount of magic cores as well as 3 Archmage of Magic Guild of Mi Principality to unseal it, so even if a person found this place, it wasn't a big deal. But this moment, this entire mountain was jam-packed with several thousand students. As a matter of fact, the entire Advanced Magic Department only had 400 or so students, that's all. And the greater part of students here were the junior students joining in for the fun. At this moment, a large number of magic cores were already placed, and 3 archmages had also already taken up their positions, beginning to chant in low voice. Suddenly, several piles of magic cores began to shine, and with energy circulating in the pattern of the magic formation, entire magic formation began to emit brilliance. This looked extremely beautiful and spectacular, making many onlooking students to gasp in amazement. And at that moment, teacher began to call out the names of the students from the name list, and one group after another stepped into the magic formation, and instantly disappeared inside the magic formation. Soon the name of the group of Long Yi was also called, and after all 5 of them stepped into this magic formation, they only felt darkness before their eyes, then they immediately felt the state of weightlessness, and after they again opened their eyes, they were already inside a green forest, and with fresh air blowing against their face, they felt very comfortable. All the students that had entered before them had already spread out. Each group had map of their own, and were assigned with their own area in order to prevent any event of robbing each other. This illusory forest was very vast, and only a portion of this forest was marked in the map. And before entering this forest, all the teachers had warned them to not enter the unmarked unknown region. Moreover, the time limit of this adventure convention was merely 2 months, because this transmission formation was too old. Once it was activated, it could only be maintained for 2 months. After 2 months, it would automatically stop its operation. And after that, if you want to activate again, then you have to wait next 2 years to open this transmission formation again. Long Yi looked at the map for a while, and seeing they were assigned to the northwest area, he waved his hand and shouted, "Advance towards the divine artifact." 5 people quickly rushed towards the northwest direction, and with Long Yi casting Fugale magic on everybody, their speed was much faster compared to other people. Although no one was leader of this group, but everybody subconsciously obeyed the command of Long Yi. His charisma and temperament was too prominent. At that time, when he, Hale and others had formed a group to go to Huangming Plain, he had replaced Hale as the leader of the group unknowingly, and all the layouts and progress were basically under his decision. Throughout the way, they came across a number of low-leveled magical beasts, which were easily taken care of using magic. Although the magical cores of these magical beasts could be sold for few coins, however all of them were rich, and they basically didn't care about these merely C-classed magic cores. No need to speak about Long Yi and Ling Feng, who had practically inexhaustible amount of money. Shui Ruoyan, who was wearing top-grade magic accessories all over her body, was also obviously wealthy, and Yinian was the only daughter of Nelan Empire's big aristocrat, obviously didn't lack spending money. "Where are the treasures? How come we aren't finding any of them?" Yinian said in her charming voice. "The reason why treasures are called treasures is naturally because they are rare things. Do you think they are stones to find so easily?" Ling Feng, who was pestered by Yinian all along the way, angrily said. "Yes, why didn't I think of that, Ling Feng? You are so intelligent," Yinian charmingly said while looking at Ling Feng with adoring gaze. Long Yi and other two looked at each other and simultaneously trembled, and thought, are all the girls in love so love-struck idiot? After traveling entire day, Long Yi and his group finally arrived to their assigned area, which was the most west side of the map. But how vast was this area? This was not shown in this map. Since the sky was already dark, 5 people camped on the spot, and sat together waiting for Long Yi's specialty, which was roasted meat. And with Long Yi and Ling Feng, these two fellows who liked to show off, coupled with Shui Ruoyan who liked to bicker, this place naturally was filled with happy laughter and cheerful voices, just like a camping trip. Long Yi took out the map, then looking left and right side of the map, he stared at those black area on the map. That was the area where teachers had warned them that they shouldn't go. Long Yi clapped his hands to attract the attention of everyone, then said with a smile, "This illusory forest opens once every 2 years, and many people have already come here before to hunt treasures, so I think nearly all the treasures in these area have already been dug out. So perhaps we might not be able to find any treasure here. Wouldn't that be boring?" The eyes of Ling Feng shone, and looking at Long Yi, she giggled, "You brat, don't you want to go over there to look?" Pointing towards that dark areas, Ling Feng said. "No, that place is uncharted area. If there is any accident, then what would you do?" Shui Ruoyan immediately opposed. "I say, teacher Shui Ruoyan, aren't you an archmage? But how come your guts is as small as a mite?" Long Yi smirked and said, "It's useless to prod, I am a teacher, so I have the final say." Shui Ruoyan snorted. "You are my woman, and woman should naturally listen to man." Long Yi rolled his eyes and said, I don't feel like reasoning with you." Shui Ruoyan turned her head with ambiguous expression, and her cheeks became rosy. Long Yi looked at all of them and said, "Since someone opposed, we will use democratic means. Raise your hand to vote, and minority obeys the majority." "I agree to this proposal." Long Yi raised his hand first. "I also agree." Ling Feng also raised her hand, and Yinian, who followed all the steps of Ling Feng, also raised her hand. As for Zeman Wuan, she looked at Shui Ruoyan. She actually wanted to raise her hand, but now that the decision was already made, to show consideration to Shui Ruoyan, she also didn't raise her hand. Long Yi gave Zeman Wuan a grateful gaze, and said with a smile, 3-2, this matter is decided. Tomorrow we will immediately go over this area. Chapter 167, Perfect Killing Combination. Shui Ruoyan snorted to show dissatisfaction, but also no longer opposed. Stopping them was merely her duty as a teacher, but her adventurous traits was not any inferior to Long Yi. At that time, to reach Master Magician realm, she once went deep inside Huangming Plain by herself, nearly losing her life, but she endured through it, successfully rising in rank. Long Yi looked towards the crescent moon in the sky. It seems there was no difference between this place and Blue Wave's continent. He guessed that this illusory magic forest should not be an independent space, rather a certain corner of Blue Wave's continent. After eating the delicious roasted meat, they again laughed and chatted with each other for a little while, then unconsciously everyone quiet down, and they blankly stared at the fire. Now, other than the popping sound of bonfire, the surrounding was quiet. Long Yi patted the knees of Ling Feng, and comfortably lying down, he used her thigh as his head pillow, looking towards the starry sky. He unconsciously recalled Zhao Yi, that mysterious girl. If her cosmic celestial magic spell was truly successful at that time, then would everything he had possessed obliterate completely? Ling Feng stared at Long Yi, and seeing him blankly looking towards the sky, she gave up resisting. She seemed to be somewhat accustomed to the body contact with Long Yi. Suddenly, a crisp wailing sound resounded in the night sky, which was similar to the sound of infant crying. Long Yi immediately got up, and 5 people looked at each other in blank dismay. One should know that this was illusory magic forest, so how could there be any infant here? They couldn't help but feel cold on their back, and had their hair stand on end. Ling Feng, come with me to take a look. As for you 3, stay here. Long Yi immediately instructed. No, we're going together. What are you thinking by casting aside only us 3 girls here? Shui Ruoyan pulled the sleeves of Long Yi and said. She had panic-stricken expression on her face. Yes, we'll go together. What will we do if that terrifying thing come here after you 2 went away? Yin Yin said. Then you all will use magic to attack it all, otherwise what's the use of learning magic? Long Yi helplessly said. Girls however are troublesome. Just then, again infant wailing-like sound reverberated through the night sky. Yin Yin was startled and she firmly grasped the arm of Ling Feng, and this sudden scream of Yin Yin made Zemin Wuan and Shui Ruoyan even more terrified. Then one on the left, and one on the right, they leaned closely against Long Yi. Second brother, I am afraid, take us together with you. Zemin Wuan said in trembling voice. Long Yi was dumbfounded. Among these 2 women, one was Archmage and other was light magician specializing in exorcising evil spirits. But both of them were actually afraid like this. This truly was inconceivable. But this was also not surprising, as, if women has someone they could depend upon beside them, then they would generally change and become weak. Beside, this strange cry was indeed scary, and no one had ever heard this kind of cry in Blue Wave's continent. Skeletons and zombies, they all were just the body without soul. And resentment transforms into specters. But this wailing sound was sharp, which was different from the sound produced by a number of known things. And people are always fearful with regarding to the unknown things. Thinking it was not a good idea to leave behind 3 girls here, Long Yi decided to take them along. 5 people alertly advanced towards the place from where the sound had come without any magic illumination, otherwise they would be too obvious. 5 people increasingly went deeper, and the trees also become increasingly tall and dense. Now even the moonlight didn't come in. Fortunately, Long Yi had night vision, and serving as an eye of everybody, 5 people slowly moved forward. Long Yi used spirit power to make a guard shield in order to cut off their aura. Yin Yin suddenly staggered and cried. What happened? Long Yi asked. Nothing, I merely tripped on the stone of the ground. Yin Yin said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Long Yi looked down and sideways, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. There wasn't stones on the ground, they clearly were skeletons of magical beasts. Not only one, Long Yi discovered scattered bones everywhere. Be careful everyone, that monster should be nearby. Long Yi softly said. Just then, Ling Feng suddenly moved closer to the ear of Long Yi and whispered, Yin Qi is very dense all around this place, should be a powerful specter here. Do you think it is a specter that was wailing? That is a possibility, but I have never heard specter wailing like that. Long Yi softly said. If it is a specter, and if these Yin Qi was brought about by this thing, then it would be can be discovered but not sought best quality material law. Ling Feng lightly said. She had desire in her tone. What are you 2 whispering about? Quickly walk. This place is ghastly, it's making even my heart feel cold. Shui Ruoyan said. The evil qi in this place is so dense, there should be specter here. I will cast a holy light magic to exorcise. Zemin Wuan was a light magician, so she was naturally more sensitive to these evil qi. After speaking, she immediately began to chant incantation. Don't, little sister. Long Yi quickly stopped Zemin Wuan. Now the matters weren't clear, so rashly using holy light magic might instead attract trouble. Zemin Wuan stopped chanting incantation and softly asked, "Why, wah?" A sound as if infant wailing came from close proximity, thumping the heart of several people here. Just then, Long Yi suddenly sniffed, and smelled faint smell of blood floating in the air. Then he understood that this was not a specter, as specter didn't have entity, and they directly attack the soul of other living things without injuring the physical body. But now, there was a smell of blood, which proves that the monster in front had entity. A monster having entity made this place change into a place like this. One can well imagine its strength from this, and at this moment, the smell of blood got thicker and thicker, so others were also able to smell it. They were not stupid, so they naturally thought this aspect. 5 people slowly moved forward under the lead of Long Yi. And to take precaution against any cases, Long Yi was prepared to summon violent light beast from his dark dimension at any time. But unless it was last resort, he didn't want to do so. Suddenly, their front became open and spacious, and the scene appeared before them made them turn pale with fright. Under the moonlight, a gigantic ball-shaped monster stood on the ground. No, it should be mentioned that this monster was a huge head. Its huge mouth occupied 2/3, and from the remainder places, disgusting long tentacles grew all over. That as if infant wailing sound was issued by this ugly to the extreme monster, and what made people even more surprised was, a transparent specter was intimately floating beside it. Even from so far away, one could feel its tyrannical chi, and every now and then, various kind of magical beasts would come over, then obediently go to the front of this monster. After that, that specter would absorb their soul first, then their physical body would be swallowed by this monster. Truly was perfect killing combination. Knowing what kind of monster in front of him was, Long Yi wasn't nervous in his heart. The reason why those magical beasts were obediently coming here to get killed was because of that specter's spirit power. With its a kind of strange spirit wave, it brought about a kind of hypnotizing effect. There indeed is no lack of strange things in nature. Long Yi sighed. It was amazing that these two, one yin one yang, things to actually know how to unite. Each took what one needs. Naturally could cause people exclaim in admiration. This disgusting-looking big-headed monster clearly had a weak mobility, could only rely on its infant-like wailing to attract its prey, but when the prey noticed danger, they would immediately escape, who would obediently deliver itself to get eaten. But this specter make up for this point. Generally the move of specter also wouldn't have such big effect. It also needs to rely on this big-headed monster's wailing to attract magical beasts. Judging from this specter had actually given rise to some wisdom, so it absolutely was a divine artifact-level material in the eyes of necromancer. Ling Feng also seemed to understand this point. Long Yi, what should we do now? Shui Ruoyan asked. After the matters were clarified, these few women also seemed to have calmed down. That evil specter must be eliminated. If it keeps growing, then it will definitely become a calamity to mankind. Zemin Wuan said. As a priest of Light Church, she utterly detested all dark things. When she knew Long Yi and Ling Feng were necromancer in the future, then her reaction of at that time would definitely be interesting to watch. You're right. This specter is already beginning to develop wisdom, absolutely cannot leave it alone. Long Yi nodded his head, but he was thinking of various ideas within his mind. He didn't want these 3 women to hinder him, that way, he would freely obtain this specter. I will deal with that specter, you all deal with that monster. Zemin Wuan said seriously and took out magic wand from inside her space ring. She was very clear about the difficulty of dealing with this specter. Long Yi gave a meaningful glance at Ling Feng, then catching the little hand of Zemin Wuan, he said, I am your second brother, how can I let you take risks? Leave this thing to me. As for that ugly monster, you all hold it down, it shouldn't be very powerful in close range attack. But, that is specter, beside light magic. Other magic are basically ineffective against it. Zemin Wuan looked at Long Yi with concerned expression, and warm feeling rose in her heart. Rest assured, leave it to me. Ling Feng, deal with that monster with them. Long Yi winked towards Ling Feng. "No problem," Ling Feng said with a smile. After she had seen Long Yi's super skeletons, she had been very envious. If she could obtain this specter and temper it into blood spirit, then it absolutely wouldn't be inferior to Long Yi's super skeleton. Moreover, it would be even more superior, because any physical attacks would be useless against it. Furthermore, this kind of ferocious things wouldn't be that injured even with light magic. Absolutely was a good thing. Long Yi suddenly withdrew his spirit shield, and rushed out as fast as lightning with his spirit power pressing at this specter. And at the same time, Ling Feng and 3 women also launched attacks towards that monster. Shui Ruoyan immediately released the icebound magic sealed in her ring, then began chanting rank 10 water attack magic, Divine Ice Lance, which was powerful enough to pierce through a small mountain. That specter screamed, and its spirit power took the form of strange wave, gushing towards Long Yi. But Long Yi was already prepared. Moreover, his spirit power was first class in strength. And after arriving to this different world, his spirit power had increased sharply. So how can this kind of little trick injure him? The spirit power of Long Yi rapidly bound specter. But this specter was also very tenacious. After absorbing the soul of countless magical beasts, those specters he had come across in the secret room of Lost City's City Lord Mansion was not comparable to it. Furthermore, it unexpectedly could absorb the spirit power of Long Yi, nibbling off the binding spirit power of Long Yi. This specter already had wisdom, and it knew that Long Yi was difficult to deal with. So it actually turned around to flee. It was different from other specters, that only get angry and only knows to pounce on. Want to run? If I let you escape, where should I put my face? Long Yi smirked, then suddenly leaping swiftly, his expression becomes solemn, and with his hands intersect in the sky, an illusory shadow formed Buddha's seal. Vajra subduing devil seal. Long Yi's booming voice reverberated through the air. A golden Buddha's seal shot out from Long Yi's hand. It got increasingly bigger, and as if a huge spirit bomb, it firmly held down fleeing specter. It seems that old Buddhist monks' things are still useful, deserve to call Buddhism orthodox school. Long Yi thought in his heart. His Shelline Kung Fu was imparted to him in person by the master of his previous incarnation's Shelline Monastery. Naturally was very genuine. Looking at specter struggling in Buddha's seal, Long Yi however had a headache. Binding it with spirit power was useless, and using different soul fire again would burn its soul, then the effect of refining would be much worse. Forget it, I will just throw it into Blood Skull space, and let Violent Lightning Beast and Little Three carefully look at it. Long Yi thought inside his heart. Then turning around his head, he couldn't help but was somewhat surprised. He had thought that with Shui Ruoyan, this archmage with them, the battle would end quickly, but to his surprise, even with 4 of them working together, they actually were powerless to hold down this big-headed monster. Long Yi saw no one was paying attention to him, so he quickly threw that specter inside the dark dimension space, and simultaneously used his thoughts to instruct Violent Lightning Beast and Little Three to carefully observe it. After that he carefully watched the fight over there. He discovered that this ugly big-headed monster was actually swallowing down the magic attacks of these women. Even the rank 10 water attack magic of Shui Ruoyan was swallowed by this monster. Moreover, it had appearance as if it had just enjoyed most delicious delicacies. Long Yi was utterly surprised. This however was a real monster. When did such terrifying creature appear inside illusory magic forest? Simply was shocking. Long Yi snapped his fingers, and a head-sized magic ball appeared above his finger. Then using spirit power, he began to compress. The strongest might of this fireball after it was compressed was explosion. Slowly, this fireball was compressed to thumb-size fireball with dazzling light. After that, using internal force, he threw it inside the mouth of this big-headed monster. With a bang muffled explosion sound, the huge body of big-headed monster shook, seemed somewhat uncomfortable, but very quickly restored to normal. Seeing Long Yi had already finished his battle, all 4 of them came closer to Long Yi. Long Yi, we can't deal with this monster, let's forget about it. Shui Ruoyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, and all other also had solemn complexion. Long Yi squinted his eyes looking at that big-headed monster. Right now this big-headed monster seemed very proud of itself. Long Yi rolled his eyes, then smiling sinisterly, he said, "Hey ugly, don't you like to eat? I will let you eat something good." From inside his space ring, Long Yi took out 2 big bottles of ground pepper used for seasoning, and he poured all of them into the invisible container made up of his spirit power, then threw it towards this big-headed monster, and this big-headed monster fearlessly swallowed it. Chapter 168, Girl's Body. Big-headed monster complacently swung its disgusting tentacles. Suddenly, its tentacles straightened, and its entire body instantly became bright red. Then it kept on sneezing without stopping and spat out spicy hot powder from its mouth. Wah, wah, wah. Big-headed monster unexpectedly issued a childlike wail again, and tears unexpectedly gushed out from its eyes. "Is it really crying?" Pointing at big-headed monster, Zemin Wuan asked in surprise. "Perhaps. Who knows?" Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, he seemed to sense that this big-headed monster had feeling wronged expression. It must be an illusion." "What now? Do we still attack it?" Yinian asked. "Attack the Farda. This thing is a monster that will not die no matter how many times we attack. We are leaving," Long Yi said, "and lead the way back." Because everything was already clear, Shui Ruoyan and other casted magic ball to illuminate their way. And when they saw that the place they were standing just now was actually covered densely with dead bones, and was littered with corpses, all of them couldn't help but cried out in alarm, and very naturally, they drew close to Long Yi as well as Ling Feng. These 2 men, naturally, they didn't know that Ling Feng was also a beauty. "Second brother, did you exterminate that specter?" Zemin Wuan asked. "Of course. Since you're second brother, I raise hand. I never carry out the matter half-heartedly, so how could that small specter escape from my 5-finger mountain awe?" Long Yi smiled and said, while clutching empty air with his big hand, with self-important appearance on his face. Shui Ruoyan looked at Long Yi's face, revealing a little bit of curiosity and doubt. Just now she had seen Long Yi's that divine seal, and sensed that abundant and vast vital energy of that golden Buddha seal, but she had never heard or seen such magic. She wanted to ask, but guessed that Long Yi would definitely use Light God came to his dream to teach him this move again as an excuse, so she had wanting to ask but stopping expression on her face. "Teacher Shui Ruoyan, what do you want to say?" Yinian noticed the expression of Shui Ruoyan, so she couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Even if I say, it will just be useless babbling." Shui Ruoyan glanced at Long Yi and said in low spirits. At that time, the attention of Zemin Wuan and Ling Feng was also attracted, and they curiously urged Shui Ruoyan to speak. "I just want to ask him what that dazzling golden light magic of his that subdued the specter was, but I guess he definitely will not tell the truth, so asking is also useless," Shui Ruoyan said, and her eyes looking towards Long Yi unexpectedly had a little hidden bitterness. "Yes, I also seem to have seen it, second brother. What exactly was that magic?" Zemin Wuan pulled the sleeve of Long Yi and asked. Now her relationship with Long Yi was very close. Sometimes she also loved to act like a spoiled child in front of him. "It's not like I don't want to say, rather you wouldn't understand," Long Yi said with a smile. "If you don't say, then how do you know that we will not understand? I know you are intentionally hiding it." Shui Ruoyan snorted and said angrily, "Since you want to know so much, I will say it. I used Buddha's seal. Did you understand now? This is why I said you will not understand." Long Yi couldn't help but said with a smile. All of them looked at each other's face, and they were at a loss. They didn't even know what Buddha was, so they naturally didn't understand what Buddha's seal was. "We didn't understand, explain it," Ling Feng also asked curiously. "How many secrets are hidden by this brat? I thought his deepest secret was him being a necromancer, but it turned out to be not like that. He always give other people surprise, seemingly have endless skill. Buddha is. Well, It can be considered as a god who is believed by the people of distant continent, with leniency towards all the living creatures. Buddha's teachings are boundless, and exorcising evil spirits and subduing demon is naturally very easy. Compared to those bird-wing people, he is many times stronger. Long Yi explained. What is bird-wing people? Don't tell me that it is winged people. Ling Feng asked. Winged people? How come I have never heard about them? Long Yi asked in confusion. Could it be that other than those gods, there furthermore are races that have wings? You ignorant and ill-informed person naturally hasn't heard about them. Humph. Shui Ruoyan mockingly watched Long Yi. You know? Then explain. Long Yi asked. Of course I know, but it is better to leave explaining matters to Ling Feng. Ling Feng, explain him. The smile of Shui Ruoyan stiffened. In fact, she also didn't know, merely she had refuted subconsciously. Wing people is a subdivision of beast clan. They are born with a pair of big wings and are able to fly like a bird. It is said that, just like elf clan, their men are handsome and women are beautiful, and they are skilled in wind magic. They are the only race among the beast clan that had great talent in magic. But unfortunately, tens of thousands years ago, they got extinct. I also saw them only in some ancient books. Ling Feng explained while walking. 5 people soon reached the place where they had camped previously. This moment, the bonfire was already extinguished, only a faint smoke curling upward was left. Since everyone is tired, all of us should go to rest. From tomorrow, we will begin to explore unmapped area. Long Yi said to everyone. All 5 of them entered into their tent to rest. Now only the crisp humming sound of insect and the sound of rustling leaves due to the cool breeze blowing them were left in the night sky. The meditation of Ling Feng didn't last long. At this time, the stars were still twinkling in the sky, and there still was ample time left before the dawn. At night, they had a large-scale fight with big-headed monster, making Ling Feng feel not very comfortable, as girls always love to clean themselves. Ling Feng recalled that there was a clear brook not far away from their current camping ground, and thought to go to that place to take a bath properly, as her body was truly feeling too uncomfortable. Crawling up, Ling Feng alertly sensed the surrounding and found no movement. She assumed that all of them must be either resting or meditating. After that, Ling Feng came out of her tent, then noiselessly walked towards the brook. Short time later, Ling Feng heard the sound of gurgling water, and a winding brook appeared in front of her. Ling Feng went upstream, as she recalled that there was a riverbed of stones in the upstream of this brook which was particularly suitable to take a bath. Ling Feng walked at a brisk pace to get there, and reaching there, she was happy. And just when she was about to undress and enter the water, suddenly, a figure burst out of the waters of this brook. Taken by surprise, Ling Feng was so scared that she retreated several steps. A long pitch-black hair flung backward, and a peerlessly beautiful face was revealed from the water of this brook. And at that time, her sluggish eyes and Ling Feng's startled eyes meet with each other. This moment, the brain of both of them short-circuited for the time being. Zeman Wuan. After quite a while, Ling Feng slightly came back to her sense, and knew that the person inside the water was unexpectedly the little sister of Long Yi, Zeman Wuan. And at this moment, the sluggish eyes of Zeman Wuan also began to move. A woman's first reaction in such circumstance was to shout, merely just when she opened her mouth. Seeing the situation was anything but reassuring, Ling Feng pounced onto Zeman Wuan and both of them entered into the water. Zeman Wuan vigorously struggled, ashamed and heartbroken, as the hand of Ling Feng just happens to be pressing at her tall and straight. With this, how can Zeman Wuan, who had always believed that Ling Feng was a man, not be panic-stricken and indignant? Ling Feng made a wry smile. If she let Zeman Wuan cry out, then there certainly would be a big trouble. Moreover, wouldn't that brat Long Yi peel off her skin if he learned of this? Furthermore, she didn't know how to explain this, and she might possibly have to reveal that she was woman in front of everyone at that time. But now, she had to tell this secret to only Zeman Wuan, otherwise this matter would be hard to settle. Merely she hoped she could keep her secret. Wuan, please don't shout. Could it be that you want to attract the attention of everyone, I don't have any ill intent. Ling Feng whispered in the ear of Zemin Wen. Having heard what was said, Zemin Wen stopped struggling, and come back to her sense. If Long Yi and others were attracted, then she would also be at loss. 10 minutes later, Zemin Wen finished putting on her clothing, and with her hair draped in the back, she stared at Ling Feng with somewhat pale complexion. This damned fellow actually. She always had trusted him. Wen, listen to me. You don't have to say anything, you bastard. Zemin Wen coldly interrupted the words of Ling Feng. Her pure body was seen by a man, so she felt very wronged, and recalling Long Yi for no reason, she became even more sad in her heart. Then unexpectedly couldn't help but sobbed, and her teardrops fell down just like snapped string pearls. Wen, don't call me A. Zemin Wen subconsciously interrupted, but that voice wasn't the voice of Ling Feng, rather seemed to be a crisp voice of an elegant maiden. If I say I'm a girl just like you, then will you believe me? Looking at Zemin Wen, Ling Feng said. Zemin Wen didn't dare to believe, and only after a good while, she came back to her sense and said, don't think that just because you know how to make a voice of a girl I will believe in you. Ling Feng smiled, then her handsome face distorted, and a devastatingly beautiful face appeared in front of Zemin Wen. Her brown hair and pupils also instantly changed into very dazzling sea blue color. Ling Feng, you are really a girl? Zemin Wen stuttered, and with surprise in her eyes, she stared at that flawless beautiful face of Ling Feng. Ling Feng walked to the front of Zemin Wen, then pulling open her lapel, she unwrapped the white strip of cloth that was bound around her chest, then a pair of glittering and translucent jumped out, and pink lightly quivered coming into contact with wind. You can touch to see if they are real or not. Ling Feng smiled and said. Zemin Wen raised her jade hands towards Ling Feng's, gently rubbing. She felt warm, smooth, slippery and 100% elastic. Compared to her own, they were unexpectedly a size bigger, truly making people envy. Zemin Wen let go, then looking towards somewhat familiar and again very unfamiliar Ling Feng, her mood finally restored calmness. You are a girl, does my second brother know? Zemin Wen softly asked. Ling Feng fastened her lapel, then shaking her head, she said with a smile, he still doesn't know, be sure to never tell him, help me keep this a secret, okay? Zemin Wen strangely sized up Ling Feng, then suddenly smiling, she said, every day, you are with my second brother with arms around each other's shoulders, moreover you two live in the same dormitory room, could it be that you don't speak nonsense, I don't like him, I and he are only brothers, it's the friendship between men. Ling Feng said with bright red face. But you are a woman, if you are not interested in him, why are you allowing him to be so intimate? Moreover, didn't you just let him use your lap as his pillow? Zemin Wen said with a smile. She didn't believe the excuse of Ling Feng. Ling Feng bit her lower lip, and suddenly sighed softly. Chapter 169, Misunderstanding. The expression of Ling Feng became somewhat complicated. Does she really feel such about Long Yi? Honestly speaking, even she herself couldn't believe it. Sometimes, she would also have the impulse of wanting to tell him the truth that she was a girl, merely she didn't know what kind of reaction Long Yi would have after he knew it. A person whom he had continuously treated as brother suddenly turned out to be a woman. Wouldn't that be difficult to accept? Moreover, it was difficult to break the shackles of her identity. Ling Feng was lost in thought, and a trace of resentment and helplessness unexpectedly flashed in her azure blue eyes. Who to resent, who to hate? Seeing the ever-changing expression of Ling Feng, although Zemin Wen didn't understand her sufferings, but she knew that Ling Feng was certainly in love with her second brother. She couldn't help but sigh seeing the changeable affairs of human life. The ignorant and incompetent profligate son of rich parents, who was once known as the sex fiend among the not yet betrothed ladies of Soaring Dragon City, now unexpectedly was the center of women. Moreover, all of these women were peerless and devastatingly beautiful, so much so that sometimes even she would have some ethics-defying thoughts. If Long Yi was not her blood-related second brother, then would she also have fallen in love with him? Ling Feng, is your name really Ling Feng? It's just like the name of a male. Zemin Wuan suddenly smiled and asked. Ling Feng came back to her sense, then hiding all her thoughts to the innermost part of her heart, she smiled and said, "Why don't you read it in reverse order? Ling Feng, Feng Ling, Feng Ling." Zemin Wuan immediately understand. Ling Feng nodded her head, and her expression suddenly became somewhat desolate, and she said, "In fact, only a few people know this name. Most of the time, I am called Ling Feng." Zemin Wuan never knew that Ling Feng, who was always excessively giggling on the surface, also concealed so many worries. She didn't ask about it again. Rather lightly smiling, she said, "Didn't you come here to bathe? Let's bathe together." Early in the morning, Long Yi woke up from his meditation, and leaving the tent, he stretched out himself. Just when he was only half stretched, he suddenly saw Ling Feng and Zemin Wuan walking back from a distant point while talking and laughing. Long Yi was stunned, and muttered, "This brat Ling Feng, he truly is daring. But when did they become so close?" Long Yi felt somewhat unwell in his heart. Perhaps all the elder brother in the world feel similar. When their originally very close younger sister suddenly got close to another man, elder brother would naturally feel somewhat sour in their heart. If they are each other's sunshine, then he should feel happy for them. Long Yi thought like this in his heart, but still felt somewhat uncomfortable in any case. "Second brother, we found a lot of these wild berries over there. They are very sweet." Seeing Long Yi, Zemin Wuan happily dashed over, holding two red-colored beautiful fruits. It is so brightly colored, isn't it poisonous?" Long Yi took the fruit, and after looking at it for a while, he said, "I checked it, there is no poison." Ling Feng smiled and said. Long Yi looked at Zemin Wuan, who was smiling brightly for a while. How is this not the look of girl immersed in love? Long Yi held Ling Feng's shoulder in his arm, then said with a smile, "Ling Feng, come with me, I have something to speak with you." Ling Feng shoots a glance at Zemin Wuan, and her face became a bit red. She wanted to struggle free, but Long Yi's death grip tightened. "Second brother, what do you want to speak?" I also want to know." Zemin Wuan quite curiously said. "This is a matter between us men, not some jolly time a little girl can participate." Long Yi said and forcefully dragged away Ling Feng, but he still had a brilliant smile on his face as before. Looking at the back view of two figures going far away, Zemin Wuan chuckled. "Matter between men? He. Turning her head, the smile of Zemin Wuan froze, because she saw Yinian standing at the entrance of her tent was looking at her with complex and hurt eyes. Obviously, just like Long Yi, she had also misunderstood the relation between Ling Feng and Zemin Wuan. Zemin Wuan was startled, and didn't know what to say for the time being. She however had promised Ling Feng to keep her secret, but this kind of feeling of being treated as the rival in love was too uncomfortable. Moreover, this matter really was too muddled. Feng Ling, that girl was obviously a girl willfully pretending to be a man while attracting bees and butterflies everywhere. Yinian, I really have nothing to do with Ling Feng, don't misunderstand." Zemin Wuan somewhat awkwardly said. This feeling was very odd. She, a girl, was explaining to another girl that she and yet another girl were not in lovers' relation. This was so awkward. "Zemin Wuan, don't lie to me. Although Ling Feng chased around many girls, however he never got close like this with any girls. You," Yinian said with a pale complexion. Suddenly her throat tightened, and felt her maiden heart sour and painful, and with her eyes getting red, she was unable to finish what she was saying. Seeing Yinian was so hurt, Zemin Wuan urgently said, "Believe me, I swear in the name of Light God, there is no love of man and woman between I and Ling Feng." And she added only sister's friendship in her heart. Seeing Zemin Wuan's sincere face, moreover hearing her, a priest, vowing to Light God, Yinian thought that this shouldn't be false. However, her heart always had a thorn. "In fact, Ling Feng only treats me as a younger sister. You should know that he and my second brother are good brothers, so treating as a younger sister naturally seems a little close." Zemin Wuan explained with great difficulty. She felt that she was going to faint soon. This relationship truly could become so chaotic. If Yinian knew that the target she admired so much was unexpectedly a girl just like her, then what kind of expression would she have, really? A light of hope flashed in the pale face of Yinian, and as if she got the hold of life-saving straw, she stepped forward and catching the hand of Zimen Wuan, she said with expectation, "Since Ling Feng treats you as a younger sister, please help me, okay? Without Ling Feng, it truly is impossible for me to live." Zimen Wuan was speechless. What should she do now? If she created an opportunity for Yinian and Long Yi, that would still be justifiable, but Yinian with Ling Feng, this was destined to be an impossible situation. "Wuan, I beg you." Yinian earnestly said. A girl in love would reach to such point that she even tossed away her dignity. Zimen Wuan couldn't help but sigh with feeling to this power of love. Zimen Wuan softly sighed, then holding the hands of Yinian, she said, "Emotional things cannot be forced. Twisting it strongly will only cause pain to both people. Moreover, there will be no one in this world if they cannot live because they don't have love. In this world, other than love, there furthermore are many things worth cherishing, such as family relation, friendship and so on. Do you want to ignore all of them because of love?" Yinian was startled and didn't speak for a long time. Over this past 1 year, she had wholeheartedly devoted to Ling Feng, and all of her former close friends slowly drifted apart. Moreover, she had made no contact with her family for a long time. For the sake of love, she lost a lot, had made many mistakes, and the value of result was unworthy. Now Yinian was rather confused. Chapter 170, Bones at the Bottom of Brook. Long Yi held onto the shoulder of Ling Feng, and practically dragged her behind the distant tree. "Long Yi, what are you doing?" "Now my shoulder is aching to death." Ling Feng rubbed her shoulder and complained. Long Yi smiled, then stretching his hand, he lightly rubbed the thin shoulders of Ling Feng and said, "I'm sorry, but be honest with me, are you having the idea of playing around with my little sister?" Ling Feng blushed and pushed aside the big hands of Long Yi, then rolling her eyes, she said, "Yes, I am having such ideas. Come bite me." Long Yi was startled, and that sour feeling in his heart became increasingly dense, so he couldn't help but ask himself, "What's exactly is happening to me? Why is there such a strong possessive desire towards Zimen Wuan inside me? Could it be that?" Long Yi didn't dare to continue thinking. He fixedly stared at Ling Feng and asked, "Tell me, are you really in love with Zimen Wuan but not merely seeking amusement like before?" Ling Feng somewhat strangely looked at Long Yi and forcibly resisting her desire to laugh, she nodded her head. "Since that is the case, her big brother also has nothing to say, but if you dare to make her sad, then don't blame me if I fall out with you." Long Yi heavily slapped the shoulder of Ling Feng. Ling Feng hissed in pain, and said angrily, "You murderer, you smashed my shoulder." "Is it? Then let me see." Long Yi smiled and stepped forward to pull the clothing of Ling Feng. Ling Feng as if a rabbit ran far away, then suddenly turning back, she happily smiled and said, "I and Zimen Wuan are indeed each other's sunshine, but this feeling is our friendship. You don't need to misunderstand that I will rob your younger sister." Long Yi had his eyes wide open, and just when he was about to say few words to cover up that hint of joy in his heart, suddenly his expression stiffened, then in a flash, leaving behind after images, he instantly appeared beside Ling Feng. "How? Just when she was about to ask, Ling Feng suddenly saw a huge shadow not far away, and involuntarily exclaimed. Two people glared at that big-headed monster of yesterday. This ugly fellow was waving its tentacles towards them, and it seemed to be in a very happy mood. And after a while, that spherical-shaped body rolled towards the direction of Long Yi and Ling Feng. En route, it knocked down several tens of big trees, but it didn't show any reaction. Ling Feng frowned, and was about to use magic to attack it, but Long Yi caught her hand. "Don't waste your strength and don't care about it. Now it is no longer early in the morning, so let's pack up and be on the road," Long Yi said, then pulled Ling Feng back to the campsite. And as for big-headed monster, seeing Long Yi getting far away, it cried out, feeling infinitely aggrieved. This shows that this monster was perhaps born with this kind of voice, and it really was not making such voice to attract the prey. When Long Yi and Ling Feng returned to the campsite, They were surprised to see Zimin Wuan and Yinian, and Shui Ruoyan also hurriedly came out from the tent. Long Yi thought for a bit, and understand what was going on. They had just heard the crying sound of that big-headed monster not far away. What's going on? Is that monster chasing after us? Shui Ruoyan immediately asked, seeing Long Yi. Yesterday that monster with abnormal defense had given her a deep impression. As a proud mage, even after she continuously attacked, she actually was not able to even injure the latter's fur. This naturally had somewhat injured her self-esteem. I don't know if it is coming for us or not, but we should leave as quickly as possible, Long Yi said, beginning to pack up the tent and other things. After that 5 people turned and rushed towards the unmarked area, and with Long Yi's gale magic, all of them naturally was very fast, shaking off that big-headed monster far behind them. All the way, 5 people didn't encounter any unusual situation. Throughout the journey, they only saw a number of low-level magical beasts, and under their fast speed, 5 people quickly crossed the northwest area assigned to them by the academy. Reaching the shaded area, Long Yi looked left and right, but didn't see any difference between the places they had come from and this place, and the level of the magical beasts was also unchanged. The highest level was only mid-sea class. Let's take a rest here, and after eating, we'll walk again. Long Yi waved his hand and said he had believed that this place would be different, but the result disappointed him. Long Yi took out the captured wild chicken and said with a smile, "Today I will make exceptionally delicious food, and I guarantee that this food will leave a lingering aftertaste for a long time." Long Yi went to a brook and washed the chicken clean, then smearing the seasoning, he stuffed its belly with the variety of ingredients. After that used an oil paper to firmly wrap the chicken, then he took out some mud from inside the brook, and smeared all over the chicken. "Long Yi, what is the exceptionally delicious food you are going to make? Still using mud, can this be eaten?" Shui Ruoyan with a disgusted expression on her face asked unhappily. "What do you know? This dish is called beggar's chicken. Even if other people wanted to eat, they are unable to eat it. In a moment, you will not only eat this, you will even swallow your tongue." Long Yi said with a smile, "Beggar's chicken? This name is truly coarse." Zimin Wuan said. Long Yi just smiled and was too lazy to explain. He dug 2 holes, and buried chicken in one hole, and throwing a fireball in another hole, he roasted it. Using magic, it was convenient, efficient, time-saving and labor-saving. Other 4 curiously surrounded the fire and watched. They had never seen anyone ever roasting chicken inside the soil. After half an hour, Long Yi put out the fire and then took out the chicken that was covered with mud from inside the hole. After that he punched it, then the mud cracked and came off in succession, slowly revealing the oil paper. And after he opened that oil paper, a burst of thick fragrance accompanied by hot air spread out, directly stimulating the greedy worm inside the stomach of everyone, and a large amount of saliva also began appearing in their mouth. Great smell, ah! Let me have a quick taste." Ling Feng was unable to wait till it got cold, and she immediately tore one chicken leg from the beggar's chicken and placed it in her mouth. Crunchy outside, tender inside, slippery but not greasy. Superb item ah! Ling Feng grasped in admiration, and had an intoxicated expression. Naturally, the entire beggar's chicken was immediately eaten clean by 5 people, and the face of everybody had a dissatisfied expression. Yes, dissatisfied, or at least very close to it. Women were creatures that wanted to taste good. No need to mention whether Long Yi's beggar's chicken was delicious or not. All girls immediately caught several wild chickens, wash it clean and then repeatedly asked Long Yi to once again move his golden hand. And Long Yi once again went to the brook and dug out the mud from its bottom, and at that time, he suddenly felt a hard and round thing. Long Yi took that thing out and washed away the mud on it. Then seeing the appearance of that thing, Long Yi was startled. "Amethyst coin, how can there be amethyst coin here?" Long exclaimed in surprise. Hearing Long Yi yelling, all others surrounded Long Yi and watched, and saw he was holding amethyst coin. "Isn't this just an amethyst coin? Why are you feeling so surprised?" Shui Ruoyan asked in disdain. Long Yi rolled his eyes looking at her but didn't say anything. He merely tossed and turned this amethyst coin in his hand to study it. Seeing the amethyst coin in the hand of Long Yi, Ling Feng said in surprise, "This amethyst coin doesn't have date engraved on it. This shows that it is at least 1,500 years old coin." After that, all the coins had date engraved on them. "Keep digging, and see if there is anything else in the mud." Long Yi slightly frowned, and using internal force, he cut open the water of this brook to two sides, and immediately used water magic to freeze it. After that 5 people dug into different places, and not even a while later, Long Yi dug out several same kinds of amethyst coins, and Ling Feng dug out a broken down armor, and remaining 3 also dug out a number of accessories. Hand. Suddenly, Yin Yin screamed in horror and retreated backward. She almost fell down to the ground. Long Yi and other quickly rushed over there, and saw a hand-like thing inside the mud where Yin Yin was digging. Shui Ruoyan shot a water ball magic to that place, and the mud slid away, revealing an eerie skeletal claw. It seemed to be the hand of a human. How can this place have a buried corpse?" Ling Feng confusedly asked. Long Wei walked forward, and grabbing this bony hand, he looked over it. After carefully looking at it, he noticed that there was a long crack on the spine of this bony hand. This person had apparently fought with someone else before dying. "I think the answer should be underneath this place. This place definitely isn't the burial place of only this corpse," Long Yi surely said. The more they dug, the more shocked the heart of Long Yi and others become. One after another the remains were dug out. Magic wands, huge swords, and various kinds of magic accessories. They found a lot of them. All of them were high-grade things. Among them, there were several saint-grade weapons too, and there was also an item that was only inferior to divine grade. With the financial capacity of all 5 people, no one showed wild with joy expression, but all of them had curious look. So many experts had died in the same place. That was really rare. Unless there was a war. Could it be that this illusory magic forest is the battlefields of ancient times? But this sheer size of this illusory magic forest is not something that can be achieved in merely several thousand years. Moreover, there are many plants which have over 10,000 years of history. From this side, war is too unlikely. Long Yi pondered. He wondered why the magical beasts of illusory magic forest were low level. But there were so many unearthed treasures, and even after Holy Magic Academy sending several hundred students every 2 years for the treasure hunt, there still was a continuous steady stream of high-grade items. Perhaps the answer lies in these bones. Just after the 5 people dug to a certain depth, they suddenly felt the ground was sinking. All 5 people simultaneously came out to the shore, and just after that, they heard a rumbling sound as the entire brook's bottom collapsed, sending clouds of dust and smoke flying. When clouds of dust and smoke settled, the scene that appeared in front of everyone simultaneously shocked all 5 people. Even Long Yi, who had a firm will as if a rock, was no exception. 5 people looked at each other in blank dismay, and all could only see shocked expression in each other's eyes. Chapter 171. Thousand-year resentment. After the bottom of this brook sunk, it revealed a gigantic stone room, and the most astounding thing was, inside this stone room, there were human remains piled up like a hill, one on the top of another. Those thick bones were preserved intact with some pieces of clothing on their body, and they also held weapons on their hands. It seems all of them had died in a great conflict. Long Yi came back to his sense after a short while, and without any delay, he jumped down. Immediately, a pungent smell assailed his nostrils, and he hastily held his breath. After that, he discovered that this entrance on the bottom of the brook was merely a corner of the stone room. Behind, there furthermore was wide space which similarly had piled up bones. Roughly there were several thousand people, and some of the bones were already cracked. Moreover, because of the phosphorus contained inside the marrow, they emitted green-colored tragic rays of light in the dark. It looked very terrible. Soon afterward, women also jumped down, and seeing such abnormal scene, They involuntarily screamed simultaneously. It had been only less than 2 days since they came to this illusory magic forest, but they were already shocked more than once. Before, many senior schoolmates had came to this illusory magic forest, but all of them were happy and came back with good results. But the matter and things that they came across were simply testing their heart's endurance. Oh, light God! What actually gave rise to this situation? Why did so many people die here? Zemin Wuan patted her chest and subconsciously stuck close to Long Yi. Long Yi's eyes scanned this room filled with dry bones, and suddenly, his expression stagnated. Then hastily moving forward, he tore out a piece of tattered clothing from the dry bones. This was already faded and weathered cloth, all of them have already broken off. But one of the patterns in the cloth could be argued. It seems to be a phoenix, but how come this pattern is similar to the clan insignia of Phoenix Clan? Ling Feng got closer and looked, then exclaimed in surprise. Not similar, it's exactly the same. Long Yi lowered his voice. How could so many people of Phoenix Clan die here thousands of years ago? Then he suddenly recalled Phoenix Clan and Ice Palace's grudge. Could it be that? Long Yi didn't think much, he just pried open other dry bones, and dry bones with clothing still intact appeared before his eyes, and the embroidery of its clothing was a snowflake-shaped symbol. This made his eyelids to twitch. This symbol was naturally the symbol of Ice Palace. At that time when he was in Ice Palace, he had seen such symbol on the clothing of that masked women. 2 factions fought with each other and unexpectedly so many people died. And what was truly shocking was, from these dry bones that were holding the weapons, he could sense that all of them were experts. There was no one who was lower than advanced magician realm. This shows how prosperous these 2 factions were at that time, but now, Ice Palace is hidden in Origin Ice and there is only one woman left in the palace. And although another one seemed to have rebuilt themselves on a continent, but compared to the past, the difference was just like heaven and earth. For instance, mother of Yu Feng, Phoenix matriarch, even if hundreds of her was added together, they were not necessarily the opponent of that masked woman of Ice Palace. In the end, what made such 2 strong factions to do all they can to fight each other, to such an extent that both sides suffered such a heavy losses that they were unable to restore their vitality in even thousands of years? Long Yi, why are you absent-minded? What should we do now? Shui Ruoyan discontentedly pushed absent-minded Long Yi. Long Yi came back to his sense, then lightly sighing, he felt some sadness in his heart. He didn't have a shallow relationship with these 2 factions. Phoenix Clan's Yu Feng was his woman, and the current successor of Ice Palace Wash Wang was also same. If these 2 women fought against each other because of this old hatred and resentment, then that really would be a real headache. This place shouldn't be the only built stone room. Look everywhere to see whether there is a mechanism or so on. Perhaps there is a completely different world inside. Long Yi said. 5 people immediately searched all around the stone room, but because there were too many bones, a lot of walls were blocked. This made searching rather troublesome. Just then, Ling Feng pulled Long Yi and softly asked, Long Yi, I see there are many good things inside these bones. How about we pick them up? They can be worth a lot of money. Long Yi smiled, and used his fist to lightly thump her chest and said, if you want to pick up then pick up, there is no one blocking you. A man dies the way a lamp goes out, and the things left behind are naturally for the use of later generations' benefit. A man dies the way a lamp goes out, phrase, everything is gone after death. Since her chest was attacked, the face of Ling Feng suddenly became red. Although she had tied up her chest, but she after all still had a feeling. Why are you blushing? Don't tell me that you are embarrassed to pick up the things of the dead? But you don't seem to be that kind of person. Long Yi curiously asked. Ling Feng got angry due to shame, then glaring at Long Yi, she was about to go and pick up the wealth of the dead from inside the pile of dry bones. Just then, Yin Yin suddenly shouted loudly, quickly come here, I found the mechanism. After shouting, she turned the protruding stone on the wall. Long Yi looked over, and he suddenly had a bad premonition, so he shouted hurriedly, don't turn it. because the person who designed the mechanism would never set it up in such obvious place. Many were just a disguise, which would actually open the door of death. This mechanism was very likely to be a death trap mechanism placed in here. Merely, he was already too late. Yin Yin had already turned the stone, and having heard what Long Yi had said, she just strangely looked at Long Yi. But even after a long time, there was no change in the stone room. This made Long Yi sigh out of relief. As it turned out, this was a fake mechanism. He had truly feared that this was a death mechanism. Looking at the strength of Ice Palace and Raging Flames Villa, predecessor of Phoenix Clan, thousands of years ago, the construction of this underground secret room also wouldn't be mediocre. And just when Long Yi wanted to warn them again, suddenly the entire stone room began to shake, and before any one of them could react, that wall where Yin Yin had turned to stone just a moment ago instantly disintegrated, then floodwater flooded towards them. Long Yi was only able to catch the hold of Ling Feng beside him before they were submerged by the flood. Long Yi crazily circulated internal force to protect Ling Feng on his bosom, and he tried his best to look for other ladies, but the torrent and pressure of floodwater made him see only a vast expanse of white. Then suddenly, a huge vortex began to form, and a powerful suction force instantly pulled Ling Feng and Long Yi into it. Long Yi only felt his body revolving with the vortex. He wasn't able to control his own body, and this rotation for a long time began to make him dizzy. And after an unknown period of time, the body of Ling Feng suddenly stiffened, and her hands embracing Long Yi suddenly exerted strength, as if she practically wanted to enter into his flesh. Long Yi knew that this was anything but reassuring. There was no air in the water, and after a long time, it seems Ling Feng wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. But both of them were still spinning non-stop in the middle of the vortex, and it seems it would not stop in a short while either. The hands of Ling Feng began to tighten more and more, and her body also began to slightly struggle. Now Long Yi had no choice. It seems he had to sacrifice a bit. He gathered true qi in his mouth, then advanced his lips towards Ling Feng in his bosom. Chapter 172, I Like You. 4 lips firmly touched each other, and Long Yi passed a mouthful of true qi in order to avoid Ling Feng dying due to suffocation. It's very soft. How come the lips of this kid is just like that of girls? Long Yi thought to himself in his heart, feeling the lips of Ling Feng was similar to that of girls. But, very soon, he had a thought which frightened himself. Still thinking about how he had stayed together with Ling Feng for such a long period of time, he hastily shook off this kind of distracting thoughts, calming down his mind. And as for Ling Feng, she felt it much stronger than Long Yi. She admired Long Yi, and at this time, getting the kiss from her beloved, her charming body got limp and numb. Moreover, her heart jumped happily, as if it wanted to jump out from her throat. Subconsciously, she hugged Long Yi, and enjoyed her first kiss with her eyes closed. Gradually the feelings of Ling Feng aroused, and she was not satisfied with the simple touch of 4 lips, but she was an inexperienced rookie, so she didn't know how she should kiss. As a result, with emotional upheaval, she could only forcibly suck Long Yi's lips instinctively. Seeing Ling Feng forcibly sucking his lips, Long Yi thought that the true qi he was passing over was not enough, so he condensed another mouthful of true qi and passed it to her. But he suddenly felt a slippery little tongue entering into his mouth, and got entangled with his tongue. Long Yi was suddenly startled, and he felt that he was going to go crazy. At first, he felt disgusted for 2 men having French kiss like this, but now he really didn't resist this contact. Instead, he felt inexplicably pleasant sensation. One had to say, Ling Feng, who hadn't learned anything about kissing, was obviously grasping a little knack. Just now, she accidentally stretched out her tongue, and she suddenly discovered this feeling was so beautiful and good. She felt her body had become as light as a feather, and as if have flown up high in the clouds. That feeling was really wonderful. Just when 2 people were about to sink down, this giant vortex suddenly dispersed and the surplus energy threw 2 people out of the water. Long Yi suddenly came back to his sense, and quickly moved his lips away. He held Ling Feng tight, and began to look around. He found that this was a huge underground grotto. In the middle of this grotto was a slowly flowing subterranean river with uneven rocks ground at both sides. Long Yi glided and landed on the ground, then casted few magic balls to illuminate. He looked at Ling Feng in his bosom for a while, and discovered that his head was crooked to one side. Unexpectedly was still not awake. Recalling that hot kiss in the water just now, a burst of strange feeling involuntarily welled up in the heart of Long Yi. He was unable to explain this feeling clearly and also failed to understand it. He laid Ling Feng flat on the comparatively smooth ground, then began to scan all around this place. The air was damp, gloomy and cold here, and he didn't feel even a bit of air current. It seems there wasn't any ventilation, but surprisingly, this place didn't have the slightest bit of stuffy feeling. At this moment, Ling Feng's eyes opened a small crack, and blankly looking at that bored back of Long Yi, she was pretending to be unconscious. At this moment, she truly didn't know how to face Long Yi. She thought that, relying on the strength of Long Yi, he should be able to tell that she was pretending. But he was not exposing her, perhaps because he also didn't know how he should face her. Ling Feng made a wry smile in her heart. She knew that Long Yi's heart should be in more chaos than hers at this moment. At least she knew that she herself was a girl, but he didn't know that. Now she was hesitating over to whether tell Long Yi the truth or not. Just when Ling Feng was hesitating, Long Yi suddenly turned around and walked over to her front. Then squatting down, he lightly stroked her forehead and mumbled, "Strange. How come he is still not awake? Should I let him keep on wearing wet clothes or help him change his clothing?" Ling Feng immediately got anxious in her heart. If Long Yi help her change her clothing, then he would definitely find that she in fact was a girl. But after hesitating, Ling Feng decided and continue pretending unconscious. Under this circumstance, letting him know the truth this way was perhaps not a bad method. Although her body would be seen by him, but seen then seen. If she didn't let him see her body, then who else should she let? Long Yi reached out his big hand towards the lapel of Ling Feng, then slightly hesitating, he retracted his hand. After that, catching the wrist of Ling Feng, he circulated his internal force, then with true qi enveloping the body of Ling Feng, water vapor began to rise up from her clothing. And not even after 2 minutes, her wet clothes became dry. Ling Feng suddenly opened her eyes, and furiously looked at Long Yi. This dead wood, rotten wood, truly was infuriating her to death. "Hey, you wake up, aren't you feeling better?" Long Yi was dumbfounded, and asked feeling somewhat awkward. Ling Feng sat up, and pushing away Long Yi, she angrily said, "I am ignoring you, you blockhead." Seeing the fuming with anger appearance of Ling Feng, and looking at that feminine manner of speaking and expression, Long Yi secretly sighed. Looking at his appearance, he knew that he seemed to have a little interest towards him. But how will that work? He was absolutely unable to accept two grown men getting together. It seems he had to speak some matters to him, so that he understood. "Ling Feng, I have something to tell you," Long Yi slowly said while thinking how to speak so that he wouldn't hurt his heart. "What's the matter?" Ling Feng still angrily asked. "Well, you know I am a man. And you are also a man. We are good brothers, and you know that I have a lot of women too, so it's impossible for you and me. Do you understand what I am saying?" Long Yi said. Worrying about the mentality of Ling Feng, he didn't say very clearly, but with Ling Feng's intelligence, it was impossible for him to not understand it. Ling Feng looked at Long Yi in a daze, and continuously looking Long Yi for a while. Suddenly, she laughed. She laughed so hard that she trembled and she was not able to raise her waist. Is this so funny? Could it be that this stabbed her hard? Looking at Ling Feng, Long Yi thought in his heart. After laughing for a good while, Ling Feng stopped laughing. Then looking at Long Yi again, she couldn't help but laugh again. It seems this was a truly endless trend. "Didn't you laugh enough?" Long Yi frowned looking at Ling Feng. While thinking she was somewhat abnormal, Ling Feng closed her mouth, then looking at Long Yi with bright eyes, she suddenly said seriously, "I like you." Long Yi was startled. Didn't he speak clearly just now? How come he instead is openly saying this now? Ling Feng stepped forward to the front of Long Yi, then suddenly hugging his neck, she kissed him, and her dexterous tongue entered into the mouth of Long Yi and teased him. After a long time, Long Yi came to his sense from his shock, and immediately pushed away Ling Feng. "You don't dislike my kiss at all, on the contrary, you have a feeling towards my kiss, don't deceive yourself, you also like me," Ling Feng said with a smile, and couldn't help but wanted to tease Long Yi. Long Yi wiped his mouth, and was rather speechless. Yes, he truly had feelings. Could it be that he was also from that oft-referred to cut-sleeve clan? Impossible, that was surely his misconception. He clearly has feeling towards only women. T.L. Cut-sleeve, homosexual. As for its origin, here is the short story which is copied for Wiki. Emperor Ai was also famous for being the most effusive homosexual emperor of the Han dynasty. Traditional historians characterize the relationship between Emperor Ai and Dongxian as one between homosexual lovers and referred to their relationship as the passion of the cut sleeve, after a story that one afternoon after falling asleep for a nap on the same bed, Emperor Ai cut off his sleeve rather than disturb the sleeping Dongxian when he had to get out of bed. Dong was noted for his relative simplicity contrasted with the highly ornamented court, and was given progressively higher and higher posts as part of the relationship, eventually becoming the supreme commander of the armed forces by the time of Emperor Ai's death. Dong was afterward forced to commit suicide. Seeing Long Yi's ghastly pale complexion, Ling Feng was rather distressed in her heart. Also couldn't bear to continue deceiving him. Then she walked forward, and embracing the waist of Long Yi, she leaned her entire body on his bosom. And just when Long Yi wanted to push her away, she muttered, "If I say I am a woman, will you believe me?" Long Yi's body stiffened, and he immediately said, "What did you say? You are a woman?" There were some surprises in his heart. Merely this explains why he felt that way about the kiss of Ling Feng, and why Ling Feng was always showing a number of feminine action and expression occasionally. "Do you believe or not?" This time Ling Feng used her original crisp female voice. "It sounds very pleasant to hear." Long Yi pushed Ling Feng away a little, then he carefully sized her up. He pinched her cheek, grabbed her ears and even used his hands to feel her chest, which resulted in him tracing out a flat airport. "Is it possible that you are heavenly gifted, Princess Ping?" Long Yi had his eyes wide open and asked in a daze. Could it be that Ling Feng was a woman that didn't develop completely? "Princess Ping, you're dead." Ling Feng carefully thought 2 times, only then she suddenly came to understand what Long Yi was referring to. T.L. Ping, Tai equals 2, Ping equals flat. "Could it be that you aren't? Then let me examine." Long Yi mischievously smiled. Then pulling Ling Feng, his big hands pulled her lapel. "Ah, big pervert, rape ah!" Ling Feng shouted loudly, and under her struggle there seemed to be somewhat half-hearted appearance. With Ling Feng's not clear cooperation, her chest quickly opened wide, revealing a thick layer of white thin silk tied around her chest. Long Yi watched Ling Feng's that glittering and translucent skin, with that smooth and glossy lower abdomen as well as that faint girl fragrance. Even without untying that white thin silk, he knew that Ling Feng was definitely a girl through and through. He also finally understood why Ling Feng's body always had a faint fragrance. He was sufficiently slow, he should have already seen something was wrong, but because of the first impression, he continuously believed that she merely had somewhat feminine tendency, that's all. Although he was already sure that Ling Feng was a girl, but he was not a gentleman that wouldn't take a cheap advantage. His big hand pulled that thin silk, then Ling Feng's bosom's white thin silk floated in the air and fell to the ground. After that a pair of firm and upright as if beak, and snow white as if jade leaped out, and Long Yi's eyeballs were stuck above these quivering breast wave. That pink breast's pearls even more were as if plum blossom adorning in the snowy peak, proud, pure and holy. According to the visual estimate of Long Yi, these high quality were absolutely not something he could be able to grasp with one hand. Ling Feng bashfully cried softly, and wanted to use her hand to cover her chest, however Long Yi caught her hands with his one hand, then the remaining big hand infatuatedly caressed her holy and pure boobies. That smooth as if silk kind of feeling made him endlessly. He lightly moved that pink pearl, and under the stimulation, They proudly stood upright, bursting into bloom. Just then, Ling Feng couldn't bear the stimulation and moaned. After that her brown hair and pupils began to slowly become azure blue, and her delicate and pretty face also began to fluctuate as if ripples. Soon, a devastatingly beautiful face appeared in front of Long Yi. Long Yi was shocked looking at blushing red Ling Feng. Her autumn pupils were half closed, emitting passionate fiery feeling, and with her spotlessly white teeth biting her soft and fair lower lip, she looked too alluring. Little bewitching spirit. Long Yi said in a hoarse voice, and as if with earth-shaking momentum gushed out all of a sudden. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed the lips of Ling Feng, and his big hands kneaded her. And that elastic, fine and smooth feeling made his fire of lust burn even more madly. When Long Yi was recklessly feeling all over Ling Feng, suddenly a scorching hot feeling came from the center of his left hand. This sense of pain immediately pulled back his senses from the abyss of Chapter 173, Kobold Kingdom. Long Yi came back to his sense, then spreading out his palm, he saw that demonic stone that had fused together with blood-colored skull was glimmering with faint black light. That scorching hot feeling was precisely coming from this. Long Yi had a kind of feeling as if this demonic stone was warning him of something. As for Ling Feng in his bosom, who was burning with passionate feeling, she was ceaselessly swaying. It seems she was extremely discontented with Long Yi stopping his hands, making her entire body as if was left hanging in the midair. This moment, Long Yi alertly looked all around him, then he pulled up the clothing of Ling Feng. Long Yi? Ling Feng also became clear-headed, and somewhat confusedly asked. Long Yi bent over and kissing her forehead, he said, "Darling, put on your clothes, your first time shouldn't be in this awful place." Having heard what was said, Ling Feng got out from the bosom of Long Yi. Then just when she was about to wrap her bosom with that white silk, Long Yi stopped her and said, "You shouldn't wrap them like before, otherwise your bosom will be deformed, and at that time, one side will be high and another side will be low, looking ugly." Ah, is that for real? Then are they deformed now?" Ling Feng nervously asked. "Now they are still not deformed yet, but don't mistreat them again, okay?" Long Yi smirked and said. Ling Feng looked at Long Yi with supercilious eyes, then closed her lapel. Now with her bosom bulging, her stomach seemed somewhat vacuum. Seeing Long Yi's admiring gaze, Ling Feng was delighted in her heart. Then holding the arm of Long Yi, she charmingly said, "Long Yi, my real name is in fact Feng Ling. Hereafter, call me Lingr." Lingr really is smooth. He. Do all the people of Dark Church have the habit of disguising? Yui was also the same before. Long Yi smiled and said. Hearing Long Yi mentioning Lang Yui, Feng Ling's autumn pupils flashed with unusual radiance, then catching the hold of Long Yi's hand, she said, "You say, am I beautiful or that girl Yui is beautiful? Do you like me more or like her more?" Long Yi was dumbfounded, and Lang Yui's that desolate appearance appeared in his mind. He also recalled every little detail of the time he had spent together with her, and his expression became gentle and soft. Humphrey, seeing the expression of Long Yi, how could Feng Ling still not understand who he was thinking? She snorted and used the innate pinching skill of all women, fiercely pinching Long Yi's soft flesh of his waist. Long Yi made a wry smile. Why are all the women same like this? Wasn't his brother Ling Feng of before on good terms with him? Ling, actually, don't say it, I don't want to know. Feng Ling interrupted Long Yi's words, and sighed in her heart. She had asked this only out of her instinct of girl. In fact, she understood who weighs heavier between herself and Lang Yui and the heart of Long Yi, but she believed that hereafter she would absolutely become more important than Lang Yui and the heart of Long Yi. She will become Long Yi's confidant and also his right-hand man. Just then, Long Yi suddenly felt a sense of being spied on. Somewhere in this darkness, there seemed to have eyes staring at them. His sharp eyes scanned around the darkness, but other than this subterranean river, there was no other place where someone could hide. Feng Ling also seemed to have perceived this. She firmly leaned close to Long Yi, and also looked all around. The center of the left palm of Long Yi began to heat up again, and he spread out his hand. Then demonic stone suddenly shoot out 3 rays of black light straight towards the 3 location of the cliff of the grotto. The eyes of Long Yi shone violently, and issuing a muffled shout, he instantly sent out 3 palm seal attack towards the cliff those 3 black lights had pointed out. With a bang sound, broken stones flew around, but it was accompanied with several sharp screaming sounds. 3 big holes were revealed in the cliff, and several figures with strange appearance fell to the ground while screaming endlessly. Long Yi immediately used his spirit power to bind these several people, and going before them with Feng Ling, he looked at them. Then they couldn't help but look at each other with blank dismay, as these several people had a wretched appearance. Triangle eyes, long ears and extremely short and thin figure. They seemed like youths who were brought up badly, but their face seemed they were at least 30 or 40 years in age, and their clothing was also coarse. Don't know what materials were used to create them. Lang, do you know what race they are? Long Yi asked to Feng Ling beside him. Feng Ling frowned, sizing up these several boorish fellows. Then she said with uncertainty, I have read a book that had the record of a kind of existence called kobold race. They lived underground all year long without seeing sunlight, are the founder of underpass mechanism, establishing a gigantic underground kingdom, but that was also merely a legend. Long Yi picked up one fellow among them, then asked, who are you? Why did you come here? That fellow was at a loss and merely looked at Long Yi in panic. Perhaps they don't understand our language. What should we do now? Feng Ling said. Long Yi frowned, then put down this fellow of unknown race. Suddenly, his face changed and he squeezed out a brilliant smile. Then with an amiable appearance, he patted the shoulder of this fellow to show friendly relations, and grabbed his those as if claw hand, expressing that they didn't have any evil intention. These several people were surprised and bewildered looking at Long Yi. Opening their mouth, they issued several chirping sounds just like the birds, and Long Yi didn't understand what they were saying. Perhaps they want you to undo their binding. Their face seemed to have the appearance of feeling unwell. Feng Ling said to Long Yi. Long Yi nodded his head, then waving his hand, he undid his spirit binding from these people. After that, one that seemed to be the leader walked few steps forward, then waved his hands towards Long Yi and Feng Ling, seemingly asking them to follow after them. These several short and small fellows went to the underneath of the tunnel entrance. With that figure, it was impossible for them to fly. They simultaneously took out a rope from their waist. The one end of this rope had a metal hook attached to it. They threw this rope up and it firmly hooked with the ground. Then all of them skillfully climbed up the ropes. Finally, that leader fellow threw down a rope signaling Long Yi and Feng Ling to climb up. Long Yi and Feng Ling looked at each other and smiled, then they flew up, directly landing beside these fellows. These several small dwarfs were startled and looked at Long Yi and Feng Ling with a kind of reverence gaze. Long Yi looked all around, and saw that he was unable to see the end of this winding tunnel. The walls had torches in fixed distance. Moreover, there seemed to have innumerable forks throughout the tunnel. It seems this really was a gigantic underground network. Can it be that they are real legendary kobold clan? 2 people followed these several dwarfs, and began to turn left and turn right. Along the path, they ran into several teams of similar-looking dwarfs, and all of them were surprised to see 2 of them. And the leader that was leading Long Yi and Feng Ling would chirp, putting on airs while pointing at them too. Then all other dwarfs would also look at them too with reverence. After walking for about half an hour, 2 people suddenly saw the light before them, and looking at the scene before them, both of them were speechless. This place was actually a large underground city. The ground on the bottom and top was tens of meters apart, and this city was built in the open space between them. The stones and soils were used to build houses row by row. They were very systematic with a broad street. But unlike the city of human that possess stores, these kobolds still remained at primitive livelihood pattern. They still didn't have a business transaction. The arrival of Long Yi and Feng Ling immediately attracted the attention and caused a sensation. Many kobolds that were holding unusual weapons surrounded them, and alertly looked at them. It seems this truly was a city with every citizen a soldier. Several kobolds that were leading Long Yi and Feng Ling shouted for a while. Then all the kobolds orderly got out of the way, opening a path, then pointing towards Long Yi and Feng Ling. They talked with each other. It seems watching the excitement was the natural instinct of every race. Long Yi also looked all around, and discovered that the female kobold looked similar to men. Truly was underwhelming. Although Elven clan similarly possessed long ears, but their appearance simply was heaven and earth apart. Very quickly, the two of them were led to the huge stone building which was located in the middle of this city. It seemed to be the imperial palace of Kobold clan. At this moment, in front of this imperial palace, there was a group of kobold bodyguards holding lance. All of them were clustering around a middle-aged kobold wearing a silver armor and also an imperial crown made with a gem. This person should be the patriarch of Kobold clan. The treatment of all of them was not too different. All these residents and guards were dressed in rags, and similarly this fellow was also in rags but had put on airs. Moreover, that crown seemed to be able to fetch an extremely high price in Blue Wave's continent. Long Yi and Feng Ling stood in front of this patriarch of Kobold clan, and with the chirping sound of this kobold patriarch, a hunchbacked old man of Kobold clan came out from inside the imperial palace of Kobold clan. Although his eyes were cloudy, however they glimmered with wisdom. "Humans, where are you from? Why did you come to our Kobold kingdom?" This old man unexpectedly spoke the common language of Blue Wave's continent. Perhaps because he didn't use this language often, it seemed very stiff, but it was at least understandable. Long Yi and Feng Ling were pleasantly surprised. At least the problem of a language barrier was resolved. Now there should be no problem here, so their current main worry was Shui Ruoyan, Zemin Wuan and Yinian, these three women's safety. Currently, they didn't know anything about their safety. "Respected Mr. Kobold, we unintentionally arrived at your noble territory after we were drawn into the flood. If we have disturbed you, then we are very sorry," Long Yi politely said. This old man translated the words of Long Yi to the patriarch of Kobold clan, then said, "It has already been more than 1,000 years since our Kobold clan last saw humans. We welcome you all. Our patriarch requests you all to stay here for few days. Our Kobold clan will entertain you two honored guests with the highest etiquette. Naturally, we also have a request. Is it possible for you to speak a little about the current circumstance of Blue Wave's continent? This is absolutely not a problem, but we still have 3 of our companion missing. Their current whereabouts are unknown, so can I ask Lord to help us look for them?" Long Yi said. He was also very curious about this legendary Kobold clan, but although he didn't know clearly whether Shui Ruyan and other 2 were involved or not, but to be better safe than sorry, he asked Kobold clan to look for them all around the underground river. These 3 women truly made him worried. Chapter 174, Mountain of Swords and Sea of Flames. Long Yi and Feng Ling were welcomed into the imperial palace with the highest etiquette of Kobold clan. This so-called imperial palace naturally had big disparity compared to the imperial palace of the big country of Blue Wave's continent. This entire palace was built using stones, and there were practically no items inside this place. Everywhere in the walls, ground and ceilings were engraved with strange carvings. Among them, the largest engraving was that of flame. But it was understandable, a fire should be the most valuable treasure and a practical thing of Kobold clan. In this vast underground kingdom, throughout the year, they needed to rely on the flame to illuminate. The 2 people were led to a spacious stone room with nothing but a stone bed. "Honorable guests, please stay here for few days. As for your companions, the patriarch has already ordered to search for them in the subterranean river." That kobold elder came and said to 2 of them. Long Yi nodded his head, and suddenly recalled that this elder had stated that it had already been more than 1,000 years since they last saw humans. In other words, more than 1,000 years ago, they had seen humans. Does this mean that they had seen the people of Ice Palace and Raging Flame Villa? Then are they the one that built that secret room? Elder, do you know anything about a secret room with piled up dry bones above this place? We accidentally touched a mechanism of that place and were flooded to this place. Long Yi asked. fixedly staring at the expression of this elder. The expression of this elder stagnated, and his cloudy eyes suddenly shone and asked, "Did you all really came from that secret room?" Long Yi and Kobold Elder look face to face, and from his words, Long Yi understood that he knew about this secret room, or perhaps that secret room was truly built by kobolds. These kobolds definitely had some kind of relation with either Ice Palace or Raging Flame Villa, but it seems there is a larger chance for them to have relation with latter. Didn't kobolds worship flame? Yes, we were flooded out from there to the subterranean river. We also know that the dry bones in that secret room belongs to the people of Ice Palace and Raging Flame Villa, which is at that times two big factions of Blue Wave's continent. Long Yi indifferently said. The Kobold Elder looked at Long Yi, then said in surprise, "You knew about this? Can it be that these two factions still exist in Blue Wave's continent now?" "They exist, but they are rarely known to anyone." Long Yi nodded his head and said. The Kobold Elder lowered his head, and had lost in thought expression. After a long time, he sighed and shaking his head, he said, "Fire and water are basically incompatible. Since the beginning, Fire God is our Kobold clan's spiritual symbol, and Raging Flame Villa represent Fire God in the world, so our Kobold clan naturally had strong mutual support with them. More than 1,000 years ago, during that unparalleled war inside Illusory Magic Forest, not only the vitality of Ice Palace and Raging Flame Villa was greatly injured, our Kobold clan was also similarly not spared. The remains you saw inside that secret chamber are merely a portion, that's all. The other portions were completely annihilated with nothing left in that tragic fight." Long Yi and Feng Ling looked face to face and shrugged their shoulder with a faint smile. "Fire God? Damn Fire God, wasn't that just a gimmick of Raging Flame Villa?" Ice Palace must have definitely declared itself as the representative of Ice God in this world, which was also a gimmick to deceive this crowd of the brainless kobold. At this time, Kobold Elder pondered for a little while, then sighing, he raised his head and said, "Honorable guests, please have a rest first. After your rest, we will talk about the current circumstance of Blue Wave's continent and our understanding." "No problem, but I still have a request. Can we stroll around in your underground kingdom? We are very curious about it." Long Yi said with a smile. "You can, it's just that our underground kingdom has few restricted zone. There is a mortal danger if you enter there, so I will arrange few guards to follow you." After speaking, this Kobold Elder retreated, leaving behind only Long Yi and Feng Ling in the room. Long Yi turned to Feng Ling and fixedly staring at her, he evilly smiled. "Why are you looking at me like this, so hateful?" Seeing the passionate gaze of Long Yi, Feng Ling's beautiful face became rosy. Feng Ling, you deceived me for so long and severely injured my pure heart. Now you say yourself, how will you compensate me?" Long Yi smirked and said. Feng Ling punched Long Yi and said angrily, "You did all that to me, and still want me to compensate you? What did I do to you? How come I never know it?" Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and said with a smile. Feng Ling pouted, then said, "You are not admitting it. Then it would be best if you don't admit it later too." "Not admit? I will resolutely not admit it," Long Yi innocently said. Feng Ling lowered her head, then firmly stamped her leg. Although she knew that Long Yi was joking, but her heart still felt somewhat unhappy. Seeing the displeased appearance of Feng Ling, Long Yi smirked and said, "Okay, I'm admitting it, but I always feel that that kind of compensation is still not enough." The beautiful face of Feng Ling became bright red, then turning around, she said in a mosquito-like voice, "Then what do you desire?" Long Yi smiled and stroked the beard stubble of his chin, then with a lewd smile on his face, he looked at shy Feng Ling. This moment she truly was too charming. Peerless looks coupled with this bashful and timid expression truly was sexy to the extreme. If not for having certain misgivings, then he would have truly thrown himself onto her to punish. Feeling Long Yi's passionate gaze sweeping her body, Feng Ling felt her whole body dry and hot, and her cheeks heated up as if they wanted to burn. "Well, in order to compensate me for unbalancing my mind, I want to spank your little buttocks." Long Yi smirked and said, then fixedly stared at Feng Ling's that mellow and full pretty buttocks, imagining how smooth it would feel. Having heard what was said, Feng Ling was startled, then biting her lower lip, she looked at Long Yi with her charming eyes. Long Yi thought that she would refuse, but she suddenly jumped onto the stone bed, then prostrating on the bed, she raised her small buttocks high. The expression of Long Yi instantly became profound, and his Adam's apple continuously moved up and down. This posture really was wanting the life of the people. He walked forward, and stared fixedly at this perfect curvy buttocks, then his big hand somewhat quivered as he caressed it. Although the pants separated it, but that elastic feeling was accurate to perfection. With the caress of Long Yi, the charming body of Feng Ling quivered slightly, and she involuntarily shook her buttocks, immediately causing Long Yi's eyes to emit red light. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then his big hand suddenly spanked the pretty buttocks of Feng Ling, and Feng Ling also repeatedly, as if she was in pain and also pleased. "You peevish little bewitching spirit," Long Yi said in a hoarse voice. The moaning voice of Feng Ling incited his beast blood to seethe with excitement, and a kind of inexplicable pleasure surged in his heart. "Pa pa pa," Long Yi again spanked several times, and the moaning voice of Feng Ling and the swaying of her charming body nearly made him get out of control. Long Yi breathed heavily, and merely felt his heartbeat was accelerating, which was accompanied by as if electric shock kind of feeling. His big hand reached out to the belt of Feng Ling, then untying it, he pulled her pants to her thigh. Then those red and white crisscrossed buttocks were exposed right before his eyes. That snow-white buttocks with palm prints gave out a kind of seductive beauty. Long Yi lightly stroked her buttocks with his hands, and suddenly, he put forth his strength, and he immediately grabbed that soft buttocks flesh in his hand. The grabbing of the buttocks flesh caused her buttocks to part, and young maidens that pink gully covered densely with fine hair appeared right before his eyes. In the meantime, with spring nectar, it actually was very moist long ago. Long Yi, Feng Ling said while her two legs were trembling. Now she actually was powerless to support, and she softly fell down to the stone bed. Long Yi released his hands, and again looking at the red handprints on the buttocks of Feng Ling, the figure of Shui Ruoyan suddenly appeared in his mind. At that time, he had also spanked that beautiful teacher like this, but now she was missing. Thinking this, Long Yi suddenly lost his excitement, then pulling up the pants of Feng Ling, he also sat on the stone bed, lost in thoughts. Feng Ling also woke up and she got up, then seeing Long Yi's depressed expression, she immediately understood what Long Yi was worried about. She tightly hugged Long Yi from behind, then, leaning on his warm back, she gently said, "Long Yi, are you worried about Ziman Wuan and others?" "I believe that they'll be fine." Long Yi grabbed the hand of Feng Ling which was located on his chest and said, "I also believe that they will be fine, but I am still very worried." Feng Ling tightly hugged Long Yi as if she wanted to transmit her strength to him. She really loved this man very much, even though she knew that his heart was already packed with many women, but she still didn't regret even a bit. This was somewhat not like her. The expression of Feng Ling became somewhat misty. After several hours, that elder of Kobold clan came again, saying that the patriarch of Kobold clan wanted to entertain them, and to the surprise of Long Yi and Feng Ling, this Kobold elder unexpectedly led them out of the imperial palace, coming to the level place outside of the underground kingdom. This place had innumerable piles of bonfire, and it seems all of the kobolds were gathering here. "Is today the festival of your Kobold clan?" Long Yi asked this Kobold elder. Kobold elder nodded his head and said, "After 2 days, it is our Kobold clan's offering day, so these past few days, we are arranging a banquet. That however is our Kobold clan's very important day." "Offering?" Long Yi smiled. He thought that this might be the sacrificing a number of things to offer to Fire God whom they have faith in. Seeing Long Yi and Feng Ling had arrived, those Kobold bodyguards suddenly shouted, then all Kobolds dispersed one after another, revealing a path of burning big fire. Numerous sharp blades were densely stuck inside this fire, and this fire path was full 100 meters long. As for the patriarch of Kobold clan, as before he was dressed in silver armor and wore the imperial crown, now was standing at the other end of this mountain of swords and sea of flames. Long Yi frowned. What were these kobolds doing? Are they giving an initial display of their strength to us? This is the blessing of Fire God. As long as two honored guests walk past this road, you two will eternally be our Kobold clan's friend. Naturally, you two can also select to detour, and our Kobold clan will still regard you two as our honored guests. Kobold Elder said with all smiles. So that's how it is, Long Yi smirked. Mountain of swords and sea of flames? This was truly too child's play for both of them. He and Feng Ling look at each other with a smile, then holding their hand, step by step, they trend this so-called the path of Fire God's blessing. Chapter 175, Offering Banquet. When Long Yi and Feng Ling took the first step, the bustling noises of all the kobolds instantly disappeared, and all of them simultaneously held their breath and stared fixedly at two people. In their view, whoever that could walk past this path was a person blessed by Fire God, and also was their Kobold clan's honored guests forever. Long Yi holding the little hand of Feng Ling stepped into the flame. Suddenly, the complexion of Long Yi changed, and the beautiful face of Feng Ling also became ghastly pale. This flame and the sharp blades actually weren't simple. Although sensing this flame from the surface, it was same as the common flame, but once inside it, the temperature of this flame was unexpectedly high beyond imagination. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was, this flame burned not only the physical body but also the soul of people. And in the meantime, the sharp blades were forged with extremely cold metal, and their cold chi possessed extremely strong piercing power. Furthermore, the most incredible thing was, a cold and a hot, these two kinds of opposite natural substances unexpectedly weren't repelling each other, instead was fusing flawlessly. Long Yi and Feng Ling, who were taken by surprise, nearly got screwed. Fortunately, Long Yi had created a layer of spirit barrier around both of them to be ready for any eventuality, otherwise their soul would have received an injury, which was not a joking matter. Under this sudden attack, Long Yi immediately increased the output of his spirit power to maximum, casting a layer of powerful and invisible barrier on the surface of their body. And for taking precaution against eventuality, Long Yi added his Outianju's internal force to his spirit power, strengthening the barrier's strength and thickness. This moment, this strange flame and sharp blades were no longer able to harm both of them, so Long Yi relaxed. Step by step, two people leisurely walked in the flame path, and Long Yi, being a showy person, he generously waved his hand towards kobolds who didn't dare to enter this flame path, putting on an appearance of a small man intoxicated by success. Don't know when, but Kobold Elder was already standing beside Kobold Patriarch, and standing at the end of this flame tunnel, he was watching Long Yi and Feng Ling. In the soul fire, they are still safe and sound. This shows both of them are the person blessed by Fire God. Kobold Patriarch nodded his head and said. Kobold Elder merely made a wry smile. Is the person that is able to cross this fire path the person that has obtained the blessing of Fire God? Back then, when Raging Flame Villa was fighting against Ice Palace, the Master of Ice Palace regarded this soul fire as nothing, and relaxedly passed through it. But this had been the tradition that was passed down in Kobold clan for tens of thousands of years, and was already deeply rooted within all the Kobold clan long ago. So saying anything against it was also useless, instead would be denounced. Long Yi and Feng Ling stepped out from the flame path, and stood in front of Kobold Elder and Kobold Patriarch with a smile. Instantly, the onlooking kobolds suddenly cheered as if an earthquake, then uniformly shouted the same slogan. As for what that was, Long Yi was unable to find that out. At this time, Kobold clan's patriarch crossed his hands and silently chanted an incantation, then two specks of yellow light shot out from his fingertips, which immediately entered into the body of Long Yi and Feng Ling. Then kobolds cheered even more loudly. Henceforth, two of you will be our Kobold clan's friend forever. Patriarch smiled and said, because of the language barrier, It was naturally Kobold Elder who translated it. To avoid inconvenience, from now on there will be no mention of the language problem. T.L. This is the note of the author, not mine. Patriarch. Then hereafter, if we have a request to some extent, then can we look for you to help? Long Yi's eyes shone and asked with a smile. This Kobold clan was good at digging, and they might be useful in the future. Patriarch of Kobold clan thought for a little while, then slowly said, we Kobold clan have the instructions of our ancestor. Do not go to the outer part of this illusory magic forest, and even more not to intervene in the dispute of the continent, unless what? Long Yi curiously asked. If Kobold clan always stayed in this god-forsaken land, then they wouldn't be able to help him in any way. This ancestor instruction is something my forefathers vowed to Fire God, so unless you are Fire God, we are powerless. The Patriarch of Kobold clan said. Long Yi rolled his eyes. This old man was simply speaking rubbish. If he was Fire God, then could that old man Puzayashi be able to injure him at that time? At this time, Kobold Elder said to Patriarch, Patriarch, it's almost time. Kobold Patriarch nodded his head, then walking to that circular stone platform, he chirped speaking in bird language, and his voice was unexpectedly vigorous and continuous, seems to have some skills. After speaking, all the kobolds began to surround the bonfires while dancing and singing. The smoke of bonfires curled up, making this hazy as if an illusion, and those men and women's hoarse or pitch-singing voice also spread out little by little. Long Yi and Feng Ling sitting on the stone stool of one side had a kind of unreal feeling looking at everything happening before them. Long Yi looked at Ling Feng, who was using his shoulder as a pillow, then lightly hitting her with his elbow. He said, Ling, don't you feel these kobolds singing is slightly strange? Feng Ling's face nevertheless became bright red, and said angrily, where are you hitting with your hand, you dishonest fellow? Long Yi was dumbfounded, and again moving his elbow, he felt elastic and soft flesh. Then he said with a smile, accident, it's a pure accident. Feng Ling snorted, naturally had no other opinion. In any case, he had already seen and touched all of them. After that she carefully listened to the song of kobolds and discovered a kind of faintly discernible free and natural feeling. A note after a note, modulation in tone, carried the change between nothing and stagnant feeling, seemed a kind of very peculiar rhythm. Yes, it's slightly strange, but it sounds very comfortable, said Feng Ling. Long Yi smiled, and his brows slightly creased. He didn't know whether this was his misconception or not, but he felt this sound of singing had somewhat similar to hypnotic effect. The festive singing and dancing of Kobold clan continued for 2 or 3 hours, then they dispersed and sat around the bonfires. And at this time, the girls of Kobold clan began to pile the pots created with metal in front of bonfires, taking turns. Long Yi and Feng Ling were naturally invited to the side of Kobold Patriarch as well as Kobold Elder, and there they saw inside the pot was a long earthworm-like things, which intertwined with each other. Moreover, white-colored foam was mixed in it. It truly looked rather disgusting. Patriarch, this is? Long Yi asked confusedly. This Kobold Patriarch used his hand to pick up this long worm while smiling happily, then roasting it in fire, he placed it in his mouth and bit it with relish, and while chewing, he said, this is land-digging worm, it is very delicious, merely you can eat this only in offering festival, you don't need to be polite, eat as much as you like. Long Yi had a burst of aversion, although in his past life when he was carrying out a task in Dragon Group, in order to survive, he had also eaten a raw mouse, snake and even cockroach, but now was not a critical juncture of life and death, so only a mentally disordered person would eat this kind of thing. Seeing each and every one of the kobolds all around was eating these land-digging worm-making chewing sounds, the stomach of Feng Ling churned. Fortunately she was a necromancer, and usually saw skeletons and zombies, otherwise she would have been unable to suppress. We are not accustomed to eating these things, we have our own food, you all enjoy your meal. Long Yi smiled and said. Kobold Patriarch suddenly understood and said, yeah, I almost forget that you were a human. Since it is like that, Then we'll not force you to eat, but you have to drink our Kobold clan's wine, beauty wine. It is brewed using underground river water. Long Yi smelled that more pungent than horse urine wine inside the metal bottle given to him by Kobold Patriarch, and said with a stiff smile, "The wine of your Kobold clan is too strong, we definitely cannot drink it." Kobold Patriarch proudly smiled and said, "Correct, this wine is very strong, and this is the wine only us Kobold clan can brew." Long Yi looked towards Kobold Elder, who had a somewhat awkward expression, then laughed. After that he pulled the hand of Feng Ling and went to one side. This patriarch of Kobold clan had great ambition but little talent and was just a frog that looked at the sky from the bottom of a well. Perhaps after staying in the underground for a long time, he considered himself in the right, but that Kobold Elder was not a simple character. Long Yi and Feng Ling had prepared a large amount of food inside their space ring. They spread a brocade cotton cloth on the ground, then placing several plates of delicacies, they took out 2 bottles of good wine. Compared to the banquet of kobolds, this simply was as different as heaven and earth. Long Yi bit a mouthful of fresh and tender fire rabbit meat, then sip a mouthful of best quality wine of intoxicated fragrant building, and would frequently eat Feng Ling. This small beauty's tofu truly was spitting image of celestial being awe, and what made other people admire him the most was this fellow's amazing adapting ability. Perhaps this moment, even if he was in the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, he would be able to eat and sleep as before. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Long Yi and Feng Ling, and his cloudy eyes staring at those delicious foods on the ground emitted a green light. And not waiting for Long Yi to open his mouth, Kobold Elder grabbed one plateful of foods after another as fast as lightning, and like a reincarnation of a hungry ghost, he squeezed all of them in his mouth. That truly was too astonishing. Even Barbarian Bull was readily inferior to this. In a blink of an eye, the foods on the brocade cotton cloth were cleared off by this Kobold Elder. Then burping, he snatched the bottle of wine in the hand of Long Yi and poured it in his mouth, then revealed a perfectly content face. That appearance simply was just like, "I say, Elder, aren't you going to enjoy your own delicacies? How come you are coming here to rob our food?" Long Yi complained. Kobold Elder smiled, and that as if Bark's skin appeared even more wrinkled. Then he said, "Do you think I am senile? Our Kobold clan live underground throughout the year, and although we have several kinds of eating things, but how can there be any as delicious as humans' foods here? Your patriarch doesn't seem to think so." Long Yi said with a smile. Kobold Elder smiled, and looking at the distant Kobold Patriarch, he sighed. He is still young. He will slowly understand in the future. Long Yi and Feng Ling looked at each other feeling surprised, then said, "He is still young? With such amount of bread, he is old enough to be my grandfather." The average lifespan of our Kobold clan is several times more than that of you humans. Now Patriarch is only 60 years old, naturally is young. Kobold Elder said. Long Yi's heart immediately got somewhat unbalanced. Why was the lifespan of humans so short, and these aliens however live for a long time? But thinking about the unparalleled creativeness and wisdom of human, he felt this doesn't matter. Just then, the ground suddenly shook, and many kobolds that were happily enjoying their delicacy fell down to the ground. A roar as if thunder came through underground. That roar was so domineering that it made Long Yi and Feng Ling's heart to tighten, and their chest became heavy as if a large stone was placed on their chest.